Pastor and Vice Mayor Robert Stevens of Logos Baptist Church at the invitation of Commissioner Gilbert from District 1, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Gilbert.
Let us take a moment to reflect and reverence the presence of God. Gracious and sovereign God, we thank you for this day and for the privilege of public service. We invite your presence into this chamber and ask for your divine wisdom to guide the work behind us. Lord, bless our county mayor, Daniela Levine Cava, strengthen her leadership and surround her with wise counsel. Bless each commissioner seated here with clarity of mind, courage of heart, and spirit of unity that reflect your will. We lift up every department director, administrator, public servant who labors faithfully behind the scenes. May their work be meaningful, their efforts fruitful, and their hearts encouraged. God, we ask that the decisions made today promote justice, equality, and flourishing every resident of Miami-Dade County. Let compassion guide our actions and peace rule in their deliberation. May this government be a reflection of your wisdom and love. In your holy name we pray, amen.
All right. All right, guys, let's get settled in. We have what I think is a long agenda. No? You don't think so? All right, Madam Attorney, can we move into reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard at this time for all items except for our millage and solid waste item?
Yes, that would be appropriate at this time.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. When I call your name, please state the item you're speaking on, your name and address, and you will have 1 minute to speak on the item. Cairo Cangas, Mayor Michael Joseph, Stanley Young, Kelly Millette, Kathy Aguirre, David Siegel, Andrew Conroy, Lori Ely. As I call you, you could line up and the first names approach the podium. Cairo Cangas or Sairo Sangas. Lori Mayor Michael Joseph, Stanley Young, Kelly Millette, Kathy Aguirre, David Siegel, Andrew Conroy, Lori Ely. And this is if you're speaking on any of the items with the exception of the millage or solid waste. So if you're speaking on anything regarding solid waste or the millage, this is not your time to speak on. Okay? All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Commission. I'm here to speak on item 4A. My name is Cairo Kangas. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Homestead. And the City of Homestead would like to register its opposition to the proposed item due to its fiscal and operational impacts to our water and sewer program. The fiscal impacts entail the likely use of general funds to supplement the capital improvements of infrastructure outside of city limits. The operation and maintenance impact entails the use of our general funds and other funds collected within the city to supplement the operation and maintenance of the water and sewer system, as we believe this will likely entail in the future. Additionally, it creates additional regulatory hurdles and procedures that are not environmentally related that have major consequences. as this will lead to additional resources and costs that will ultimately need to be passed on to the customers. Nevertheless, we believe there is always room for improvement, and the city would welcome the opportunity to work with the commissioner to find solutions without the need for additional regulations. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. So actually, you're good. Thank you. Before you continue, though, sorry. So let me just kind of say something quickly. So we do have a long agenda. We're going to get through it. We're going to be here as long as it takes to get through it and make sure everybody's afforded the opportunity to speak. Make sure both on the constituency and audience side and on the commission side of my colleagues as well as the administration. But we do have a very heavy agenda. So I kind of want to set the tone. Everybody will have a minute to speak. You know the drill. State your name and address. When I say thank you, that's the nice, polite way of saying that your minute is up. In addition to a sound that will go off, because we have a packed agenda, we do need to kind of be respectful of everybody else's time. So the same respect that is being afforded to you, please make sure you afford it to the other people that have registered to speak. Any disruption will not be tolerated in the chamber. I think that's something that's known, but I want to make sure that I say it again. There will be no disruption tolerated, and I will instruct the sergeants now at this point, again, even though they've had a blanket instruction for years, but any disruption needs to be completely, sergeants in the back, it's important that you listen. No disruption in today's meeting, in any meeting, which is your standard protocol, but any disruption, we need to ask them to step out and leave the chamber, because we do have the people's business to get done today, and it is a very heavy agenda. So with that, ma'am, you can continue.
Kathy Aguirre, 1800 South Ocean Drive. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, County Commission, and staff. I am Kathy Aguirre, Vice President of Aetna's Public and Labor Division. As most of you are aware, Aetna's proposal saves the county $47 million a year over a 5-year period, over $200 million a year. How do you walk away from these savings? But let me tell you how we achieve those savings. It's the power of purchasing power. Aetna is a national company who services over 21 million members, while Aetna, a local provider, services 109,000 members. Aetna is part of CVS. CVS and Aetna together are local providers where we host 489 tax receipts in your area. More importantly, Aetna is here to serve you. You will not be disrupted. Your network will be national. You'll be able to access every single hospital.
Kathy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Andrew Conroy, 3024 Red Cardinal Lane, Vice President of Pharmacy for Aetna CVS. And I know you might have heard a lot of things about the member experience, but I want to just talk about 3 key facts. One, with the transition of your pharmacy plan from AdMed to Aetna, you would have no disruption on...
Andrew, let me just stop you really quickly. Can you speak into the microphone? And also, those who are sitting behind Andrew, can you give him that honor of allowing for us up here to hear him, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. So you would have no disruption in coverage for your medications because we are grandfathering current utilizers. Number 2, our network does not just include CVS Pharmacy. It includes 66,000 pharmacies, all major chains, and over 30,000 independents. And the third is we have a number of ways to engage your members as well as their care providers. So connecting through the electronic health record, sending targeted messages, digital capabilities, all of that we can make available to your membership even prior to the effective date, and we'd like to get started as soon as possible. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, sir.
David Siegel, 3518 Diamond Falls Circle, Lando Lakes, Florida, up in the Tampa area. I'm here representing Aetna, and I appreciate the time today. I'm definitely in support of, we'd like to be able to administer your health benefit plan for your employees and dependents. I am the approver and signer of all provider contracts in the state of Florida. Our pricing is leading in South Florida. The numbers showed it. Kathy talked about the savings. I've been here in the Florida market for 25 years with the company. We have strong relationships, both with our customers. We have a lot of long-standing customers. A lot of the other large employers like Baptist and University of Miami, we administer their benefits. So we appreciate your time today, and we would love to have your business.
Thank you.
Morning.
Sorry. Thank you and good morning. I'm Lori Ely. I'm head of Aetna's public sector nationally. We represent just over 4 million public sector members across the country, and more than 2 million of those members right here in Florida, where many of a lot of the local entities, including the state of Florida, are clients of ours. So thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration as you contemplate a change from AvMed to Aetna for your healthcare benefits. I just want to reiterate 3 quick points. The savings that we will bring to Miami-Dade County, you're looking at a number of $47 million, and that's just in year 1. It's more than $2 million over the course of our 5-year contract. Aetna's put a trend guarantee on the table of 5%. With AvMed, historical performance shows a 15% increase just from the year 2023 to 2024.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Michael Joseph, Mayor of the great city of North Miami Beach, and I'm here to respectfully request that item 4A be deferred to allow for a more comprehensive review of its fiscal impact and legal implications on municipalities like mines that operate a water utility. The proposed ordinance.
Mayor Joseph, can you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry, Vice Chair. The proposed ordinance would mandate uniform rates and fees to all customers where utility infrastructure is located within the service area, potentially eliminating those surcharges for certain accounts. That is not a small tweak. It's a real implication of how we meet our bond obligations, maintain our system, and deliver reliable water service. Before this commission votes on this measure, we respectfully ask that you direct county staff to collaborate and the affected municipalities, including North Miami Beach, to fully assess the financial impact, including how this might affect our bond covenants and operations and rate structures. For that very reason, I ask you to defer 4A. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. By the way, can you place your address on the record for me?
Oh, 1701 Northeast 19th Avenue, City of North Miami Beach. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Kelly.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Kelly Millette, Ronald L. Book, PA, 4000 Hollywood Boulevard. Here regarding item 11A3. I work as Senior Government Affairs Director at Ronald L. Book, PA. I've been with the firm for 23 years. We clearly oppose the item. We feel very strongly about our representation of the county and take great pride in it. I'm here on behalf of Mr. Book, who couldn't be here today. I'm happy to answer any of your questions regarding our performance, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young.
Chaplain Stanley Young, 500 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I'm a chaplain here in Miami-Dade County. I reach out to the homeless. I reach out to those. And the item I'm speaking on is 10A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's about housing. I've been speaking about the same thing for the last 2 years. You have moved on some of the items, but we still have to get more affordable housing out there. We got people living on the street who want to get in the shelters, can't get in the shelters because there's no room in the shelters. The shelters are full because the people in the shelters can't leave the shelter because there's no affordable housing out there for them to move in. So you can see how this whole train is being slowed down because Miami-Dade County do not have enough affordable housing. I thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Chaplain Young. Can we have Eric Twachman, Renthia Jackson, Aaron Hendrick, and Ken Russell?
Good morning.
Thank
you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Renthia Jackson, Vice President of Client Management from Aetna, a CVS health company. You've heard my colleagues talk a lot about the savings, and the great service that Aetna will bring you. But I want to talk about the member experience. I understand that change can be difficult, and you have a big decision to make here today. But what I want you really to take at heart is that we've done the homework, and we're prepared to make sure the transition for your employees and your members and their family members have a smooth transition and that they have access to excellent care. What you get with Aetna is a partner that will work with you in the community. We will work with you to make sure we can shorten the gaps in care and that you have someone that will bring diversity in thought, diversity in service, and a partnership to the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Ken Russell, representing Sierra Club, 3142 Ohio Street, Little Bahamas of Coconut Grove. I know it's hard to imagine a world without garbage incineration. It's what we're used to, and it's what the industry has taught us. And it was asked on this dais, is there any environmental group that supports landfilling? Well, Sierra Club is here. Yes, Vice Chair.
We excluded the solid waste.
I'm sorry, I was
discussion.
called up, so I thought.
But we didn't see that you had the solid waste discussion. But do you mind coming back in a very few?
Gladly. Thank
you, sir. Thank you.
My apologies.
No problem. Robert Del Castillo, Wanda Crawford, Monique Croker, Amelia Lee.
Good morning, everyone. And on behalf of Aetna CVS Health Company, I am the market head of community affairs supporting the whole state of Florida. We are definitely ready to partner with you on the community aspect. We're here to continue to support the grassroots organizations, our community-based organizations with our Project Health screenings, bringing health literacy and education resources to underserved communities. We are looking forward to creating those services with you all and hope that you do decide on making those changes today. Thank you.
Maybe I missed it. Can you place your name on the record, please?
Monique Corker, and address 4905 Southwest 10th Street.
Thank you so much, Monique.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Amelia Lee. I am here with Aetna. I'm 890 Periwinkle Street. Just to reinforce, I'm the vice president of our network management teams, living here with our network teams in the local markets, and here to just.
Ma'am, give me one
yes,
moment.
Yes, sure.
To each and everyone else who, if you're not speaking, please, if we can just give that level of respect to the speaker. I understand there are a bunch of issues on this agenda, but the speaker who is in the well, speaking at the podium, deserves your attention like they're going to give you their attention. So I just ask for that moment of respect for the speakers. So please, if you can quiet yourself down and allow the speakers to have that moment, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Again, just here to reinforce our commitment to you, Miami-Dade County, and our network strength. We are responsible, as David said earlier, we are responsible for all the provider relationships in the Miami-Dade County market and in South Florida. We have deep relationships and ties with those health systems and large physician groups across the county and in South Florida and across the state. So we're very happy for the opportunity and just here to reinforce our commitment to you, to serve you, and to continue to work with our partners to drive savings and cost and quality outcomes for your members and their families. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Wanda Crawford, Senior Manager of Client Management with Aetna. My address is 17716 Southwest 45th Street. Now I'm here to talk about the service that my team provides our on-site representatives who are all licensed in the state of Florida to assist you with white glove service, and they will sit on-site in the county's office providing that service. Some of the services that Aetna provides would be service throughout the country. Our team, our providers are throughout the country. That's in-network. They will tell you our in-network providers, Jackson Hospital, Mount Sinai, all throughout the state. You can even have services in New York, in-network, wherever you go in the U.S. My team will give you those in-network providers. You can stay in the network on your plan with no out-of-network benefits and use services throughout.
Thank you so much. Candy Sickley, Crystal Rodriguez, Alex Heckler.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Candy Sickle. My address is 3479 Northwest 82nd Avenue, Doral, Florida. I am Vice President of Sales and Retention with AvMed Health Plans. We are very proud of our long-standing partnership with Miami-Dade County and its employees. However, respectfully, we have serious concerns regarding the recent procurement process for item 14A3 on the agenda today. The selection committee recommended AvMed for negotiations, but that did not occur. That is not fair, and it is not right. I yield the remainder of my time to our legal counselor, Alex Heckler. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I know that the solid waste topic is not there, so
Crystal, let me just ask you this question really quickly. Is this going to be the solid waste issue that you're discussing?
yes.
Do you mind giving us a few minutes to come back to you once we finish up the reasonable opportunity for these issues?
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to know.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
If I can ask one quick question.
Sure.
For the solid waste.
Well, can we
is it
get?
still on the agenda?
Yes, it is. It's not going anywhere as long as you're here.
All right. Thank
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. That is all the reasonable opportunity for all the items except millage and solid waste. So with that, reasonable opportunity for the public is now closed. Madam Attorney, can we set the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have some preliminary matters. Item 2B1, Senator Garcia is adding his name to the poll list. That's 2B1. 2B3, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Higgins add this item to the poll list. 3A8 and its supplement, Senator Garcia and Chairman Rodriguez add this item to the poll list. 3A9 and its supplement, Chairman Rodriguez adds this item to the poll list. 3A10 and its supplement, Chairman Rodriguez adds this item to the poll list. 8N10, Commissioner Steinberg adds this item to the poll list. 11A1 and its substitute, Commissioner Bermudez is requesting deferral to no date certain. However, Commissioner Steinberg and Commissioner Higgins added the item to the poll list. The board will have to decide how it wishes to proceed. That's 11A1 and its substitute. You'll release? Okay. So if, with the setting of the agenda, this item will be deferred. That's 11A1 and 11A1 substitute. 11A2, Commissioner Steinberg adds this item to the poll list. 11A3, Senator Garcia and Chairman Rodriguez add this item to the poll list. 11A4, Commissioner Milian Orbis is adding this item to the poll list for an amendment. Mr. Chair, I can read the amendment now if you'd like, and it could just be amended.
That works for me.
Commissioner Milian Orbis moves to amend this item to add Kerr County Flood Relief Fund as the charitable organization that shall be the recipient of leave donations from county employees. So with the setting of the agenda, 11A4 will be approved as amended. 11A15, Commissioner Steinberg and Commissioner Bastien add this item to the poll list. 11A19 was an item that was distributed this morning and has been added to the agenda. You should all have copies of 11A19 at the dais. You do not? Nor do we. Okay, so we'll make sure that the agenda coordinator distributes copies. This is a resolution directing the county mayor to the extent not already contemplated by the fiscal year 2025-26 proposed budget, create and propose a plan to maintain flat water and sewer rates for fiscal year 2025-26 and to transmit such plan to the board on or before July 31st, 2025.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull the item anyway.
You can pull
Yes,
it. Sure.
I will add the 11A19 to the poll list to give the board an opportunity to review the item. And at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, we would have to extend reasonable opportunity for this item.
We can do that, and we'll do that now.
Okay, and then 14A3, Commissioner Gonzalez is pulling this item. 14A4 and 14A5. Commissioner Bermudez is pulling this item. Mr. Chair, I also received some additional requests to pull items, so these may be out of order. 8G1 and 8G3, Commissioner Regalado is pulling these items. Commissioner Regalado is also adding her name to 2B3 and to 14A3. Commissioner Regalado, on 11A11, the sponsor is requesting deferral to no date certain. Do you still wish to pull this item?
No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. No, 11A, that was 11A1. 11A11, she's pulling, Commissioner Regalado is pulling that item. 11A12 is being pulled by Commissioner Regalado. 11A14, Commissioner Regalado. 11A15, she's adding her name as a pulling commissioner. She's also pulling 11A16, 11A17, and 11A18. Commissioner Higgins is adding her name to 11A16 and is also pulling 11A17 and 14A4. I also have some requests for co-sponsorship. We have 3A8, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Bastien. 3A10, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Milian Orbis, co-sponsors. 3B2, Senator Garcia has assumed sponsorship of this item. 8E1, Commissioner Steinberg, co-sponsor. 11A4, Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Steinberg wish to co-sponsor. I'm sorry? 11A18, Commissioner Higgins, co-sponsor. The items to be considered at today's meeting will be those listed in the printed final agenda with the additions, deferrals, withdrawals, and scrivener's errors noted in the chairman's memorandum and the items I just mentioned. The commission will approve all of these items by a single vote setting the agenda, except ordinances for first reading, public hearings, items 8A1, 8A2, 8A3, and 8A4, which are commercial service airport contracts, which must be voted on separately and are not on your pull list, and the following pull list items. Item 2B1, 2B3, 3A8 and its supplement, 3A9 and its supplement, 3A10 and its supplement, 8G1, 8G3, 8N10, 11A1 substitute will be deferred to no date certain with the setting of the agenda. 11A2 remains on the pull list. 11A3. 11A4 will be approved as amended with the setting of the agenda. 11A11, 11A12, 11A14, 11A15, 11A16, 11A17, 11A18, 11A19, 14A1, 14A2, 14A3, 14A4, 14A5, 14A6, and 14B1. A motion to set the agendas in order.
We have a motion to set the agenda by Commissioner Bastien, seconded by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor of setting the agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. All opposed, nay. Show the agenda hereby set. All right.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to do the aviation items or any of the 14s that weren't pulled?
Yes. Yes. Go ahead and do the
I'll
aviation.
start with the 14s. I think we have the two Commissioner Hardeman items, 14A1 and A2, and then I think A6 and 14B1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll move all of those.
Second.
All right. So it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. Any discussion on these items? Seeing none. All in favor? Is this a voice vote?
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
And
Show
then-
those aviation items.
And then could you help me with the aviation ones?
Yes.
Those were the 14s, sorry.
Yes, the aviation ones. The first one is 8A1.
So moved.
It's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show that
8A2. I'm sorry.
8A2.
So moved.
It's been moved by Higgins, seconded by Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it passed.
8A3.
So moved.
Been moved. It's been seconded by the same two. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show the item passed.
8A4.
So moved.
Moved and seconded by the same two. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item passed. Is that it?
Yes, for the aviation items, that was it.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, can I have, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For item 14A3, I did pull that item. I pulled it to exercise the 4-day rule, but I do have a motion that will be clarifying at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, okay, wait a second, hold on a second. Hold on a second. But he hasn't done that yet. He hasn't done it yet, hold on. All right, let me do something. That was.
No. I 4-day rule it, and I have a motion.
14, what is it?
14A3. I 4-day rule 14A3, and I do have a motion that is relevant to the item.
Okay, all right.
Give us 1 second to get the motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, hold on a second. All right. Yes, we will do that in a second. Hold on. Can I, all right, Madam Attorney. Madam Attorney,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
what is the proper order now? Because I had some other business that I wanted to do before we go into, I just was out of courtesy to one of my colleagues, I recognized him. And, but I can take his 4-day rule now. I mean, that's an acceptable motion.
Point of order.
Or,
Yes, the 14A3 has been 4-day ruled. It's at your discretion when to take the motion. Whether you would like to take it now with the,
okay, so you have a separate motion. Okay, so 14A3 is 4-day ruled automatically once he calls it. You have point of order, Commissioner Gilbert?
If the motion applies to the item, I would.
It's a
love to
separate.
hear
It's
it.
a separate motion.
All right, we'll get to the motion in a second, and then we could, I'll recognize you if you have questions on that. All right, I also want to, I pulled, before we get into the next phase, I pulled a few items just to vote no, so I'll call them up now, and 3A8, 3A9, and 3A10. I just want to dispose of those items. Any other items that were pulled just to vote no?
Mr. Chair, on 3A8, Senator Garcia had also pulled that one. The other two have no other pulling commissioners. I don't know, Senator Garcia, if you want to address 3A8.
388 was just a co-sponsor for me.
Okay, so we have Senator Garcia co-sponsoring 3A8. All right, so on 3A8, 3A9, and 3A10, it's been moved by Commissioner Gilbert, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Show me as a no. All right, any other? Okay, and then I know that the attorneys, we have, all right, we'll go back to any pull list items afterwards. All right, and then I pulled, just to kind of dispose as much as we can get now, I had pulled 11A3. Commissioner Gilbert, this is your item. Yes. I'm going to respectfully ask you if you'd agree to defer this item. I just think that today's not the day to discuss this item, and I'm sure that it will have some discussion. And I wanted to get the proper discussion that it merits. If you would agree to not getting into the discussion of it today and deferring it at least to the very next meeting, or to no date certain, but that would be the next meeting is September 3rd.
Chair, I'll agree to defer to no day certain, but my intention is to bring it at the next meeting. So no day certain is fine.
All right, so okay, so show any discussion on the deferral. There's a motion, would second the motion, move it. All right, any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all in favor of deferring 11A3, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
All right, show the item deferred. So no on the two no's on the deferral, right? Higgins and Garcia are no on the deferrals. All right, show 11A3 deferred. All right, so I'm gonna get into any other pulled items just to vote no.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Bermudez?
I pulled 14A5.
To vote no?
Vote no.
Okay, and Commissioner Steinberg?
Same.
Okay, so,
And also
11A2 to vote no.
Okay, so Commissioner Gonzalez moves 14A5, seconded by by the birthday girl, Commissioner Regalado. Happy birthday. Join us in wishing Commissioner Regalado a happy birthday. Happy birthday. She chose violence today on her birthday. We all love you. All in favor, we have a motion, we have a second on 14A5. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show Steinberg and Bermudez as no's. All right, and then there's another one, 11A2 from the pool list. 11A2 is moved by Commissioner Gilbert. It's seconded by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 All opposed, no. Show Commissioner Steinberg as a no. All right, any other from the pool list that is just to vote no on? All right, so now I am going to, well, officially, congratulations again. Happy birthday, Commissioner Regalado. I know I will miss some, but the ones that I have been made aware of, I want to wish a happy birthday to Julio from District 8 staff, and Oliver Palm. Where's Julio? And Oliver Palm, our IT for Office of the Chair and BCC. So happy birthday to all of you guys that have had July birthdays. All right, I'm gonna get into the next big topic, unless there's something quick we could dispose of.
Millage.
Yeah, no pun is intended. Pun is intended. All right, Madam Attorney, can we move into reasonable opportunity now for the public to be heard on all the millage items, as well as, if I can, include 11A19, which is the add-on?
Yes, sir, that would be appropriate. Do you have cards for any of those items? It's 8G1 through 8G6, as well as 11A19.
Okay, I only have, this is on the millage, just on the millage. I have Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz. Sheriff, and welcome to Miami-Dade County's chamber. And while you get settled in there, Sheriff Cordero Stutz, I want to recognize I had seen our supervisor of election in the chamber. Welcome to the chamber. I had seen our tax collector, Dario Fernandez. Welcome to our chamber. And I don't know if Juan Fernandez Barquin is in the chamber, but I saw his team. So, all right, Madam Sheriff.
Good morning. Madam Mayor, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. Public safety must remain our highest priority. The proposed budget reductions for public safety threaten our ability to protect this community, undermine our recruitment, and will force us to reduce the number of sworn deputies. As it stands, the proposed allocation does not even cover the commitments made by this very board in 2023 through the collective bargaining agreements. Make no mistake, a reduction of this magnitude increases risk to this entire county. This cut also directly impacts our ability to effectively respond to large-scale events, of which we have several on the horizon, to include World Cup. With the budget proposed by the administration, it will take us at least 3 years to get back to the number of sworn personnel we had in 2024. I have already submitted a responsible budget that includes reductions. Let me be clear, I'm not requesting additional enhancements. I'm asking that you fund a budget that meets the financial obligations established prior to the existence of the Sheriff's Office, to preserve the safety standards and service levels that our residents relied on just 1 year ago and to whom I have been entrusted to protect. Anything less is defunding the police. I respectfully ask that you fund the budget as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, so this is public, a reasonable opportunity for the millage and 11A19. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on 11A19?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
The reason I did not mention the millage is for time's sake. It is directly related to the millage, my budget.
Oh, no. It wasn't about you. I'm closing it up.
I just want to put that on the record for those who may not know. Thank you.
Okay. No, I know this was related to the budget and the millage. All right, I only have the sheriff signed up to speak on the millage. Anyone that did not get an opportunity to register to speak on 11A19? Okay, seeing no one, I am going to now close reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard on the millage items and on 11A19. And with that, Madam Attorney, let's take items 8G1 through 8G6, which all have to do with the millage and setting the date for the budget hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Any,
may I be heard on the item before you have debate?
absolutely. Give me 1 second, Madam Mayor. Anyone wish to bifurcate any of these items?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Regalado had pulled items 8G1 and 8G3. I don't know if other commissioners wish to bifurcate them.
Okay, so we have those two are bifurcated.
I could move the other
Okay.
8G2, 8G4,
So show
and 8G5.
the remaining of the millage rate items moved, with the exception of AG1 and AG3. It's been moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. Any further discussion on the millage for those? Seeing none, this is a voice vote, so all in favor of setting the millage signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, show one no. And then Commissioner Regalado, you recognize, did you just bifurcate to vote no, or?
No, I want to speak on both of them.
Okay, you recognize on 8G1 and 8G3.
Thank you. So the other three I didn't pull because obviously that's libraries, fire, and debt service.
Commissioner, sorry, sorry, I hate to do this to you. The mayor had asked me to speak on the item, but Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, commissioners. So, as you know, each year my administration has to present a balanced budget, and we've worked hard to do so. We've created one that's efficient, accountable, and that delivers the services that our residents need to thrive without additional taxpayer costs. So we're saving taxpayers money, and we're easing the burden for struggling families. And with the support of the board, I want to emphasize with your support, we delivered 2 consecutive years of tax cuts, and that means that today our residents are paying the lowest combined millage since 1982. At the same time, together we made historic investments to weather the pandemic, to tackle the affordability crisis, to grow our economy, and to make our community one of the safest in the nation. Thank you to our law enforcement. And with the commission's support, we kept people in their homes, we saved lives, we helped our small businesses to stay afloat, we made critical repairs to our infrastructure, and more. As this board knows, today we are facing a new and difficult fiscal reality, and this year's budget brings extraordinary challenges. We're closing a $402 million gap. Nearly half of this budget gap is driven by the expansion of county government through the new independent constitutional offices, which is an unfunded state mandate that increased the cost of many services that we were already providing. And at the same time, we are experiencing losses in state and federal revenue, rising costs of doing business, and increasing demand. We're calling it a perfect storm. We've been guided by my WISE 305 agenda. We've sought savings and efficiency. We've made sacrifices to protect essential services that residents rely on every day, like public safety, transportation, water, trash pickup, and libraries, without raising taxes. For county departments that rely on the general fund, we have cut budgets between 10 and 35%. We're consolidating several departments to eliminate duplication and reduce overhead. We've eliminated some programs that are near and dear to my heart to reduce pressure on the general fund, including the Office of Neighborhood Safety and others. And in my office, we identified savings by streamlining our staff. We've reduced our executive pay. We're freezing merits, and we're reducing the cost of living increase. These were all very hard choices, but they are the right choices. And they ensure that we can protect core services without burdening taxpayers. So, my proposed budget includes another year of flat millage to maintain our historically low tax rate. Following the 2 millage cuts that ensured the rate is the lowest since 1982, making any millage cuts now, when we have prepared a fair, balanced budget despite unprecedented financial constraints, would be fiscally irresponsible and would only cause residents to experience deeper service adjustments. So I urge this commission today to accept the flat millage to protect taxpayers, to continue providing essential services, and to safeguard our long-term fiscal health. And I thank each of you for the feedback that you've provided as we've met with you several times in the last few months to develop the proposed budget. So I look forward to working with all of you to pass the final budget in September, and ask you please to not cut the millage today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to Commissioner Regalado, our birthday commissioner today. The floor is the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Mayor, I appreciate that. As you know, every year I ask for a reduction in the millage, and I understand that this is a painful year. We started talking about the impact of the constitutional officers 5 years ago, and 3 years ago we established a fund, and we talked about what we needed to put away in order to be prepared for this year. So the reason that I only pulled out these two, like I do every year, is to be consistent. I know that this would be painful for the board. The budget that we've been presented already provides us with difficult choices. Like I said, at appropriations, I've requested a meeting. I've asked for it in July, but now it appears we're going to have it in August, so that through appropriations we can go line by line, and I invite all the commissioners to attend, because I don't think that this is a budget that we can leave until the week before our budget hearing, and definitely not the day of our first budget hearing. I think there's a lot of things that we need to hash out. I know that people have been very vocal about the pieces of this budget that they disagreed with, but we also need to provide alternatives. So today, I just want to be clear that if we don't agree with the mayor's budget and we're going to present an alternative, we need to work on those alternatives. And if we want to lower the millage today, we have to be willing to take on the sacrifices that would lead us to do that. So I am going to make a motion to reduce it like I do every year, but I will tell you that I'll put in the work. But this is not a situation where we ask the administration to find the money, because that's not the situation that we're in this year. This year and next year are very different, and we've been saying that for a very, very long time. I started the first appropriations meeting stating that we either have to reduce services or reduce employees or reduce both. There's a lot of things that we need to consider moving forward in this budget cycle. Historically, when the county has a difficult budget, we've had meetings of the whole. There's been different ways to tackle these things, and this year I think will be no different. So I ask you to please consider sending in the dates that you're available so that we can meet in August to do some of this work. And if you disagree with it, we'll find an alternative, but this is not a year where we can just disagree with the mayor's recommendation. This is a year where we have to provide alternatives to her, and I think that it is definitely a work in progress. But with that, I am, like I always do, asking you to reduce the millage, understanding that it would be very painful. I'm willing to work on it, but the rest of the board has to be willing to work on it.
Thank you, Commissioner. The item has a motion is on the floor.
I'll second it.
Well, we have to discuss the amount.
Correct. Thank you.
Right. We have to discuss the amount. So to the attorneys, I don't know if David wants to do it. What are our options?
Give me one second. Commissioner, can you repeat what you just stated?
Yeah, we have to decide on an amount, right? So I don't know if David wants to do it, if the attorneys want to do it. We have to go through the numbers.
Before we get David up, Commissioner Gilbert, would you like to have some remarks? Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair, to my colleagues, to the Mayor, the administration, and everyone present today. I appreciate the work that Commissioner Regalado is willing to put in over August. I'm completely comfortable with doing that, but I'm going to encourage us to actually set a flat millage for this reason. If we set a flat millage, we can always lower it. We can always lower it, and so I think it's prudent, especially this year. So this year is particularly tough, and Commissioner Regalado is completely right. It's a tough year, and it's not a year that if we're going to reduce millages, we can't just put that on the administration, but we ought to all be mindful of the moment that we're in. So this particular moment, we don't have, honestly, under the purview, all of the constitutional officers in our budget now. So beyond the cuts that the mayor is recommending in her department and departments, all departments that answer to her, it would be very difficult for us to make meaningful cuts because we'd have to go necessarily into public safety. So if we were doing this 2 years ago, we could move some money around because we controlled the police department then in their budget. We can't do that now. So if any reductions that we make from this point forward are going to come from transportation, it's going to come from parks. And seeing some of the plans that they have in transportation and parks, I don't know how that would look. And so I'm willing to, I'll send in some dates. I'm willing to work on reducing it, but I think it's prudent on us to actually make sure we could at least staff and fund the government at this level. And let me just add this. In some levels of government, when people talk about austerity and they talk about tightening your belt, it's kind of, it's figurative. Like they're saying it, but they're not actually literal. We need to be clear, this isn't one of the talk shows like MSNBC or CNN or Fox. This isn't any radio show. This isn't a newspaper. This isn't a speech in Congress. This isn't a speech in Tallahassee. When we take in less money, we have to provide fewer services. When we provide those fewer services, typically that accompanies layoffs. And so I will work with you to do the work, but I would move that we actually have a flat millage rate on 8G1 and 8G3.
Second.
All right. We have, okay, we're still in discussion, but there is, did you officially make a motion or no?
Well, we need to talk about the number with David. And listen,
But we do
I'd
have
say
a
this
motion.
every year. We can always lower it, but we never have a conversation about lowering it once we set it flat. And this
so
is my
let's-
frustration. Just like when I asked for a date, everyone's like, okay,
Okay,
Raquel, right? And then it takes a year to get a meeting.
All right, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to continue conversation, but we do have a motion in a second. I wanted to make sure that yours did not take precedence so we have a motion by Commissioner Gilbert, was it? And seconded by who? By Commissioner Higgins to maintain it flat. But we're going to continue discussion on it, and it could obviously be voted up or down. Yes.
Commissioner, I agree, and I'm committing you that if no one else comes, I'll do the sunshine meeting with you to work on seeing if we can find savings that don't compromise our services. But I am legitimately concerned about the services that we provide to this urbanized area because we are facing times that none of us have actually faced on this commission before. And Eileen's been here longer than us. None of us have faced those times before. And so it's a very challenging moment, and I want to make sure we can at least provide a base level of services for this community. But I will put in the work with you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, Senator Garcia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry, because we were switching chairs. Commissioner Bermudez, and then Senator Garcia.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just say that I agree with both Commissioner Regalado and Commissioner Gilbert that it's our responsibility to look at this budget. However, it's a rather voluminous budget. I don't have a problem. I'll be here in August. I'm not going anywhere. So if there's a date that people are here, I'm more than happy to do it. But I would like the time to review the full budget, obviously, because it's voluminous, number one. Also, I agree with Commissioner Gilbert, and the attorneys can correct me if I'm wrong. Voting to keep the millage as it is still gives us an opportunity to go lower. We just can't go higher. So that's. I'm not against necessarily lowering the millage rate, but I'd like to know the amount when we have that discussion, maybe later, maybe not today. Because if we're going to lower it to be the equivalent of a Happy Meal at McDonald's for our residents and hurt the services provided to the residents of Miami-Dade County, then I don't think that's a political, that smacks to me of politics. It doesn't smack to me of practicality. So, and I agree with the sheriff. From my perspective, the safety, the health, and the welfare of the residents of Miami-Dade County is the reason we're all here. Everything else is wonderful, but it's not the reason we're here. And safety is of primordial importance to myself, and I think the majority of the residents of Miami-Dade County, because if you don't have a safe community, there's very little that you can do to make it a great community. So I'm going to support Commissioner Gilbert's motion. I am open to looking at options between now and our final decision, because we can always lower it if we have to. And I'm also open to having a sunshine meeting at the proper time with as many of us as possible, whether it's a committee as a whole or through your committee. But I'd like time to review the budget. And I know I want to thank the mayor and the administration. They put in a lot of time. I don't necessarily agree with everything they're proposing, but I also understand they come from a good place. They don't come from a bad place. And again, I'm open to discussing it, but to simply have a reduction in the millage that has no real impact to the residents of Miami-Dade County monetarily, but it's done just for the purpose of saying we lowered the millage and hurting the services that we're providing to the residents, I will have a concern with. I want to be clear on that on the record. So that's where I stand, and we don't have necessarily, in Commissioner Regalado, I know you do it every year, and you do it from a good place, and I think it merits a discussion. I just think that today, taking a decision that allows us to reduce it when we make the final decision is probably the wiser one to give us all time to review the budget. So that's where I stand, and I hope we make a logical decision.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner from District 13, Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Regalado, I've been with you in those battles, trying to lower the millage rate I think every year that I've supported it. And I too have I asked for caution. I asked for caution because of the fact that we are now trying to get our hands around this budget, and with the separation of all the offices and what it may cost, and understanding that we've used some of these some non-recurring dollars for recurring projects and so forth, I think is important for all of us to really take a deep dive in this budget and see where we can find some savings. Because I do agree with you as well that we can find some savings. I think there's areas that we can not only find savings, but also increase revenues in different aspects, especially when we look at solid waste. I've been with you in those battles. So just for the record, I guess, for me, I'm comfortable with, for now, leaving it at this level. And it's true, a lot of times we leave it and never come back to it. But I think right now is not the time to do it. And I commit as well, because I think when times are good, people aren't paying attention, right? Everything's great. But now that we're facing these challenges, I think it's important for us to come together and take a deep dive. And maybe if we finally get a budget that is completely detailed and line by line, so we can all look at where all the money is going, and maybe where we can find some cost savings, and make sure that we don't really impact the service of this community. So I'm with the idea of keeping it right now, and then we'll follow up with you. I commit to you to be there with you.
Thank you.
And come with recommendations.
Yes.
Okay, so we have Commissioner from District 2, and then followed by Commissioner from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with my colleagues that we should keep the budget flat at this time. We are living in a difficult moment in our county's history. I have never felt a clearer sense of urgency as I do today when I looked at the budget. And if I were, well, I'm a county resident, but if I were one of the residents that would be impacted by some of the cuts that I've seen, and I know that Mayor Cava and her team worked very hard on this budget. I know. I stayed awake last night thinking about the budget, thinking about the team, the OMB team, and thinking about the hard work, how difficult it must have been for them. I told David that I don't know how you do it every year. you know, and then sometimes we don't stop to think about the impact that this process, this difficult process has on staff and possibly on their families. So I know that the administration has been working very hard, but if I were one of the residents that would be directly impacted, and then when I look at this budget, cutting through key services and funding for community-based organizations, critical offices, and not just numbers on, these are not just numbers on pages. They are cutting in the lifelines of many of our residents. I would be scared to death. When we look at the budget as it is, it's like the word that came to my mind. It's like a community train wreck. It's budget without soul. A budget without soul. And I know, Mayor and team, I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy, but it is scary when we look at this budget. It is scary. So, cutting budget items doesn't only eliminate the needs of services. I mean, we're talking about mental health services. We're talking about treatments for folks who are, who committed, minor crimes, services for drug addicts, cutting services for the new Americans, services provided to parks, services aimed at the safety of our children in the parks. We need time to discuss this. The administration has work to do on this because we cannot afford a budget, is what I call a soulless budget. A soulless budget. A community-wrecked budget. Let's say it better, a community-wrecking budget. So the administration has work to do, but we, as policymakers, we also have our work to do. So I understand you, Commissioner Regalado, you've been very thoughtful throughout, and I think about you sometimes, the amount of time you really take this very seriously, you take it at heart. But I do concur with my colleagues that we need to pass it today and then get to work. Get to work. As many of you have said, we are living unprecedented times. Our residents are hurting. We need to be very thoughtful and we need to be very strategic. We need to be thoughtful and strategic with this budget. And then I concur with Commissioner Oliver Gilbert, who said that at this time, we really, really need to be thoughtful about this. So I concur with most of you to, Commissioner Regalado, I know you understand, and then if there is a sunshine meeting, Commissioner Bermudez, I'm willing to partake in it, because I believe that the residents of Miami-Dade County are relying on us not to pass a soulless and community-wrecking budget. I rest my case now, for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Steinberg,
Thank you. I like to attend as many meetings as I can, so all I ask is, thank you, all I ask is that if we were going to have this meeting, whether it's a workshop or a sunshine or however, whichever mechanism in which you want to have this secondary kind of opportunity to look through the budget and really go through line by line item, as I think we're headed to, I ask that it please be done anytime after August 10th.
I'm looking at August 13th and August 14th. That way
I'm just
everyone
saying
has.
anytime after August 10th.
You're on a bill? Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, through the chair.
Yes.
My office is sending you dates right now. I know that those 2 dates are bad, but they're sending you dates right now.
Okay.
They're complying
So
with it right now.
after August 10th, you said? after August 10th. Another, we could also, folks can attend virtually, that's another option. We could do that. We don't necessarily all have to be in person, but that's another option.
To the chair,
Yeah, one moment. So you're putting out there the option of a virtual?
Right, so I'll be here in person, I mean, but if folks are out of town and they want to do it virtual, we can do that too. I mean, that's complicated, more complicated if some folks are virtual, because the idea was I need to have a quorum, so it was going to be appropriations and get. Originally we had talked about a joint meeting of appropriation and get, so we just need to have enough people physically from those two committees in order to have quorum. But if someone else that is not part of that quorum wants to attend virtually, we could do that. But again, I need a number of humans physically here in order to have quorum. We're not going to vote. I mean, the other alternative is to do a meeting of the whole. But this meeting wouldn't be to vote. It would just be to go through the budget. The issue is also staff and staff's availability. So I'd originally said next week, but everyone said that wasn't going to be enough time to go through the budget, which I understand. So then we started talking about August, but my concern is that a lot of commissioners are out in August. And listen, I'm happy to withdraw my motion if I get my dates. I just want to have a meeting. I believe that we could do better. I just need to have enough human beings attend so that not only can we discuss the budget, but we can come to a consensus. Because I can make my notes and have my ideas on the budget, but if we don't have a consensus of a majority of commissioners, we're wasting our time. And then we're going to end up doing that at the first budget meeting. So that's what I'm trying to prevent. I'm trying to give us an opportunity. And by the way, this has been done when there are difficult budgets. We've done it at the school board. You know, Oliver, you've done it, you know, when you were at the city. When you have a difficult year, there needs to be extra steps. You can't just leave it to the first hearing. I don't want to leave it to the last week of August. My concern with that is that I don't know if we'll have enough time. You know, the mayor has to work on the budget also. I don't think we should have a meeting and then throw a bunch of stuff at her at the last minute. So I think either, you know, early, you know, mid-August is what I was looking at, if that works for everyone. But if it doesn't, I'm happy. Maybe we can figure it out. As long as we can figure it out today. I just don't want to spend 2 or 3, you know, weeks trying to figure out a date, because we also have to coordinate with staff and with the administration. So I'll withdraw my motion. I will take you on your word. We will leave it flat, and we'll work on it. But I really need your commitment to work on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Regalado, you can include me into that discussion also. I'll definitely be present for that. Commissioner Bastian, I know you were making some statements before I stopped you for this.
Yes, Commissioner. No, I was wondering about the time, and then you did say it, because in August, a lot of us will be, you know, traveling, and early August is going to be difficult. And of course, you need quorum. You need quorum. You need maximum participation. So I know you just indicated that the end of the August might not be good for you, but it seems to me that probably the safest bet, the last week of August, if you'd consider that.
My concern is for the administration. I don't know if they're going to have enough time, right? Because there's a lot that needs to be done before there's a change memo. So that's my issue. There's deadlines for the change memo. So I guess yes, Madam Chair.
Madam Mayor, quickly before you start your remarks, a question came up to the county attorney. A question was posed whether or not, since there is not going to be any voting at this proposed meeting, does it require a physical quorum? Can you answer that question for one of the members, please?
Commissioner, for the committee meeting itself, if it's a formal committee meeting, the presence should be there for purposes of the meeting. However, any members, once you have quorum and physical presence, the balance of the members, or even commissioners that are not members, which I believe Commissioner Regalado extended the invitation, can appear virtually.
for purposes of listening.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. And Commissioner Regalado, does that answer your question? And to Commissioner Bastian, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, we can work with staff. Several people have said that they're available on the 13th, so I figured that would give us enough time to work with the administration. I don't want to have a meeting the last week of August. Jerry, when is what's the change memo deadline?
It's 4 business days before the first budget hearing. I'd have to look to see when that's scheduled for, but it would probably be sometime, at the last week of August.
That's right. That's the issue, right? Right. So I want to make sure that we have enough time where we can discuss it.
And Commissioner Regalado, before we move over to Commissioner Melina Orbis and the mayor, can we go around the dais now to ask members whether or not August 13th works for them? That way you'll know right now, and we can put this issue to rest.
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
So I think, unless everybody's prepared to do it now, but I know that I will obviously make myself available. But I know that there is a lot of people traveling and this is important to get done. Can I assign someone from Office of the Chair to circulate either through the clerk or through the attorneys or directly with every commissioner staff to see what dates work? And we may not be able to accommodate all 13, but once we reach majority, we kind of take it from there. But I kind of want to continue moving forward a little bit. And if we go through 13 commissioners right now and see who's available what date, I think that could be a little bit lengthy. And then we'll compile a special meeting to discuss whether it's a combined meeting, whether we just do a special meeting just for this.
Raise hands on the 13th just to see if it works for people. And
If everybody can do it now, we'll just knock it out. But I just don't want to go one by one. So I will tell you right now that the 13th works for me. Is everybody available on the 13th?
Mr. Chair, respectfully, I am not.
Okay, that's.
Okay.
And you're not. Okay, so we know that the 13th is a good possibility. I'm sure that if the mayor's not available, mayor staff is available, which is important that the staff be available.
Right.
So we'll check with the mayor staff to make sure that, and then we'll send it out. We're not gonna set that date in stone right now, but at least we have a starting point that the 13th works for a majority of the board at least, and then we'll circle back and.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Regalado asked me a question previously.
You're absolutely recognized to answer if.
Thank you. Thank you. Through
You're
the chair.
recognized.
First, I want to say that the reason that we started so early was because we needed your input.
Yes.
So we certainly recognize and applaud the idea of having a meeting ahead of the budget hearings. So let me be clear about that. And as long as it fits the legal parameters, we are on the ready to make necessary changes in the last available change memo. So I just want to be clear about that. It is important that I attend the meeting. So respectfully, I would ask that you circulate the dates, and of course, I will make every attempt also.
We would love to have you there. I think
be
it's
part of it. Thank you so much.
All right.
It's just 1 week.
Thank you. Sounds good. So,
Thank you so much.
so with a show of hands, what is it? A week after? Is that what a week after? So just for a show of hands, just to be clear, who is available August 20th? And then we can circle back with commissioners and make sure, but who's available August 20th? I'm available August 20th. A domino tournament could likely be rescheduled for the budget.
This is the annual District 5, District 13
All right.
domino.
So we have two potential dates.
Are you?
Yeah. Priorities is playing dominoes and not even Cuban. I love it.
Be there.
I guess- I mean, like, I'm one of the Cuban guys on the board, and I'm not playing dominoes that day.
I
But
really like to be District 13 every
the
year.
13th or the 20th, it's two options. So the 13th or the 20th are two options. 20th is better because the mayor will be here, and we're all also available, so why not? So tentatively, we'll put the 20th. With that, Commissioner from District 6, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put some statements on the record. The reason I was willing to second Commissioner Regalado's motion to lower the millage is because the proposal for the budget as it stands today asks working families to pay more while getting less. That's how it seems to me. It reduces services that they feel every single day, like clean parks and, our street safety and access to community programs, while potentially introducing new fees and just skipping critical investments that we've been promising for years. So I know we're not diving into it now, but I am concerned there's unclear charges on our regional parks, which is not a great priority. That's one of the last free and safe places where families can go and have a safe time together. And adding those kind of fees just sets the wrong message, especially at a time when so many people are struggling. Also, maintenance and landscaping, those are things that we get calls about all the time. I know that we have all expressed our concerns on that. If we cut those things, then we're going to have trash piling up. Public spaces will be on the decline, and our residents will notice. I also think that we should be doing more at this time to support our county employees who may be facing layoffs. They don't just hurt families, but they cost the county a ton of money in separation and payouts and unemployment benefits. So I think we need to be, during this time, working smarter, working with our constitutional officers, as I said before at committee, to absorb these workers to save us potential long-term costs, and ultimately treating our county families with the dignity that they deserve. So, our budget reflects our values, and this one right now, I feel like it's sending the wrong message. So I look forward to working with my colleagues and with the mayor on producing a budget that we can be proud of. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing this discussion at our proposed meeting.
All right, so thank you, Commissioner. All right, I'll recognize the Vice Chair now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board. My remarks are similar to yours, Commissioner Orbis, in the sense that working families are being left out of the equation in this proposed budget. Secondly, though, I want to touch on an issue that the door was opened on, but I think we should explore a little more, and maybe not now, but at some point this question has to be answered, giving us a new opportunity to be more creative than we've been in the past. Currently, there are about 446,000 homestead properties out there. These are properties that are primary homes that belong to hardworking Miami-Dadians and Floridians who have poured years and years of sacrifices into their homes. And I honestly believe it is a cruel irony to continuously tax those homestead properties of teachers and firefighters and police officers and veterans who have given so much to this great county. At some point, we have to face this question head on. Should we continuously tax homestead properties of these individuals when their properties are less than $1 million? I do believe this is a form of income, that revenue that can be generated in the form of sales taxes to help our budget in the future. But I do also believe that this conversation must be had on a grander level, one that's being had throughout Tallahassee and throughout the state. But it has to be really dealt with here in Miami-Dade County. I do not believe that a person who owns a home is primarily their primary home, their homestead property, and it's worth less than $1 million, ought to be paying property taxes on a property that they flat out own. We talk about this being a regressive way of looking at our tax system, primarily because we're asking that we possibly look at raising our local option on the sales tax side. But what's more regressive and what's more punishing than watching a school teacher who've worked 30 years, or our grandmothers who worked 40 or 50 years, or a veteran who returns home from wars, and know that the government can literally come in and take that property from them because they cannot afford the rising taxes in this county? I think this is something that we should discuss. I think at some point I would like to have a sunshine meeting with anyone on this dais who would like to have that discussion. But I think it is a ripe conversation to have at some point. And I do understand that we are in a position where we're in uncharted waters. We're looking at a $400 million deficit. We're trying to balance this budget. But let me be absolutely clear on that front. I am open to clawbacks. If I have to choose to represent parks that have saved so many lives in my community and throughout Miami-Dade County. If I have to choose between looking at parks and other not-for-profits who have been left out of the equation and told that they will have to shut down their operations because this county is no longer going to fund their not-for-profits, I am absolutely clear on this record at this time, on this day, that I will put everything on the table to ensure that those not-for-profits are not defunded. Because to defund not-for-profits in Miami-Dade County, let's be absolutely clear, it is basically to assault so many other people because government cannot do the work itself. With that said, I say thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and those are my remarks for this particular item. And I also I'm ready to move the item once it's ready to be voted on.
All right, sounds good. So I will just add, and we have a motion, we have a second. We'll take a vote here in just a second. I just want to add, and I want to thank, whether I personally agree or disagree, or we agree as a body or disagree, I do want to thank the administration for surgically authoring this proposed budget. I'm sure that there will be several changes and change memos throughout from now through September. But I do want to take you. I know I've had weekly meetings with the mayor about it, and multiple times she's expressed that she's lost a lot of sleep over this budget, and as have I. The only thing I would challenge my colleagues with, and after this we'll take a vote, but I would challenge my colleagues that, and it's something that I'd be honest, and I'll admit that it took me a couple of years to kind of understand this concept, but you know, when you bring forward an increase in the budget, as far as, and I don't mean an increase in millage or to the taxpayer, but when we're going to add things to the budget, whether we're going to include, and I'm going to pick on my vice chair, while I agree with a lot of his comments, by the way, but if we're going to bring forward, you know, to add additional nonprofits into the budget, right? Which I agree that there's many good nonprofits that probably should be added back to the budget. But I will challenge my colleagues to bring where we would find the resources to add that from. Don't just come in and say, hey, we need to fund more transportation, we need to find more housing, we need to fund more nonprofits. But I challenge you all to bring where we're going to find those resources, because I'm guilty as charged. I was one years back where I would come and say, this is what needs to get done, but I wouldn't present the solution. I wouldn't present how we were going to get there. So I challenge everybody to do that. And with that, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. So the item passed with one no. The items AG1 and AG3. All right, with that, because I took it up at the same time with the public, with the reasonable opportunity, I'm going to take up item 11A19 at this time. And Commissioner Bermudez, you're the pooling commissioner on 11A19.
Yeah, I'm not that I'm not supportive of the item, but I have a question maybe for Director Coley or Commissioner Regalado. The one thing that I want to make sure is that this doesn't impact our consent decree, and that's the one thing that I want to clarify. If I can get clarification that this does not impact, and Director, if you're comfortable with the, I believe, Commissioner Regalado, I appreciate that you added some language that may take care of that. And if that does that, I'm fine with supporting the item, but I want to make sure we don't have an issue with the consent decree.
So through the chair, I'm happy to let the director speak. Yeah, thank you. We actually had our first meeting with the director and staff yesterday. And what we're doing is we're looking at all the projects that are the consent decree and ocean outfall, and the timing of all of those projects. Like I said in committee, I'm the person that brought these items. So, you know, the last thing I want to do is slow that train. That being said, there's a lot of other areas, and we're going one by one. And my commitment is to bring this back to the board. Now that the budget is published, we can say that the rate that the budget has is what was part of the 5-year plan, which is a 6%. And I'm willing to work through the next month to bring something to the board that's dramatically different than that. But we're not going to impact our consent decree specifically, or the other thing is we're going to look at savings with technology, with different things that we're working on, and then what needs to be done right now and what can wait a bit. Because there are some projects that can wait a bit, and that's what we'll be bringing to the board. But there will be a special section just on consent decree and ocean outfall and where those things are. That's not what we're focusing on. We're focusing on everything else. And then we're also moving forward a lot of things that will help us from a technology perspective and an efficiency perspective so that we can get that number significantly down. So you have my commitment.
I appreciate that. I just want to, Foley, I'm assuming you're fine with that, the language as it stands?
Yes, Commissioner Bermudez, thank you for the question.
Okay, listen, and I applaud Commissioner Regalado for certainly digging in on these things. I'll probably start digging in a little bit too, because the infrastructure deficit and the western reaches of my district are serious, and some of it will require, obviously, water and sewer to be very involved. So, but as long as we don't, I'll move the motion or second the motion as the item as written, as long as you're comfortable with it.
I'll move it. Thank you.
It's been moved by Commissioner Regalado. It's been seconded by Commissioner Bermudez. Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized, but I want to take a second just to acknowledge and welcome back to the chamber Commissioner Barbara Jordan. Welcome, and welcome back to your old chamber. Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized.
Thank you, and Commissioner Jordan, it's always good to see you. Commissioner Regalado, through the chair, as I read this, I'm just really reading this, but what it does is require the mayor to create a plan for a flat rate, and if she can't create a plan, to come up with a detailed reason why she can't create a plan, or why prevent from doing it.
Right.
Okay, that's
Bring it
perfect.
back to the board. Right.
Perfect. I'm
That's all.
comfortable. Thank you.
All right, with that, all in favor of 11A19 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show 11A19 passed. All right, with that, colleagues, I am going to ask the attorney if it's appropriate to move into reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard on solid waste items 2B3 and 14A4.
Yes, sir.
All right. Reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard is now open. When I call your name, please state the item you're speaking on, your name and address, and you will have 1 minute to speak. Let me just go through this a second. I'm going to call your names and just go ahead and line up and be prepared to speak. I'm going to go with Doral Councilman Rafael Pinedo. Doral Councilman, there you are. Do you have any other elected officials from your council here?
I don't believe.
And followed by the Doral City Attorney Lorenzo Coviella. Okay, you could come up as well, stand at the other podium to speak after the councilman. And then following that would be Paul Yatsko. Paul Yatsko. Line up and be prepared to speak. All right, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rafael Pinedo, Councilman, City of Doral, 8401 Northwest 53rd Terrace, 33166. I would like to once again reiterate the urgency that this moment demands. To this board and to all decision makers involved, I remind you that the residents of Doral and indeed all of Miami-Dade County are counting on you to protect the quality of life they deserve. That means safeguarding the air they breathe, the water they relied on, and the natural environment that surrounds them and their children. We must not lose sight of the very real toll the waste-to-energy plant has already taken on the health and well-being of our community. The people of Doral have spoken clearly. They're here today as well, and it's our duty to act now. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Mayor. Thank you for championing this item as well. And we look forward to continue working together on this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Madam Mayor, attorneys. I thank you for bringing this item back up on behalf of the City of Doral. This is a matter that's very important to our residents, as it is to the residents that you also represent. The reason we're before you today is that this plant that used to exist did burn down. Its effects were felt by many of the residents that lived close by, and its remnants are still being felt today. Today you have a real chance to make a lasting decision that will affect and benefit all residents of Miami-Dade County. So I applaud you for these two items and invite you to, again, look at moving this into an area where it will not affect the residents of Miami-Dade County. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Paul Yatsko.
Paul Yatsko, 6018 Northwest 116th, Alachua, Florida. Madam Mayor, Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Paul Yatsko. I'm here representing the Envision team. The county's 2024 solid waste composition report shows that organics such as food waste, yard waste, waste wood, and others comprise 1/3 of the county's solid waste by weight, and approximately 60% of that weight is moisture, water weight. Unlike disposal methods such as landfills and waste energy, organics can be composted to produce a valuable and sellable soil amendment. Composting provides for a more cost-effective, environmentally friendly alternative other than solid burial, disposal, or waste eradication efforts. Our proposed organics composting solution requires no county capital investment, zero. Our proposal offers court savings, reduce carbon emissions.
Thank you, Mr. Yatsko.
Local economic
Thank you.
development. All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. You have the handouts in the slide deck. So does Mr. Atraya.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call a few names. Just please line up, and the first two can approach the podium. Marcelo Valladares, Linda Smith, Noel Cleland, Stephen Lidner, Luna Plaza, and Kelvin Baker. That's Marcelo Valladares, Linda Smith, Noel Cleland, Stephen Lidner, Luna Plaza, and Kelvin Baker. Please state your name and address, the item you're speaking on, and you have a minute to speak. And again, I reiterate, please be respectful of others' time and keep it down to the minute. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of this commission. I'm Kelvin Baker, Deputy City Manager, City of Miramar, 2300 Civic Place, Miramar, Florida. I'm here today just to encourage you to continue to look at the science involved in the selection of a location with some understanding that the environmental conditions should be one of the utmost concerns. As you're aware, there are air quality issues. There are issues that concerns the endangered species. There are water quality issues that could continue to be impacted by that. We do understand that your decision is a big decision, but we don't want to take one step forward and roughly 20 steps backwards in the event that something happens on the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, Marcelo Valladares, 16171 Southwest 73rd Street. I am the Everglades Organizing Representative with Sierra Club, Florida, and we are here to support the Mayor's recommendation in item 2B3 and oppose and call on the county to put an end to the historically harmful practice of waste incineration. We've advocated for alternative zero-waste solutions with the county, which the county itself has claimed to be on the path towards, but the truth is that a true zero-waste community cannot exist with an incinerator in its presence. We are grateful to Mayor Daniela Levine Cava and the members of the board that have upheld and advocated for additional zero-waste policies throughout Miami-Dade County, and we hope to see their continued support in opposing a waste incinerator that would severely impede these efforts. Last Friday, 31 organizations were represented in a letter sent to the board and the county with an overall 61 organizations made up of nonprofits, small business, religious institutions, and local community leaders that have been represented in past letters with this unified message. We are done incinerating our waste in Miami-Dade County, and we are committed to a sustainable, healthy, zero-waste future for our generation and all generations that come after us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Luna. I'm a University of Miami student residing at 1211 Walsh Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida, 33146. I'm speaking on items 2B3 and 14A4. As we know, Miami-Dade is in a dire waste crisis, and this crisis cannot be solved with temporary fixes that causes environmental destruction. We are shaping our waste while contributing to methane emissions, and this is unsustainable. We are in a climate emergency, and we need immediate real solutions. And as a youth, I know that we have to deal with the consequences of the decisions that you make. So regarding the comprehensive report on municipal solid waste, the numbers speak for themselves. Composting has immediate implementation and offers dramatic cost savings compared to both our current waste shipping and the proposed incinerator. And as we know, with the Everglades already under environmental assault, we cannot afford to add another decades-long source of pollution to our most vital ecosystem. So I urge you to pursue economically sound and environmentally responsible alternatives and invest in composting infrastructure that saves taxpayer money and protects our environment for future generations.
Thank you so much. Sir.
Stephen Leidner, 1130 102nd Street, Bay Harbor Islands. 2B3, thank you so much, Commission, and our so appreciated Mayor. I would ask the Commission to stop these endless deferrals on this issue. You have the solutions at hand. You can come to a decision today. Please, one commissioner, two commissioners, make a motion, solve this issue today on solid waste. Stop these endless deferrals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Smith, Sierra Club 17976, Via Rio, Jupiter, Florida. I am for 2B3 and against 14A4. So why am I here? I'm trying to inform you that the term waste to energy is a misnomer. The energy produced is dirtier than a coal plant. The energy producer, like FP&L, would never suggest building a coal plant in South Florida. Why would a county even suggest this? The whole concept of putting put or pay clauses will lock local businesses and residents into a culture of waste for decades. Waste of money, waste of resources, and actually a waste of energy. This is not a partisan issue. States as politically divergent as California and Texas are rejecting incinerators. Join the mayor and lead your community to a safe, healthy, and sustainable future for your children and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Noel Cleveland. I live at 5990 Southwest 50th Street, and I'm speaking against Resolution 14A4 in support of the Mayor's Report 2B3. I believe my fellow citizens have become more cynical regarding political leaders. We have a federal government going through massive layoffs while expecting the same level of service. We have a state government that's building detention centers without permitting and approval, while they continue to limit our local government's authority with preemption. At the local level, our mayor has worked to make a significant cuts to our county budget, and here we are, considering a $1.5 billion construction project for a new incinerator. Why? Because it won't be on the annual budget. But we all know who's going to pay for it, all the people in this room. The last bond we had at the Doral incinerator had the effect of discouraging innovation in waste diversion and reduction and put us in a position where waste stream is twice the national average. These last-minute resolutions may be the best way for controversial.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you so much. Do we have Jake Goodwin, Scott Plausewitz, Catherine Barnaby, Sabely Dorsell, and Lynette Silbo? Please come down to the well and stand at the podium. Announce your name, address, and smile.
Got it. Me first. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Scott Polowitz. I live at 21190 Main Sales Circle, Aventura 33180. I'm speaking as a member of the Hold the Line Coalition and the executive coordinator of Friends of Biscayne Bay. We support the mayor's recommendation of no incineration. Thank you to her and her staff for that comprehensive report. The most efficient, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly way to solve our waste crisis is by first reducing waste and second, diverting our waste stream, namely through comprehensive recycling and composting programs, including partnerships with private businesses like restaurants, grocery stores, and construction and demolition programs. Citing an incinerator is a mistake and would lock us into dirty fuel and pollution until at least 2060 and would compete with our zero waste efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Hello, my name is Jake Goodwin, 6521 Southwest 59th Avenue, South Miami.
and I'm here to speak in favor of 2B3 and against 14A4. In this moment, we have a shining opportunity to set a new standard for environmental decision-making in our county, one that champions sustainable policy and puts people and our collective future at the forefront. With the historical understanding of how irreparable the environmental harms of waste-to-energy facilities like incinerators are to the communities they are placed in, we are obligated to make the evidence-informed decision to move closer towards sound zero-waste practices. It is dystopian to consider that under an incinerator contract, the county is obligated to guarantee minimum waste volumes. This is tantamount to enshrining a policy of pollution, guaranteeing a subjugation of the Miramar community to harmful pollutants for years to come. I want to see my county leaders choose sustainable, future-focused solutions. I want to see my county leaders fund green jobs in recycling and waste reduction. I want to see my county leaders invest in the health of our children and grandchildren. Please stand with communities across Miami-Dade against the nefarious proposed incinerator. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lynette Sobel, 15150 Southwest 264th Street, Homestead, voicing my support for 2B3. This county often ranks #1 in plant nursery production in the entire country. I am the owner of one of these nurseries, called Fertile Earthworm Farm. In addition, we are arguably your largest collector of food scraps in the county at the moment. We work with entities like the Miami Heat, Miami Marlins, Baptist Health Systems, Nicholas Children's Hospital, Starbucks, Chipotle, and more to take this food to feed people, animals, and then the soil via composting.
Lynette, give me 1 second. Please. It's loud. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you. We support the mayor's report, which recommends landfills over incinerators. This report identifies composting as the cheapest option, which can be implemented the most quickly. In fact, we're already doing it. We actually work with a network of farmers where we feed their animals and feed their soil. If this sounds a little bizarre to you, let me let you know that there's a company in California called Agromin that works with 20 farms, and those 20 farms compost 1.2 million tons of organics per year.
Thank you so much.
It is possible to
Lynette.
compost instead of incinerating. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Jared Jacobs, Elza Rosado, Selma Garcia, Priscilla Schmidt, and Bernice Yanez. Also, did Crystal Rodriguez ever get a chance to come to the podium to speak? It's your opportunity, please. Thank you. Your turn.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
having us. I am Katarina Burnaby, 1713 Southwest 103 Place, Miami, Florida. I speak on behalf of the planet and its creatures. No incinerator, because we need to listen to the scientists. 25 years from now, we will lose 50% of creatures, of species. We need to do everything in our power to save the planet. There's an urgency to it. Reefs are dying, oceans are dying. We need to save the planet. And the planet does not want an incinerator. Believe me, people are good at heart. They want to help the planet. We can compost, we can recycle, we can do it. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Hello, my name is Jared Jacobs. I live at 13215 Southwest 265th Street down in Homestead. I'm in favor of 2B3, although I want to point out that although the massive report had very little on the leverage of our decades-long comparative advantage that we are privileged to have here in Miami-Dade, which is agriculture. So I'd like to ask you to give us a chance, as we are that is one of our oldest and most culturally unique economies in Miami-Dade. So something that has not been answered directly is the actual value of all those organics that are leaving our county, being trucked, being incinerated. What is that value if it's returned to the farmers? Because to a farmer, that's value going up in smoke. We want to see more long-term and resilient circular and zero-waste economies. So this is something you'll never, ever hear from an environmentalist, so listen closely. Please let the invisible hand do what it does best. Let composting thrive.
Thank you, Jared. And I love that haircut, by the way. Next.
Hello, thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eliza Rosado. I'm a student at the University of Miami. I'm here with Jen Cleo, and I live in Orlando, Florida, 6441 Chameleon Garden Drive. I'm here in favor of item 2B3, as it is imperative to realize the detrimental costs that incorporating an incinerator would cause. Utilizing our taxpayer dollars in such a way only to not benefit the people or our planet is just not favorable, and we're not looking for things like that. Okay, instead of increasing costs for taxpayers to aid in this proposed incinerator, we can raise efforts to compost, okay? Let us be more aware, efficient, and considerate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Dr. Selma Garcia, 6306 Northwest 115th Place, Doral, Florida. I'm here in support of the point 2B3, the report that was presented by Madam Mayor Levin Cava regarding to waste management. In that report, the mayor shows that by combining recovery, recycling, composting, anaerobic digestion, and advanced thermal conversion, in less than 5 years, Miami-Dade County will be able to manage up to 3.5 million tons per year of waste for less than 1.5 billions. Why do you insist in incineration or waste-to-energy technology? Open the door to the 21st century. The Miami-Dade has made a mistake twice. Don't do it for a third time, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Is it my turn?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Before I begin, if I may respectfully ask for all the commissioners.
Ma'am, please. I know I hear what you're saying, and I know where you're going, but if you can just stick with the topic and go ahead and I'll address this.
We've been asked to respectfully wait and listen, and as soon as this came up,
No.
I noticed a lot of people got
Ma'am,
up.
you're on the clock. I hear you. You and I have had a conversation before, but thank you so much. If you can go ahead and get directly into the substance of your.
My name is Priscilla Carolyn Schmidt. I live at
Thank you.
1595 100 Northeast 141st Street, and I'm here in support of the mayor's comprehensive report on solid waste management. While the report barely touches on diversion efforts, it does clearly show that scaling composting is the most effective and immediate solution to reduce landfill pressure and the need for an incinerator. While we're happy to see home composting being encouraged, it is a tiny drop in the bucket and overlooks the significant impact made when businesses and institutions are allowed to divert their waste with companies like ours. I'll allow for some internal statistics for context. The hundreds of residents participating in Pinecrest composting have rescued roughly 53,000 pounds of food from being wasted this year. In that same amount of time, one grocery store on our client roster has helped us redistribute 310,000 pounds of food to our local farms to build their soil. That's almost 6 times more. This is why we need to make home composting easier for everyone. Help us help you reduce trash pickups to once a week while creating living soil that can be used in our parks and community.
Thank you so much.
My name is Bernice Yanes. I reside at 500 Northeast 29th Street, and I'm here to speak on item 2B3, the mayor's memo suggesting that we do not incinerate. Waste to energy is a greenwashing term. It's just incineration. So to keep speaking that way really shows that the county doesn't understand that it's not the most efficient or cost-effective way to generate energy. That's just a distraction. And I am tired of showing up every couple of months to talk against incineration. I know you guys are tired of hearing about it. There's lots of items. This room is packed. There's people who couldn't come in, who had to go to work.
Yep.
The energy is here for solutions, and I think it's like in everyone's best interest for us to decide the incinerator is not the way to go, and now we can focus our time and our energy to solutions because people here are providing them, and we're ready to work with the county to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Crystal, did I keep my promise?
Yes, you
I
did.
got you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. My name is Crystal Rodriguez, and I'm part of the Clio Institute. I live in 61st Ave and 186th Street, and I'm also a student in Florida International University. And I'm urging to vote no on the proposed Miami-Dade incinerator. We've seen this before. The Old Smoky and Coconut Grove, our largest city here in South Florida, causes extreme health defects to its residents. Decades later, many still suffer from the exposures of toxins that are linked to cancer and asthma, an increase in soil exposure to arsenic and lead where the kids play. If we move forward with this new incinerator, we'll be killing our residents. there's a better path. For example, Austin, Texas, as part of a state larger than South Florida, has committed to zero waste without building a new incinerator. Through Austin's resource recovery, they expanded composting and recycling. So Miami-Dade can be a leader in sustainability. Let's continue to be a leader and not a cautionary tale. Don't burn our future. Say no. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mayor Wayne Mason, Catherine Accardi, Yvette Colborn, Amanda D. Perna, and Madeline Kaufman. I think that's a little too low for you, Mayor. You know, Mayor, everyone has been coming up here. I've been hearing names such as University of Miami and FIU. I haven't heard anybody from FSU yet. Who knows? There you go.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Mayor, I stand before you today to urge the elimination of Airport West as a proposed incinerator site. It is absolutely the worst location for what would become America's largest incinerator, just an eighth of a mile from the city of Miramar. This site incredibly sits adjacent to the C9 impoundment structure, a critical clean water source for all of South Florida and a key component of the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. Risking contamination from the dioxins, PFAS, heavy metals, and other carcinogens emitted from incineration threatens not only our water, but your water, and our health, and our places of worship. Airport West is surrounded by long-standing residential communities like Miramar who will bear the brunt of these emissions. It's just simply unjust. And let's be clear, this project would face up to 2 decades of delays from environmental review, community opposition, and potentially litigation. I respectfully urge this commission, eliminate any site that would endanger the Everglades in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Amanda D. Perna, 111319 Southwest 248 Terrace in Homestead. I've lived in Miami nearly my whole life. When I was 9, my Girl Scout troop toured the Covanta facility in Doral, and it was then that I learned how little is actually being recycled and that we are generating more waste than we can possibly manage. That visit is what sparked my lifelong commitment to sustainability. Most of the systems that shape my life today exist because of the decisions made by the adults who came before me. Now I finally have a chance to speak up about a monumental decision that will impact not only my future, but the lives of generations to come. A 30-year put-or-pick incinerator contract is not the answer. It's a long-term commitment to an outdated system. We shouldn't be comfortable repeating what was done in the past. This is our opportunity to be innovative and to make Miami-Dade County a leader in true zero-waste solutions. Let's invest in a future that we can be proud of, one that prevents waste rather than burning it. This is a pivotal moment in our county's history. I've given several public comments on this issue, and I hope you're listening.
Amanda, thank you so much. Amanda, did you give us your address? Or
Yes,
thank you.
I did. Yeah,
thank you so much. Hi.
Hi, my name is Catherine Accardi, address 816 Northwest 11th Street, Miami, Florida. I am here to speak in support of item 2B3. The proposed trash incinerator releases toxic pollution, including dioxins, which could cause cancer. It also releases air pollution, and this damage is irreversible. I want you to consider this question. Would you have your family live within a few miles of this toxic trash incinerator? If the answer is no, then why would you have any other families risk living amongst this pollution and clear health hazard? Zero waste initiatives are a long, sustainable solution. We need more opportunities to recycle, compost, and reuse materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Maddie Kaufman, 2508 Southwest 19th Terrace, and I would like to thank the mayor for recommending against rebuilding an incinerator. We cannot fight climate change by continuing to produce, use, dispose, and then burn our materials. And deciding to build an incinerator would lock us into doing that for another 30 years. The greenhouse gas emissions associated with that linear pathway of consumption are substantially larger than initiatives to reduce, reuse, recycle, and compost, initiatives that this facility would wholly disincentivize. The Texas flooding has been terrifying. The California wildfires have been terrifying. Hurricanes Ian and Irma were absolutely terrifying, and I think everyone in this room at this point knows someone that has been harmed by climate disasters, which should very much be terrifying. And this really is a climate issue bottom line. Denmark is Europe's top waste burner, like Florida is in the United States, and is home to that ski slope incinerator we like to all talk about. And Denmark is now closing 7 of its 23 incinerators because it's not letting them achieve their climate goals. Let's not let history repeat itself.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Renita Holmes, Maria Font, Gina Romero, Dina Skirman, and Raymir McGuire. Just give me 1 second. Thank you. Again, before you begin, make sure you put your name and address on the record, and you can go directly into your remarks. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maria Claudia. I reside at 10063 Costa del Sol Boulevard, Doral, Florida. I'm here today to speak in favor of 2B3 and against 14A4, which we are in favor of 2B3 because it does not recommend the construction of a new waste incinerator. I'll try not to repeat any of the comments already shared, but as we all know, the Covanta incinerator burned for 3 weeks in 2023 and highlighted some of the most dangerous aspects of incineration. From waste hauling to toxic air emissions and residues, every phase of the incineration process contributes to pollution and impacts public health. The Doral community was exposed to these toxins for years, and the proper remediation efforts are still needed. No community should have to endure the impacts of an incinerator for generations, and we deserve clean air on every block. We want to recognize the incredible efforts the county staff and commissioners have made to learn more about the feasibility of zero waste diversion strategies, and it's great to watch items passed that seek to transform waste incineration.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hi. By the way, I love those glasses.
How are you? My name is Gina Romero. I live in 10933 Northwest 43rd Lane. I'm here in favor of 2B3, and also I'm resident of Doral too, and organizer of Florida Rising. And I'm here to speak out against continual use into waste incinerator in Miami-Dade County. After long wait, I hope that the decision made in this meeting reflects turning point, a real commitment to transitioning our county forward to zero waste future. Its incinerator is no sustainable solution. It's pollution on the air. Our community deserves bold, forward-thinking action. Think before you throw. I invite to all residents of Miami-Dade, think before you throw. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Renita.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Renita Holmes, Executive Director and founder of Wave of Women, Our Homes, BBC's 2024 100 Resilient Women, member of CLIO, environmental technician taught by the county and the city, but most importantly, someone who knows what this type of mycotoxin being burned every day can do. I'd like to invite you to a barbecue. I'd like you to be there and find that most of the ashes are on you. When you get to the door, you can put your finger across it and see the dust that flies. This has affected those of us with autoimmune disease that affects our bones and our tissues. I get real with this. It's not easy trying to find content and be a content creator for Toxic Tour, Climate in the Dark, but there are those of us in the community that have a pattern and trend of putting these types of things in communities where we are African American, we are poor, and we're people with high melanin. I think that it would behoove you to pay attention to what the scientists are saying and at least save the children in the future. I'm supporting 2B3 and I'm against 11A4. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, no clapping. Thank you.
Sometimes.
Yeah, please.
Hi, good morning all. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for supporting this agenda. Thank you, Commissioners. I hope that you will vote in favor of this today for the zero waste management. There are many pros and benefits to this. My name is Diana Scarment, 808 Northeast 125th Street. I'm a longtime resident of Miami-Dade County and a business owner in Miami-Dade County. And we have gone to Tallahassee with my organization, Florida Rising, speaking on behalf of this. And we have a lot of support from the senators and state reps on this. So again, I thank you guys for standing with us on this issue. This is going to create job creations initiatives in Miami-Dade counties which support green jobs and recycling, composition, repairs, and so forth and so on, support local businesses to stimulate local markets. This is going to reduce the greenhouse gas reduction and think about long-term for a cleaner, more sustainable Miami-Dade County, which I'm always advocating for the youth and future generations, which demonstrates a commitment to cleaner, healthier Florida. And it's going to show an alignment with the global and national trends. Zero waste is not just an environmental policy. It is a transformative opportunity for economic development, public health, and community resilience. Adopting a zero waste solid waste management plan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I
Have a great
appreciate you.
day.
Hi there, Raymer McGuire with the Clio Institute, 2737 Northwest 27th, 33133. I'm not going to repeat the excellent points about the importance of composting and the importance of reducing methane emissions and reducing our waste, but I want to lift up the role that community education plays here. We need to be teaching our business owners, teaching our residents, teaching students how we can reduce our waste, how we can recycle, how we can compost, and how we can create a more sustainable waste culture. Thank you.
All right. We don't have any additional speakers.
Oh, Ken Russell.
Ken Russell?
He was earlier.
Ken Russell. Oh, yes, that's right. You had signed up on another list, but we had said, so Ken Russell, state your name and, well, you know the drill.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for speaking earlier out of turn. Ken Russell, representing Sierra Club, 3142 Ohio Street of Little Bahamas of Coconut Grove. The new expanded incinerator would triple its capacity, be smokeless and odorless. That is not about this incinerator. That is what the government told the residents of West Grove in 1959 before they expanded Old Smoky, and it wasn't true. The problem is we wonder, if not incineration, then what? Do the environmentalists really encourage landfilling? Well, when I found out that Austin, Texas's landfill was endorsed by Sierra Club, I had to go. I went and visited their recycling center, their composting center, their landfill, and all of their electeds who would never dream of building an incinerator. They handle the same waste flow that we do without incineration. And I bring greetings from Councilman Ryan Alter, who wanted to be here this week to meet with you, but he's in budget meetings. And he's happy to meet with any of you to talk about why they've done that and how we can do it too. So thank you for your consideration on the mayor's recommendation. Sierra Club really appreciates it. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, and that is now all the public speakers that we have for reasonable opportunity on the solid waste items, right? Yeah, 2B3 and 14A4. We have some other solid waste items, but those have had public hearing already. So with that, reasonable opportunity is now closed. And I will ask the attorney to let's go ahead and take up items 2B3, 11A16, 11A17, and 11A4 are the items that I have at least for 14A4, sorry, on that last one. Those are the items I have as solid waste items. And with that, I've got a motion that I'm planning to present. I do want to hear from my colleagues, but and kind of set the tone. But before that, I'd like to recognize our chief over solid waste, Chief Coley, to kind of give us a lay of the land of where we are today after the last directive from myself and this board to the administration to come back to us with all the submissions. So, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Roy Coley. I'm the Chief Utilities and Regulatory Services Officer for the county, and I appreciate you allowing me to initiate this most important conversation. Miami-Dade County as a whole generates more than 5 million tons of solid waste annually. Of that 5 million tons, Miami-Dade County Solid Waste Department is responsible to manage about 2 million tons. The other 3 million is being handled by other entities such as municipalities and private businesses. Now, we've explored many options of how to manage the solid waste that Miami-Dade County is responsible for. We have reached out and discussed public-private partnerships. We've sought expert advice. We have spoken with our regional partners, And we've met with dozens of proposers asking them, how do we manage more than 2 million tons of solid waste? You, Mr. Chairman, and the board directed us to think big. You directed us to engage with an outside consultant to seek more comprehensive information, and we did that by engaging with Atkins Realis. Now, Atkins Realis is going to come up in a minute and lay out for you how they went about gathering this information and evaluating it. The administration remains very committed to pursuing innovative technologies and reducing and diverting our overall waste. Our recommendation, when you consider all the information and the financial impacts, continues to be utilizing contracted landfill space and to continue looking for ways of implementing zero waste strategies that will ultimately reduce our overall waste. Now, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Ross Byers from Atkins Realis, who would walk through and explain to you the information that you've got, how it was gathered, and how he presents it.
You're recognized.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I believe there's a slide deck, or?
Please pull up the slide deck for our consultant.
Thank you.
Was it provided to IT?
I believe so.
Yeah, and we hear somebody's phone like somehow. Oh, it might be, okay. Do you want to get started while IT pulls up? Do they have it? Can IT wave me down? Rob, I see you up there. We do or don't? We do not have it. So IT does not have the slides. So I don't know who you provided that to, where it was emailed to. Usually has to be emailed to us ahead of time. But go ahead and start without the slides for now.
I've got the slides in front of me here. I can speak to them.
Awesome, thank you.
So as Chief Coley mentioned, my name is Ross Byers. I'm project manager for Atkins Realis. We were tasked with going through the market research effort based on the resolutions previously instigated. The market research was started in the form of a questionnaire to the industry. That questionnaire was to be as broad as possible to encompass any and all waste technologies that were to be considered. The questions asked were about waste management solutions, the effectiveness which they may have, and the quantity of waste to be discussed, the financial approach in terms of capital and operating costs, implementation approach, including the procurement model in which they recommend. A couple of these firms indicated that a P3 option was recommended by their firms, and then other critical information was requested based on the size, site ownership, permitting, and timelines, and as well as health and safety information. The questionnaire was posed on March 7th to over 125 firms. This was posted as well on the DSWM website around that same period of time. We requested information by April 14th. 38 companies across the waste spectrum responded to us. Those respondent categories were waste to energy, landfill and disposal, material recovery and recycling, compost and anaerobic digestion, advanced thermal conversion, alternative technologies, and single solution type technologies. We provided a report which goes through a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis for each of those companies and their proposals. The report also includes background information on the current state of the technologies that have been proposed, using the best practices around the world. An appendix also included an alternative solid waste planning roadmap, which was requested in the resolution as well. The other items are IRA funding and the SWOT analyses directly. This report we believe, meets the requirements of the resolutions that were put forth by the board. Our global experts in various types of waste technologies were involved in the analysis and discussion of how these waste technologies may fit into the size and scale of Miami-Dade's waste system. This report was reviewed by Department of Solid Waste Management, Strategic Procurement, and Arcadis, the bond engineer for the county. As I mentioned, there are about seven categories of waste firms that responded. On the slides, there were the list of names of each of those companies. So I'm on slide 5. There we go. So this is the list of companies involved in landfill and disposal, waste to energy, and material recovery and recycling. Next slide. The following 4 categories are composting, anaerobic digestion, advanced thermal conversion, alternative technologies, and single solution technologies. So these are the companies that have provided responses to us to consider and analyze. Next slide, please. The other part of the resolution that was requested was an alternative solid waste planning roadmap. So this took an independent look and compared and contrasted the information provided by the HDR 2020 report, as well as used best practices in the industry to come up with 3 10-year timelines, three phases, phase 1, 2, and 3. And this, we believe, uses the best practices in the waste industry to gather more information, have siting information, siting decisions made in phase 1. Phase 2 is implementation and of advanced technologies, and phase 3 is sort of a future-looking advanced technologies and infrastructure development. Next slide, please. The funding opportunities were looked at as part of the resolution as well. There are federal, state, and local opportunities that we looked at. Next slide. The federal tax credits are in the form of the IRA clean energy credits, which have survived the HR1 congressional changes in the form of 48E and 45Y. These are significant, and I'll show on the next slide. The state funding exists in the form of SB 1974 from the state of Florida, but is currently an unfunded option related to waste to energy. Next slide, please. The funding opportunities for waste to energy facilities specifically and other clean energy facilities, this is the numbers here on this slide are about the waste to energy facility. Assuming that prevailing wage and domestic content requirements are met for the facility to be constructed, the clean energy investment tax credit could be up to $535 million out of the $1.8 billion, I believe, that was assumed for the facility cost. That's the more significant of the two. Investment tax credit and production tax credits are 2 arms of the same legislation. Next slide, please. And then the final slide is a combination of, the first slide represents a culmination of the cost per ton that the county currently experiences with their existing landfills open. The second line is with no county landfill optimizations, the cost increases with the small capex of $50 million for a transfer station. These numbers were derived from myself and the department staff, and the out-of-county landfill development on row 3 incorporates numbers recently provided by Arcadis in their report on the out-of-county landfilling. And then the final 4 rows here represent the waste to energy, material recovery and recycling, organic waste, and advanced thermal conversion technologies that were proposed by the market themselves. So these numbers are ranges of estimates of costs in terms of operating and capex costs for the tons per year processed in the second column. And that's all I have, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, guys. We're going to get here. So from the report that was provided based on the last directive, Chief and colleagues, there was some 38 different companies, right, Chief? Keep me honest here. Keep me on track. There's about 38 different companies that submitted an interest to the administration, to the county, that they had an interest in providing some sort of service or proffer something to us, but nothing more than just an interest in most of the cases. There was no, from my understanding and from reviewing the report, there was no actual like numbers or proposal provided. And I understand it's difficult based on the fact that we've not selected a site, and this was not an official proposal, RFP that we did, right? So I think there was a concern with protecting whether it's proprietary information from some of these companies, certainly keeping confidentiality in their numbers, and that's understandable. So I'm going to go ahead and call up, perhaps start with some of my colleagues that have items on this, which is 3 different commissioners. But I'd like to say what my wish list would be, what I would like to see happen today to some extent is I would like us to perhaps direct the administration to enter into negotiations with some of the top providers and companies that have expressed interest in working as partners with the county. I know that there were several that submitted, for example, on the waste energy side, right, on the WTE side. Only two companies, respectfully to all of them, right, only 2 companies really stand out to me that have been, call it players in the industry, and so I would say, right, and I obviously want to hear from all my colleagues, but I would say on that end, I would ask the administration to start negotiations with the top 2 WTE companies on everything that they have to offer, including but not limited to just the waste energy facilities, but also some of them may offer landfilling as well and other options as well that have been presented throughout this process. There's a lot of new technology out there. On parallel to that, I think I would like to see where the administration starts similar negotiations with companies that offer or all landfilling options, right? I know that we're currently landfilling, and I understand we're secured for approximately the next decade or so, locked in. But that is, while a decade sounds like a lot, it's actually a short-term solution. And so that's why I want to be proactive and responsible in kind of driving this ship to a final solution for Miami-Dade County, because this is a real problem that we all recognize and we know. But for lack of a better term, it's been a hot potato, and there's a lot of moving parts to it. So, but we ultimately have to make a decision here. And then ultimately, I know that one of the difficulties and sort of the elephant in the room, or maybe not the elephant in the room because it has been debated plenty, is kind of the sites, right? The location of the site. If we were to build a WTE, a waste-to-energy facility, and or landfilling even, right? We need sites for that as well. So that's kind of the conversation. I mean, it's very, very obvious that that's what we're here to discuss. But I'd like to hear from my colleagues before I put any official motion on the dais. But ideally, I would like to direct the administration to start actual negotiations. Treat it. We just did essentially an RFI. We just didn't call it that, but essentially that's what we did over the last 6 months. So I'd like to treat this negotiation, and I'll have the attorneys correct language if needed, as a short-term, extension of the RFI or RFP, and then have this body serve, when that comes back to us, have this body serve essentially as a selection committee. And I say this because during that negotiation, it will be my hope that the companies that are entered into negotiations with do have confidentiality in the numbers that they provide until it's all brought to the board to review and make decisions. And I say this because I think that's been one of the pauses that all companies that I've had the opportunity to speak to have relayed, is that they did not get into the weeds of an actual proposal with figures for 2 reasons. And one reason is to protect their confidentiality and their work. And the other reason is that we have not selected a site, Those have been like the two arguments that have been said to me as to why they submitted letters of intent with maybe some company background, but not actual numbers for us to review. So here we are with no actual numbers, and I would like to ask that the administration do this within a short period of time, 60, 90 days, and keep us, with monthly reports as to the progress of that to make sure that this is moving along. But with that, I will open the floor to my colleagues to enter into discussion. And I'll go ahead and start with, I'm going to go ahead and start from my furthest right. So let's jump to 11A, or should I go in order here? Let's go to 11A17, which is Commissioner Bermudez. I know that the incinerator that burned down was in your district, and there's been a lot of discussion around it. So I want to offer you that opportunity to lead the conversation. So let's start with your item 11A17. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, item 11A17 is the item that we've all seen before, which essentially makes it clear that any new site selection would not include the city of Doral, the town of Medley, or the unincorporated area of Northwest 58th Street. I have, from day one, advocated that I have no issue, or had no issue, even though some of the individuals here have convinced me that it might be more logical to actually deal with rail. But having said that, what's important to me, and it's not being parochial, not having been the founding mayor of Doral, not having been the person that's been closest to that resource recovery facility that was going to be a problem, was a problem for the last 20 years. And we heard today about Old Smoky, and it's very legitimate that you can't go back in history, but people do get damaged being close to these facilities. I've lived by the incinerator since 1998, before Doral was even a city. And I'm the closest person that's ever lived to that incinerator of all the elected officials in the history of Doral. What I would not like, my resolution essentially is very clear. I don't have a problem with, if we discuss later, a potential site, but I would like to eliminate from consideration the city of Doral, the town of Medley, or Northwest 58th Street. I want to be clear, too, that I don't want it anywhere near the city of Hialeah, Hialeah Gardens, and some may be surprised, neither by Sweetwater. So, which are the 5 cities in my district, because I do think we can find, if we have to choose a site, we can find an alternate site that is not near a municipality. And my issue is simply because I think it's not just a matter of health, safety, and welfare, even though it is. It's also a matter of traffic. It's also a matter of other impacts. I respect, Mayor Messam is here. We've served on boards together, and I certainly respect his point of view. But obviously I was elected to represent the citizens of District 12 in Miami-Dade County, and I understand his concerns also. And in a perfect world, we'd find a perfect solution. But I'll start by moving forward to my resolution that if we pick a site, it'd be somewhere other than the city of Doral, town of Medley, or the Northwest 58th Street area where we own property, which are the 3 areas that in our prior meetings there's been discussion. I want to go to a couple things just to be clear, because there's been a lot of discussion about 2 things. Does a resource recovery facility handle 100% of the garbage? And I'd like to ask Roy to answer that question, because my understanding, even with the potential entities that would be interested in building a site, we wouldn't be able to handle 100% of the garbage, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. What's been proposed would handle about 50 to 60% of our overall waste. We would still be relying on landfill and diversion and composting for the remainder.
The other thing, Roy, and this is a question, and I don't know why they didn't, but I had an opportunity to meet with an entity called Unified Disposal Partners, which deals with the landfill in the Northeast, specifically from New York City to other states. And, they made reference to being able to lock in on numbers. So I don't know if you ever had an opportunity to meet with them. Did you ever get a chance to meet with them?
Yes, sir, your office arranged it. I did meet with them. We've met with literally dozens of companies and have lots of representation such as that out there.
Can we, with entities such as that and the other ones that have responded that deal with rail, sending it out of other parts of the state or out of state, is there a way to lock in those contracts for an extended period of time at a number that can guarantee that we can calculate what it's going to be?
So what we currently have, Commissioner, is 30-year contracts with two different organizations. Those 30-year contracts have a price guarantee for 10 years. At the end of 10 years, we would have to renegotiate price. In addition to those contracts, when we perform the exercise that you've got the report on today, we ask all of those solid waste folks to give us those long-term prices, and just like the people that wanted to build waste-to-energy plants, they were willing to give us essentially marketing information and said that, you know, pricing would have to come later. They've represented they would, but they have not given us that number in a way that we could act on it yet. But it's certainly possible. One of the companies that your office had me meet with owns a landfill that even's offered to sell it to us. But we don't have that in writing. We don't have pricing. Lots of moving pieces for us to continue looking at.
Because, you know, I think a lot of us over the last year and a half or two have kind of become garbage experts, for want of a better term. I started this when I was first elected in November 2022 with the concern to make sure that we revisited this discussion, that it not be near residents, whether it's Doral or Medley or any other city in Miami-Dade County. This commission was kind enough to unanimously vote to reopen that discussion. And for me, that is the most important issue. We found alternate sites. The only one I think that is county-owned, I could be wrong, but the only one that I understand is county-owned is Airport West, which is the reason why that came into a discussion. The other issue that I have at this point that I'm a little bit concerned about is on a WT facility. And again, I'm not sure that I am totally against a WT facility, but I'm definitely sure that I'm against it anywhere near the residents of any part of District 12. And we're about $402 million in the hole this year. We keep on talking about this facility costing about $1.8 billion, but obviously over time it's a 10-year process. It may end up costing more. When they did this study, was anything taken into account as if that cost could actually go up through the next the process? If we ever pick a site, then we have to go through other stuff. Would that number go up higher than $1.8 billion in your opinion?
Commissioner, our bond engineer performed the analysis of all the sites and listed pros and cons and estimated cost. That's where the range of 1.5 to 1.9 billion came from, is based on the differing locations. But that's also classified as a planning level estimate. And a planning level estimate has a recognized accuracy of minus 30% to plus 50%. When we did this exercise of getting information that you directed us to do, we asked each one of these responders the same thing about the price, and they've all said that your planning level estimate seems accurate to us. So we believe that our bond engineer provided us reasonable estimates that the industry supports as accurate for planning purposes. But to answer your question, until we have a full design and an exact bid, we will not know the exact price.
All right. Well, my motion obviously is very clear. And I would motion again. I'm not necessarily stuck to a specific site, and I'm open to discussing other sites. But my motion would be obviously to if we authorize and approve a site selection, that it not be in the city of Doral, town of Medley, or the
Can we
North
silence our phones, please?
8th Street area. That's the item that I have. And Mr. Chair, if you want me to talk about the other item that at the same time, which I don't know if it's up to you.
Yeah, you know what, let's do that. Let's take up the 4 items together, and then we'll, if we have to vote on any separately, we will, and we'll bifurcate things depending on different commissioners, but go ahead and speak on the full solid waste situation.
Yeah, item 14A4, and, this was an item that was actually, when we were talking about proposals, the owners of some of these parcels had a proposal. It was sent, I think, copied to all of you, because I can't talk to you about it, sent to the administration. But this is my district, and I was very surprised to see this item pop up without the owner of the property, the potential builder on the swap, or anybody else knowing about it. So there was a statement put out, and I had an opportunity to speak to the landowners, and they knew nothing about it. I assume they probably would have done like they did in the past, picked up the phone and called me, since it is in my district. I don't know, with all due respect, why it was proffered by Senator Garcia at this time, but since the owners knew nothing about it, I would move to defer this item to no date certain. I'd like to take that separately from the other motion, or if that doesn't happen, then I'll 4-day rule it.
All right, so we're not, today's the date of this, okay, let me reel it in. I'm gonna recognize Senator Garcia here in a second, obviously, because you mentioned his item. And Senator, I understand, I sympathize with Commissioner Bermudez. I realize that what he's saying is true. I hope that the reason you put this on is just to kind of get the conversation going again, but I'll let you speak to that. Here's what I would, a few things on your comments, and I don't usually jump in between commissioners, but I want to continue setting the tone, and before we go to the rest is, here's what I wouldn't like, and I recognize this is different because it's an item being brought forth in your district, and I agree that the owner, someone should have reached out to you, but I would urge no one to 4-day rule any item, because today is the day to discuss solid waste. We can take votes on things, we could vote yes or no, up or down, but today is the day to actually discuss solid waste, right? So 4-day ruling it brings it to September 3rd, which solid waste is not on the item. I understand the reasoning. I'd probably say a similar statement.
That's why I'm open to a motion to defer to no date certain.
So agree.
Because
the owners agree with that one, and I'll recognize Senator Garcia. But furthermore, Commissioner Bermudez, and I think you'd recognize I've come a long way from my initial comments on the solid waste situation and the land selection. I would say, but to stay consistent with what I've said in the past is, I think, based on, and given the discussion that we'll have here today, I want to wait and kind of hear that, but I can find it in me to support a decision not to build it in Doral, based on all the factors that have come forth. But what I don't want to do today, and I'm prepared to vote today on something, right? But what I don't want to do is, and I've been consistent with this, is I want to make sure, in my opinion, and there's 13 of us, that Doral still pays their fair share if it is ultimately moved out of Doral. We don't need to debate what that is right now. Perhaps we'll disagree what Doral feels is their fair share, city of Doral I'm talking about, versus what the county feels is a fair share. And that could be an open conversation. I'm not saying it has to be X, but I do think that should be, so I've moved, right? So I'm willing to support your item in the, for it not to be in the route, but I do think the conversation needs to still remain open prior to putting that set in stone without a negotiation, that City of Doral's surplus because of it, right? Like the increase, not from current, needs to pay their fair share. And I'll let you respond to me, obviously. I just don't want to close it without that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my not a response, my comments to that would be the following. Obviously, it's not just Doral, it's the city of Medley and the unincorporated area. I would like it near no residents of District 12, or any district, actually, to be fair. But as far as Doral is concerned, I don't control. I had recommended to the administration of the city of Doral to continue the conversations with the administration. From my perspective as a Doral resident now, I'm going to speak as a Doral resident. Doral has a percentage of the population of Dade County that is a number. I don't think a facility that's going to serve everybody in Dade County should be paid primarily by the residents of the city of Doral. I understand your point of view, and I don't know what's occurred. As you know, as you saw today, apparently they've forgotten that I was a founding mayor of Doral and still live there. But I have told Mr. Cobiet, who's here, I think Mr. Pinheiro left, that they should have continued having discussions with the county. I'm not privy to any of those discussions. And, I'm not on the Doral Council, so I won't be able to make that decision. I think the residents that are here from Doral understand that if it's a reasonable situation for the residents, I don't think they would say absolutely no, but it's also unfair to put it only on the residents of the city of Doral. My motion, my item does not preclude us from having that discussion. It just simply states that it would not go in those areas as mentioned.
I understand it.
That's where I'm coming from.
Right. I appreciate that. And of course, the only reason I call out Doral and not Medley or other is because Doral is where the incinerator that burned sat on, of course. And so, and obviously we've litigated this before, but the owners had agreed when they purchased that was there. We've evolved. I'm behind that now. But as a result of it potentially moving out of Doral, those property values we all agreed on that, I think, those property values will increase. And therefore, that's why I only call out Doral and not Medley, et cetera, et cetera. But I could get behind your motion at the right time, but in the right posture, making it perhaps contingent on an agreement between the city and the county that would, whether it comes back to us or it's between the administration and the city administration, but I don't want to just set it in stone. I mean, nothing is set in stone. We could always move things around here, but I don't want to set something in stone like, hey, you're 100% out without an agreement. We could do you're 100% out, in my opinion, and obviously I'm just one vote. We could do you're 100% out contingent on you coming to the table to an agreement with us, right, with the county, which is a lot better than where I was perhaps 6 months ago. And I hope you appreciate that and recognize
I do.
that.
And listen, with all due respect, in the long run, depending on how we go, I'd still be ready to support the original recommendation the mayor made over a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, which is to choose the Airport West site, if we are going to choose a site. And again, the people that are here have done a great job of pointing out why maybe that's not even the best choice. So I want to be clear where I've always been clear where I stand, and I just don't. And again, Medley now has a new government that has taken a clear position that they are not supportive of a resource recovery facility in their municipality. They did pass a resolution, by the way, that just clarified that they're willing to, it was passed last week, and they are willing to go ahead and create a facility that can take garbage by rail out of Miami-Dade County. And I hope that everybody understands that, because that was one of the issues. If we did not keep the site in Doral, then what would Doral have to do? Possibly a transfer station, et cetera. They have passed a resolution where they are interested in building a transfer station right by rail in Medley that would help us move that garbage out of Medley. But that's where I stand. I do appreciate, Mr. Chair, that we've discussed this openly and
absolutely.
And again, look, for me, And I started this saying there has to be a resource recovery facility. I've learned a lot. It's still not going to take care of all our garbage, so we have to make a decision either way. But if there's a possibility that we don't have to build a resource recovery facility, and that's the best thing for the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Miami-Dade County, then I'm open to that also. But I will continue vehemently fighting, against it being near any resident.
We got it.
Not just Doral.
All right, and then with that, Senator Garcia's in queue, but let me just add to kind of like what I described earlier when I first started kind of setting the tone for what my wish would be out of today is, perhaps in that directive to the administration and the mayor to negotiate with some of these companies is for those companies, and we could discuss today which ones we're going to exempt out and not go with, but for those companies to in their proposals and negotiations proffer the site that or sites, multiple sites that they believe are the most adequate to place their facility, right? Because every facility is different. They might have a lot of similarities, but they can be different in nature and technology. They might need different footprints. They have to negotiate how many tons would go there. So if maybe they want to proffer, whether it's a government-owned property, whether it's a private-owned land, whether the company owns it, or whether it's a private owner that could be negotiated, but for them to proffer the site that they believe, but that way we're moving forward and not getting stuck in the same place. These are just ideas. I'm very open-minded to hearing what you all have to say. With that, Senator Garcia, you were called out. No, not now. I know. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say that you did not stop conversations with the county, but okay, in a minute, I'm sure someone will ask questions and we'll get there. I just put it on the record right now. So the city claims they did not stop conversations with the county. All right. Senator Garcia, you were called out on your item 14A4, and a deferral request as a friendly motion has been requested of you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I would like to address Commissioner Bermudez. The only reason that this item was picked is because to stir the conversation and start talking about it. That's the only reason. And I think it meets the criteria that you were talking about, then be nowhere in any municipality or any area that you pick, that you actually meets the spirit of your proposal. So I think, all that it was done anything personal against you. It was really done to have a conversation, because I think when we deal with solid waste, it's not just about one district. Unfortunately, all of the recommendations have been in your district, but we still haven't got any movement. So this is why this was picked, and this recommendation came as part of one of the mayor's proposals. That site was picked on there, and I think they were having conversations. And yes, but let me finish. Let me finish. It's not an insult to you or trying to pick something over you. It's just we need to do something about it. And when we look at waste to energy, and I look at all the friends that came up today to testify, I don't think we can compost our way out of this. I think we have to have a comprehensive solution when we look at waste in our community. Right now we're spending about $6 million a month actually, hauling our waste to other communities. And while some of us say we don't like landfills, but not here, but somewhere else. And that in itself, I think, is a little bit hypocritical on our part as a community to say, we don't want to expand our landfills, we don't want it down here, but we will do it in someone else's backyard. So I think what this motion does is to have that conversation. And I know some of us, and I'll tell you this, and I'll proffer this right now. No, I did not have a conversation with the developers of the site. No, as a matter of fact, I think everyone was just as surprised that I bring this forward. But it was brought forward because it was one of those recommendations. And I think that lawn swapping deal, I think it's worth exploring. And I will put it up to the county commission to do that. Again, it meets the requirements that Commissioner Bermudez is talking about. I also think it does generate additional dollars for the county as it relates to about $18 million when we take this county property offline. Put it, develop it, whatever they're going to do with it. I think it's going to generate about $18 million for the county. Yes, it's one of the more expensive sites that we've seen. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it, but the fact that we keep on waiting every day more and more and more, the prices are going up and things get more expensive. And I think we owe it to this community to make a decision, whether it's this site or another site, to make sure that we move forward with it. And the good thing about this site, commissioners, and to the public, I'll tell you, it's one of the ones that I've seen that is the furthest one away from any residential areas. I think we were talking about our friends in Miramar. I think this one's about 2 miles away from Miramar itself, although I think they may not be too thrilled with it, but the reality is that I picked a location from the recommendations that came from the mayor's office that have the least impact on the residents of our community, and this is why we did it. So I think it's time for us to maybe, Mr. Chairman, when you talked about starting negotiations, revive this conversation and get together with the interested parties. And I'm sure if we have a serious approach on this, I'm sure that the folks who own this land will sit down and have a conversation with the mayor's office to move this forward. So, Mr. Chairman, that's where this proposal comes from. And again, I think it's important for us to recognize that it's not just a waste-to-energy plant that we need. We need to make sure that we have composting, recycling, and also talk about the landfills that we have and try to expand the landfills. But this proposal has nothing to do with the other issues that I've talked about. When we look at recycling, it's extremely important, Mr. Chairman. Then when we look at recycling, we're honest with the residents of this community that recycling is costing a lot more than what we are really doing, the benefits that are being given back to the environment. It's incumbent upon us as a county commission, as a community, to make sure that we have educational programs to teach our residents exactly how to recycle and the way to recycle, because recycling is extremely important, and we do know that it minimizes the stress on the environment. So this is some path that we do have to go through and go down. And I also believe when we look at overall waste management in our community, we do have to take a comprehensive approach, working with Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade County. We do have to look at the resources and the resources that all 3 communities have, to ensure that we can try to collaborate and work together to make sure that this metropolitan and megapolitan area that we call home, from Palm Beach down here, we could take care of our solid waste. So this is where this item comes from, Mr. Chairman, and I meant no disrespect to you, Commissioner Bermudez. It's just to get this conversation going.
All right, sounds good.
Chair,
Commissioner
just
Bill.
one clarification. First of all, I agree with 90% of what Senator Garcia said, including working with Broward, which was also a resolution, and Palm Beach. But I want to be clear that on August 27, 2024, the memorandum was sent to the mayor and the administration on this particular site. There have been meetings, just so everybody knows, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there were meetings between the owners of this property and the administration. So that to me, that's why. And by the way, if it turns out that the owner has an interest, I'm not against reopening that conversation. But I did what I was in my power to do, which is, and I got the memorandum that all of you received, August 27, 2024, signed by me to the mayor here in a public meeting, where it was forwarded to the administration. The only concern that I have is speaking to the landowner. Once this came out, I'm not sure the interest is there. So if that does happen, we're going to have to reopen. Because this is going to be a complicated land swap if we do it this way, which I'm not against originally. But if the owner's not in, there's no way we can get this
All right,
done.
and maybe to my point, maybe some of the companies will engage with that owner, and what they could bring that back as an option too. With that, Commissioner from representing District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to my colleagues. This has been something that's lingered around for a while. First, on the point of Dural's participation, I think it was the only stated policy we have thus far is that there should be some compensation. That's an item that we all supported as a board. Pursuant to directions from the chair when we discussed this last, I did have conversations with Dural. And while it's not an amount that I think is no way near represents the amount it would have, we need to actually move it someplace that's not Doral. I'm very comfortable that the conversations that I've had with Mayor Fraga about what portion of the increment financing we could actually absorb from them to help offset the cost. I do agree with Commissioner Bermudez that Doral, and I know this is not the position of the chairman, it's not my position, that Doral shouldn't be paying the entire difference. That's not what we've ever wanted from this board, but what we have thought is that if we're going to move it someplace that's more expensive because you don't want it in Doral, to the greatest extent possible, you can offset that cost. And so I think that we've had good conversations with the city of Doral, and I think that while it's not an amount that's going to blow us away, it is a contribution, and it's a showing of good faith. So that's the first thing. The second thing, to Senator Garcia, he is, while I wouldn't have said it like he said it, we're not going to compost or recycle our way out of this problem. We're just not going to do it. We can, and I appreciate everyone who came out and spoke about this, but it's very difficult to get to zero waste without waste to energy facility, and it's very difficult to actually, and you know what, I'll start by saying this on that issue. I was in my office minding my business, and the Sierra Club, Miami Group, it says Executive Committee, Noel Cleland, Stephen Linder, Linda Benson, Kataji Burnaby, John Burnaby, and Cindy Lerner. They had this book delivered to my office. So they had the book delivered to my office, and I thought it was interesting because it says trash talk. And so we started to go through the book, and a section in the book is called, under the section, The Burning Question. There's a paragraph that says, while it's true that incinerators create pollutants, they are generally far less polluting than landfills. The image of an incinerator with toxic smoke, similar to that of a nuclear power plant, isn't a reflection of modern-day incinerators. They produce particulates, gases, and ash that contain toxins. However, with up-to-date technology, incinerators have the capability to nearly eliminate all of these toxins from reaching the public. Now, I was minding my business in my office when the Sierra Club sent me this book. And so I appreciate the Sierra Club now saying that landfilling is better. But worse, but it's not the book you all sent me. So I'm just, the book that you sent to my office when I was minding my business. You notice I keep saying minding my business. I didn't go out and look for this book. I wasn't looking for material. All I did was just happen to read it. I happened to read the book that you gave me that happened to support my general position that a waste-to-energy facility was better for the environment than landfilling. And I know we'd be saying that we're not landfilling here, but I think Senator Garcia is right. It smacks of hypocrisy to want to do something somewhere else that you don't want to do here. And so when we talk about us putting our trash on a train, Commissioner Regalado, I think it was a very novel thing that you came up with, and I'm happy that you did. I'm happy that you forced this board and this commission to actually explore it. Thank you. I don't think it's the long-term solution. So I think that what we're doing now is we can handle it, but it's not a long-term solution. And I don't believe that we can operate long-term without a waste-to-energy facility. And so then it begs the question, where do we put a waste-to-energy facility? I don't find Commissioner Bermudez's his proposition unreasonable. I would just add this, being consistent with my logic, I don't want to put a landfill someplace where it offends, I don't want it in my neighborhood, but I'll put it in somebody else's neighborhood. That's the same thing for a waste-to-energy facility. So I love the chairman's idea of putting something out there to the people who are going to be doing this and saying, hey, you all come back with propositions. If we're going to do that, let's do that. If we're going to do that, let's curate the possible sites. Curate the possible sites. And so if he's taking all of those sites off, then, and we agree to that, then we took all those sites off. But I would say take Opelika West off also. And I say all of that with this understanding. At some point, this bill comes due. Now, I sit here and, I'm a taxpayer and a ratepayer here in Miami-Dade County, like all of you and like most of you. I never complain about doing stuff. If we got to do it and we got to pay for it, that's fine. But it's these decisions that we make right now. We don't make them and think about the actual money to operate a system. Whatever we pick, whatever location it is, however much it costs, I'm willing to pay my part in that. But what would be unfortunate is if we don't pick the most economical site, but then we don't want to have the fees that support the running of the system. Because at some point, we're going to have to pay for it. And so I know that I have colleagues who, they don't like ever raising fees, and I appreciate that. We can understand and agree right now that at some point, these conversations require us to raise a fee. We can't do it on the current fees probably. So we at least need to be open to that idea, and it needs to be a central part of our deliberation when we're making this decision. So if we don't pick the cheapest site, and we're saying that we're not going to do that, the cheapest site is in Doral. So we're not going to do that. So that's the site that keeps us closest to the level of money that we're taking in and the system's generating now. Okay, we're not going to do that. Then at some point, after Commissioner Regalado, because I'm sure she's going to have like literally 1,000 ideas about how we minimize costs. But after she does all that, we need to be open to the idea that we may have to pay a little more. Residents may have to pay a little more. And so I wanted to put that out there as a part of the active deliberation, because too often we have conversations disassociated with each other. We talk about service and we talk about picking sites, but we don't talk about how much it's going to cost at the same time to residents. And so I don't want to be in a situation, and it probably won't be any of us. It'll be the people who succeed us in office. Well, maybe Natalie and Rob will be here. They're kind of the babies of the bunch. They're young. They're new in office. But the rest of us probably would have turned out when this bill comes due. I don't want to actually have the people who replace us on this dais think about me the way we thought about some of the decisions that were made before us. So I'm okay with exploring the efficiencies. I'm okay with reducing the amount as much. I'm okay with picking a site that's best for the community, but maybe not the cheapest site. But we have to understand that we have to pay for that. And I just need us to be clear. And then the last thing I would add is this, and I think that Commissioner McGee, our vice chairman, he has a similar situation. It's challenging to say to people who have landfills in their districts that you're going to close down and not rebuild the waste-to-energy facility in Doral because you don't want it to be offensive to the residents of Doral, but then say that we should welcome the expansion of landfills in our districts. We have to actually have conversations with our residents also. If the trash isn't good enough for one area, then why would it be good enough for the other? We want the ability to take landfills offline and do a little tarping thing and turn them into parks and build trails and have stuff. We want that ability in our districts also. And those landfills are by residents in our districts also. So if we're in this and we're going to do this from a shared responsibility perspective, I'll stand with you, Commissioner Bermudez. I'll pay more, my residents will pay more. They're going to hate this. We'll pay a little more. We'll do that. But understand, I won't overly burden them to remove the burden from other folks. It's a shared responsibility. And if we're going to share the responsibility, that means we all have to be a little less comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner from District 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the residents who came to speak on this item. We've seen you here before, not once, not twice, not three times, but many, many times. And as you sit here and you listen to the conversation, as we commence a debate, it must feel like Groundhog's Day, because a lot of the points that are well taken and well received are points that have been made previously on these exact issues. And it's now been 2.5 years since our resource recovery facility in Doral was taken offline due to the fire. And so here we sit and we continue to debate the same items and the same questions that we've debated time and time again. We sent this out to the business community. I appreciate the methodology that was utilized in asking a series of uniform questions, getting uniform data, and thank you to the administration for digesting that information and bringing it before us. And the concern that I had in February was that they didn't have a site, and so they wouldn't be able to present us with financials that would actually help us in making a decision 6 months from now or 4 months later, which is where we are today. We have additional information, but really not sufficiently concrete information on which to make a decision, because I know a lot of us are very, very focused on the finances of whatever decision we make. And so just without repeating points that I've made previously and points that my colleagues have made, because if we recall, and the history is a storied one that brings us here today, there was once a recommendation to build the waste energy facility in Doral, then that recommendation changed to landfilling, and the recommendation has remained consistent on landfilling. But the problem with the recommendation on landfilling is that we don't have we don't have a location. We don't have a place that would be our own site for a landfill. And in my humble opinion, sufficient time has lapsed for a site to at least be identified. And currently there is no site, which would make us tied to waste management solutions exclusively for the entirety of our waste disposal for a county of this size. And that makes me uneasy for a number of financial and other reasons. So my request to my colleagues, in order to not have history repeat itself, is to ask my colleagues, at the very, very least, and listening carefully to what everyone is messaging, and again, reading through this 288-page report, is that we, at the very least, before talking about whether it's going to be in Doral or in Opa-locka West or in the other locations, because I know that's where a lot of angst and concern lies, I think we as a body need to make a determination regarding the future waste disposal needs of Miami-Dade County and what we as a board are comfortable making as a policy on how we are going to dispose of almost 5 million tons per year of waste. Are we going to follow the administration's recommendation and continue landfilling, or are we going to build a waste-to-energy facility? I think once we make that core policy determination as a body and call that up for a vote, we can then, and the procedural order that I think is best is for us to then take a vote on a location. And I hear the calls for composting from our residents and from our community partners. I understand the technology related to these waste-to-energy facilities to be fully capable of including a very large composting component. And if I'm wrong, I welcome that correction, because I don't think that we need to build anything that is necessarily exclusive of the other. So while we move towards a zero-waste solution, while we think about ways that we can reduce our own waste on individual households and residences, while we look to being more efficient, we need to be building a waste-to-energy facility that is inclusive of the technology that makes it safe and that makes it healthy, but also that has a very large composting component, because I agree that that is the future, but I don't think that the amount of garbage that we produce in this county can be entirely composted. I don't think that we are there yet. So I'm going to listen to the balance of our colleagues. I'm very interested in where this conversation goes, but I really do not want us to end and close this meeting today with more directives to the administration to bring us back any additional information. I'm hoping my colleagues are ready to make a determination on the policy, at the very least, on how we are going to dispose of our waste, not for the next 10 or 20 years, but for the next 50 years here in Miami-Dade County, and start the process there. And so at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I am happy to make a motion for us to make a decision as a board, for it to be the policy that we are going to build a waste-to-energy facility in Miami-Dade County without necessarily attaching a site selection to it, but with an important caveat that whatever we build and develop is going to have a very strong composting component inclusive in it, so that those environmental concerns are met and that that technology is built in, so that we are, as our mayor likes to say, future ready. So I know there are a lot of other commissioners that would like to speak, but to our chairman at the appropriate time, I'd like to make that motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner from District 11, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my colleague Danielle Cohen-Higgins for making that statement, because I think that she's absolutely right. And I think that what Commissioner Cohen-Higgins is proposing goes hand in hand with the chair's recommendation, which would be to act as a selection committee and actually have plans that are going to be set forward, and we can actually vote on a plan as soon as possible. I agree with Commissioner Cohen-Higgins that we need to make this decision as soon as possible. I do want to touch on 11A17 with what was proffered by Commissioner Bermudez, because I think that it is a fair proposal. But I do agree with a lot of what Commissioner Gilbert has stated. I think we've heard from many people that have said that they for health reasons, they don't want a facility in their area. Just this year, in the Florida Senate, Senate Bill 1008 was a bill that proposed that if it's not good enough for this area, then it's not good enough for that area. And many times, I remember one specific meeting that we had on this, my colleague Commissioner Hardiman made a very, very passionate statement referring to Old Smoky. And I understand where he's coming from. And so if we're going to vote on not putting a site in a particular city like Doral for health reasons, then I would say that I would offer a friendly amendment that we include, just like was proffered on Senate Bill 1008, that if it's not good enough for here, it's not good enough for there. So if we're not putting the site in Doral, I would ask for a friendly amendment that we do not put the facility next to other residential areas, at least 5 miles within residential areas. But without an amendment like that, I don't think it's fair. And I don't think that your intention is not to be fair. I've heard you countless times say that you don't want to see it near residential areas. But what I don't want is for it not to go in Doral, rightfully so. Maybe it shouldn't, right? But I don't want to see a trash facility in West Kendall or South Dade or next to any residential area, to be quite honest with you. Now, that's my first point, and I will await to see if you would entertain that friendly amendment, Commissioner Bermudez. I would also say on another point, which goes to Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point, is I would second a motion that we make a decision today as to what course of action we're going to take at the very minimum. Are we going to build the facility? Are we going to take the recommendation of a landfill? Or Oliver's going to kill me, but I can't wait to hear from Commissioner Regalado, because we at another meeting have talked about transferring trash out of Miami-Dade County and the cost effectiveness of that. So I would love to hear from Commissioner Regalado. But that's my friendly amendment to Commissioner Bermudez. And with that, I'll yield.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond to the friendly amendment, I accept it. My position would always be, Commissioner Gonzalez, that what I wouldn't want in my district, I wouldn't want to impose on anybody else's district. So absolutely, I'll be more than happy to accept the friendly amendment. I want to point out that I went to Tallahassee to testify. The bill by the end proposed bill was accepted in the Senate and the House, and then it died. But it did go, and I am more than happy to accept that as a friendly.
Point of order.
So one moment, Commissioner. So Commissioner Bermudez, if I'm hearing you correctly, and I guess for purposes of clarity with the County Attorney's Office, did you get the basis of Commissioner Gonzalez's motion? If so, can you repeat it back to us to make sure we heard that correctly?
Yes, my understanding when I merge what Commissioner Bermudez said with what Commissioner Gonzalez stated is that it would be a motion to approve item 11A17 as amended to have a site selection for a new waste-to-energy facility B at a site other than City of Doral, Town of Medley, or Northwest 58th Street, or within 5 miles of a residential area.
Point of order. Okay, yeah. Point of order, please.
I think the 5 miles takes us to a whole different level of conversation. Yeah. So
Put it in New York.
hold on, guys, please. 2 miles. Would you like to amend what you put on the record?
Yes, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. I jumped the gun with the 5. I'm thinking of the 555 deal that we have going on today. But yes, maybe 2 miles.
I'm fine with the 2 miles, because 5 miles will put it in Miramar.
Got it.
Okay, so it will not be placed within 2 miles of a residential area.
All right, so we have a potential amendment that,
I can't go with that 2 miles.
okay, Commissioner, well, hold on, because I have a queue. I know, you're doing the Commissioner Regalado thing, but no, you have a queue. So I have Commissioner Higgins, then I have the birthday girl.
I know, it's my birthday.
I know. I have Commissioner Higgins, then I have the birthday girl, and then you, Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Higgins, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, I think you couldn't have said it any better, that we've basically been having the same discussion over and over again. We have the same residents come, thank you very much, and tell us that they think landfilling is fantastic, whereas anybody who reads any scientific articles, and apparently now the Sierra Club's book, which I also received, thank you for dropping that off, knows that modern waste-to-energy facilities are not the incinerators of the past. They are used all over the world, all over Europe, all over Japan, and every one of the countries there has a higher life expectancy and better health outcomes than we have here in the United States of America. I agree with you that there is no zero waste solution, right? When we all leave today, walk by the garbage dumps that you've got tons of people here, and there's gonna be a lot of stuff in our little dumpsters. So zero waste doesn't exist. We, human beings, create garbage, for better or worse. We have got to find a way to deal with it as most environmentally sensitively as humanly possible. And certainly recycling is part of that. Certainly composting needs to be part of that. But a resource recovery facility, as Commissioner Bermudez mentioned, this robust site where we can do more than one thing, is part of that. If we continue on this path of landfilling, not only are we making the worst environmental decision, we are putting our future and the costs of our residents in the hand of somebody else forever. They know we have no solution. They completely control the contract negotiation. We do not have a long-term contract negotiation, right? I mean, we have this 10-year number. That is not long-term, right? What we know, and I think Commissioner Gilbert said it very well, is the move out of Doral comes with huge costs, huge costs. So the two municipalities that I represent, Miami and Miami Beach, no matter what decision we make, now that Doral's off the table, right? So the most inexpensive thing we can do that is also the best for the environment is build a resource recovering facility on the Doral site. And yes, there's a capital investment, but the capital investment results in lower disposal costs forever for our residents, right? So they're paying a little bit on the debt and they're paying a little bit every year. So every project needs to be evaluated based on both capital and on operating expenses. And so when we make the decision, which we have, and I want to thank the mayor of Doral for for realizing that Doral and its residents, and particularly those homeowners who are going to get a heck of a lot richer off of this decision, are going to also contribute to the moving of the facility, right? And we haven't gotten to the final negotiations there, but we're going to get there, right? And they're going to make a good faith contribution, and we're going to happily accept it, because by making these City of Doral residents richer, we are making the residents of UMSA and the residents of the other municipalities poorer, right? So no matter what solution we choose, the residents of the two municipalities that I represent, their costs go up over the next 25 years by a minimum of $50 million. So City Miami Beach are paying more, so Doral gets richer. It's fine. We're all a family. We got to do stuff together, and we all create garbage. But, but I say that as Commissioner Bermudez says, I was elected by my district, so I'm going to fight for my district. But I just need you to know that in my district and the people I represent who are in Little Havana, I don't know if you've been there, those folks are very low income. They're poor. They're not coming here to City Hall where they can take time off from work and whatever Tesla. They are at work right now. And if I tell them that, okay, if I tell them that I'm going to raise their garbage disposal costs by $50 million over the next 25 years, they're going to be shaking in their boots. So I agree with you, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. We need to make a decision. We have got to put forward a board policy that says we need a resource recovery facility that includes waste to energy, and also a more comprehensive modern approach to things like recycling and, for me, very importantly, composting. So I'm going to end my comments with there, except for one thing on composting, because there's a lot of shenanigans going on in social media about how anti-composting this board is. That is patently untrue. We have talked about composting almost ad nauseum. Right now, composting in our county is basically illegal, right? So we have a lot of people doing community composting, and you can thank, those of you that are doing it can thank Commissioner Regalado and Commissioner and me, because we have said to our county folks, just please give these people a break and let's let them act as our pilot projects now. We know they're not operating within state law. We know they're out of the bounds in the county, but we are learning from them. And I am working on ways to make their facilities legal. Now, why is that important to this discussion? All of those composting facilities, if we can find a way to make them legal, to come up with codes that's good for the environment and good for composting, they're not costing this county and the folks over there under Roy's department 1 penny. Residents and businesses and some municipalities are opting in to using these composting services on their own. So we are literally, by legalizing this, which I hope to have everything finished for you guys in September, we are literally allowing people to opt in to compost. And we can do it now. We don't have to wait for the resource recovery facility. Now, obviously, that's not large-scale composting. To do what Commissioner Russell was talking about with what's happening in Austin, I visited that facility as well with NACO. That's a commercial composting facility. We're going to have to pay for it. We're going to have to figure out what that is. But right now, we have composting solutions that cost not you, not me, a penny, because we have businesses that are opting into it. They're opting into it because it's less expensive for them to send some of their particularly big hotels, and it's less expensive for them to pay separately to go to these composting facilities than to actually go to our landfill now that the resource recovery facility is burned down. So composting is coming. All you people liking that stuff on social media claiming we're anti-composting, just keep liking it. I'm glad you're happy to be on social media, but there are those of us that are actually trying to work to make composting happen and to not wait for a resource recovery facility to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Birthday.
The birthday girl.
Thank you. All right, so a few things. First, 18 years ago, Miami-Dade County decided to start working on a solid waste master plan. And the reason that the county decided to do that is because all we had was a burn facility. So back then, the county started looking at having a portfolio of options because they were completely reliant on a burn facility. Fast forward, the board that sat here before us decided not to accept that solid waste master plan because they wanted to continue relying exclusively on a burn facility. So when we say we want to make a decision and we want to make a policy decision to burn, I challenge that because this board for 20 years has made a policy decision to burn. So you would just be doubling down on that decision. So to be clear, from the onset, I requested that this board review that master plan. And when that wasn't a possibility, I requested that we look at a portfolio of options. When we had a crisis, we negotiated a 30-year agreement with a 10-year fixed price. So when we demonize this process and talk about all these meetings, I'm glad we had all these meetings. I'm glad people are here to talk about solid waste. I think it's important. We've talked more about solid waste in the last 2 years than we have in the last 25 years, and I think that that's a good thing. What was the alternative? The alternative was similar to what happened with the first proposal for a solid waste master plan, and what is being proposed in the zero waste master plan is that the administration do a series of community meetings where the stakeholders, us, that are going to make the actual decision are not present. So at least here, the public gets to come and speak to the people who are going to vote, and there's accountability for it, and we're not hiding behind some outreach, right? So I think that this report is amazing. I think it's a wonderful birthday present. I love it very much, and I'm very happy with it. I enjoyed reading it. I enjoyed tabbing it. And it answers a lot of the questions that we have been asking. And I also consider it an RFI of sorts. When we set about moving forward in this direction, I cautioned the board that without a process, people were not going to provide proprietary information. It's a trade secrets issue. It really is, and we all understand that. I wasn't expecting anyone to give us financials. If I owned a company, I wouldn't give us financials either. There's no protection here, right? But it is a fascinating display of what is available in the market today. And a lot of it can be used in different parts, not only of our solid waste system, but there's things in here that can help parks deal with sargassum. There's things in here that can help water and sewer deal with sludge. There's amazing technology here. And it's an opportunity for us to really look at all of it and see how we can have an effective and efficient solid waste system throughout all of Miami-Dade County. Because a lot of the things that we have in a lot of our departments, we're just looking at solid waste, right? And the trash in the trash cans. But there's a lot of things here that can be utilized across the board in many departments. So I think that we have an opportunity to establish a portfolio. I'm glad to hear that people have changed their minds and now are talking about burn and composting. It's something. But to what level and at what degree, right? Because one of the things that I have said from the beginning is the problem with picking the burn and saying that, you know, our solution is an incinerator is that once again, Miami-Dade County will be burning everything. Because if you build an incinerator of a certain size, you have to do that in order for it to make financial sense. And that's why I've said that, you know, we need different modalities. We need to have a portfolio and we need to work within our portfolio, you know. To Commissioner Gilbert's point about the landfills, and I'm not going to bore you. I could sit here for 3 hours and go through all of these and tell you like what I like of all of them. I'm not going to do that, even though it's my birthday and I could.
Remember, we have to sing happy birthday to you, so save some time for that.
Yes, I will. But so one of the folks in here, you know, Fletch was interesting to Commissioner Gilbert's point about the landfills that are existing. If you look at what Fletch is doing is they're saying that when the trash goes to the existing landfills, they're going to sort it. And they're going to take out the plastics and the metals that are in the trash. Because to Commissioner Garcia's point, people don't recycle right. And we know that. We know that there are recyclable materials that are going into the landfills and they shouldn't be there, right? So that is a methodology that we could provide some space at our existing landfills that would reduce the amount of trash that we're putting in our landfills without expanding the footprint of that landfill. But it would be expanding the life of that landfill. And if you look at what they're proposing, in part, they're saying that they're gonna pay most of it and that we're gonna profit share with them based on what they recover. Similarly, if you give them access to some recycling, they could do the same. They could sort it and take out what is more valuable. So those are things that are in here. They're not gonna, I've always said it, there's no one answer to this. There's no magic bullet. But there are different solutions. And there's different solutions that are available in here that we can choose from. Synergy. I read the synergy piece and I thought of the sargassum. You know, I thought of how expensive it is for Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Higgins, and I to dispose of sargassum. We've had 2 good years where we haven't had that much of it, but it's coming. It's coming again, and we're getting the numbers. And that's a methodology that's outside of solid waste, but that could save us a lot of money in parks. And that could save our municipalities a lot of money for those that have to do it, Miami Beach in particular, and Key Biscayne. Ecopods, that was another one. And I could go one by one through all the different methodologies that are available here. So what I would ask you to consider is, once again, a portfolio of options with actual numbers. Don't just tell them to go bring us something, right? They're going to choose the easiest thing, and the easiest thing is going to be to burn everything. That's going to be the easiest thing. And that's, even though the federal government says that incineration is recycling, we all know that that is not true. That is a game of semantics. So if we can, don't just say a compost component, give them a compost goal. Give them a recycling goal. Give them methodologies that they need to implement so that if you must have an incinerator is a component of what we're doing, not the be-all and end-all. And again, be able to move between these modalities. I understand that people feel that they have to demonize a landfill. I have visited them. I visited the one in Austin, Texas. I prefer the one in Las Vegas. But the reality is that the landfills don't have to be bad. Our landfills are bad because we don't collect methane, because we burn the methane. That's why our landfills are as problematic as they are. But our landfills could be better. And it's always a good idea to have an option. So why can't we have a landfill option? Why can't we have a rail option? Why can't we learn from what has happened over the last 20 years and have a portfolio of options where we have minimums and we can move the trash between the modalities so that we can give our ratepayers the best possible price? Nothing says that we have to give all of our trash to one person. And by the way, an item that didn't make the agenda was my South Miami item. You know, let the municipalities do this. If the municipalities want to do it, let them do it. You know, I don't understand why we can't have that conversation. If they want to have a transfer station, if they want to move trash, God bless them. You know, we don't need to hoard trash. This is intellectually inconsistent. We're talking about how we're drowning in trash, and then we're like, oh no, but all the trash is mine. I'm not going to let anybody else take care of trash. But that doesn't make any sense. And we need to have a serious conversation about transfer stations. A lot can be done at transfer stations. We haven't had that conversation. We continue to have black and white, this or that, you know, NIMBY this, NIMBY that, you know, and the reality is a lot of us have transfer stations, and a lot can be done in those transfer stations, including something as simple as the collection of yard waste. Yard waste is a huge component. Yard waste is an easy one. Yard waste is what we mix with our sludge in order to go to class 1. So why are we paying someone for yard waste on the water and sewer side? So there's a lot of opportunities here, and it requires us to be a little thoughtful. The easiest thing is to pick one thing and not look back. That's the easy thing. So I'm asking you to be thoughtful and to participate in this process in a more comprehensive way than commissioners of the past. The other thing that I would say is this binder mine is beautifully tabbed if you want to see it later, is it is a zero waste master plan of sorts. So I know that we approved a a zero waste master plan, and I know that they're working on it. I don't understand why we can't kind of bring that back and use what we've learned now and expedite that. I think we have done the community outreach. I think we can save some money and save some time, and possibly also help Commissioner Higgins and I in real time, as opposed to come back 2 years from now and tell us, good job, thank you for fixing composting. We would like some experts to help us with some of these things, because, zero waste is ambitious, but I think a lot of the things that we're talking about are well within the zero waste. So these are all things that are possible to us, and what I asked the board to do is to consider all the options and to provide the residents of Miami-Dade County and this government with a portfolio of options, not just a one thing. Because if we just do a one thing, we're going to find ourselves having the same conversation in 10 years. Because the waste facility that we had was supposed to last, and there's another thing, 30 years, 40 years. We know better than that. We know better than that. So I would ask you not to throw this binder out, to consider these modalities, to consider landfilling, to consider bettering our landfills, to really put a number on the composting, to put a number on the recycling, and to force folks to do better. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I can publicly say that the remarks that were just brought forth by my colleague, Raquel Regalado, pretty much hit on the points I was going to discuss. I do believe the more modalities we have to engage in this conversation would benefit the entire county overall. I do believe we must lead with composting and allow for some of these small businesses, especially those who are located within the agricultural community, to have a say into this conversation and give them an opportunity to deal with this problem. I do believe those who are engaged in composting are the experts based on their training, their experience, and they should be the ones, in my humble opinion, in part leading the discussion so that we can deal with composting on a higher level. I also want to talk about the reality of Commissioner Gilbert brought up the book Trash Talk, and again, I didn't find the book; it was brought to me also. And in reviewing the book actually laid out some of the points that I had actually known to be true, but to have Penguin Random House to actually publish the book with these positions in them really brought me to give this back to you. And particularly in the book, it says that the more wealth you have, the more options for wastefulness are at your disposal. And then it goes on to say that for those who do not have much wealth, affordable and accessible food choices often come in excessive packaging, and neighborhoods struggle with uncollected trash as a public health issue. Why do I bring that up? It's because the dichotomy of what we're hearing today, and particularly I am with my Commissioner Bermudez, in that it's his area, his constituency is different than my constituency in South Dade. And in South Dade, as part of the recommendation, it was to carry many of these, this waste to the North Dade landfill and to the South Dade landfill. I am vehemently against loading the South with the trash from any other part of this county. I will draw the line and fight you there. The South has always been part of the discussion and left out of all equations when it comes down to a quality of life. I do not believe we should be transferring waste of one community to the community because of their inability or the ability to have a quality of life that's measured by the dollar. Lastly, I'll say this. I don't think we have to be in a rush at this particular moment, as we heard from Commissioner Regalado, who I look to when I'm making decisions as it relates to waste in our community. She has shown herself to be an expert in this area. She has shown herself to be well-studied and well-versed in this area, and I totally agree with her. there has to be metrics put in place to make sure that we are doing this, and not because we're looking for some political points when we talk about zero waste. Let's be absolutely clear. If we take this book at its face value, yes, it's the same book you have, sir. If we take this book at its face value, there's never going to be zero waste, because the rich is going to keep buying and the poor is going to keep consuming. Therefore, as long as we have individuals on this earth, this planet, we're always going to have one form of another of waste. The question really becomes who's producing the most. And that's what the real conversation is really about. And then secondly, if we really have an honest conversation where we are intellectually honest with ourselves, we must understand and look at the research that it's normally the poor communities that suffer, the black and brown communities that suffer, because other communities have the resources to sit in these rooms, to sit into these wells and discuss what they want and what they don't want, because the people who truly need to be here and be heard, they're out working 1 and 2 and 3 jobs just to make a quality life for themselves. And I don't think we should be in a position as elected officials and politicians to tell the very people who put us in office, to tell them that, hey, we're going to speak to your issue because of your position as it relates to economics. We're going to speak to you and tell you that we're going to put this landfill and or this waste facility into your community because you didn't have a voice at the time at 9 a.m. in downtown Miami to be a part of a discussion. So I think the modalities that Commissioner Regalado brought up, we should have as many as possible. We should look at everything. We should not punish those who don't have the economic positioning in society because of where they are at their station in life now. And we should looking at those experts who are in the composting area and let them help guide us in that area, because there is money for them to be made. But the one thing that they have that's, in my humble opinion, that's so important is that they are the experts. They know this stuff in and out. They've gone to school. They have been called as experts in these areas. So let's allow them to be at the table and not rush through this by picking something today when we truly don't have to. And those are my remarks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for allowing me to finish up that conversation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner from District 2, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with a comment made by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins earlier, that this talk about trash has taken a long time, right? It's been months and years for those of you who've come to this county in the past. And then I really appreciate you, the residents who are sitting here, who've come here over and over again to partake in this discussion. And then we must agree, trash talking takes time. I concur with my colleagues for the most part, and then given the concerns about incinerators, including costs and the health impact to residents, I understand the mayor's recommendations to implement a more comprehensive solution through landfills. However, we also must not impose our landfill burdens on other communities, like some of my colleagues indicated. Communities like Fort Pierce, communities like Doral, communities like Airport West, or even build an incinerator near our neighbors in Broward. We have to balance our trash needs with being a good neighbor. I have said in the past, and I will continue to say, that we have to be aware of the impacts of choosing site that impairs the quality of life of all of our neighbors, not some, all of our neighbors, including our neighbors in the north. Zero waste solutions may incentivize waste reduction and reuse our trash must be at the forefront of our decisions as a board and community, and this is part of a legislation that I brought forward because I believe that there has to be a culture change. We are the third largest trash production state in the nation. We produce a lot of trash. That's why I do believe that the zero waste solutions that incentivize waste reduction that includes composting, recycling, and other is important. So I support the motion Commissioner Bermudez made about excluding Doral, and then added the support made by Commissioner Gonzalez to include other cities from any decision that we make about WTE. I support that. I support the motion that is on the floor. But I'd like to reiterate the fact that zero waste solutions that incentivize residents to change the way they produce and dispose trash is the way to go. It is the way to go, and we have to have a comprehensive plan. And then all that takes a complete culture shift and change. And then lastly, I do appreciate the fact that in the administration's proposal, it includes continuing educating our residents toward that, which I think is so important. So I support the motion, Commissioner Bermudez. I'd like to offer also second the amendment made by Commissioner Gonzalez to add Airport West and any other cities that might be impacted by the decision to put the waste to trash reduction. Thank you.
All right. So
Clarity, Mr. Chairman.
clarity from Commissioner Bastian.
Yes. Is it just going to be limited to city because some of us have AMSA, right? And we don't want it either.
That's why I said residential.
Okay, so it's just not limited to cities.
I concur. I agree with this. Residential areas. So that includes all AMSA. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. So, Madam Attorney, if you can kind of help me reiterate, there's a motion on the table, right? On the there's a motion. There's two, or there's a motion with an amendment.
No, there's a, Commissioner Bermudez had made a motion to amend 11A17, and as part of his motion, he accepted Commissioner Gonzalez's amendment to that motion. So it would be a motion to amend 11A17. Would you like for me to reread what the motion is at this time?
Well, I know yes, go ahead and reread it, and then with the amendment, what's the distance finally? Is it 1 mile?
I understood it to be 2 miles, but Commissioner Gonzalez, is it 2 miles from any residential area?
Let's put it definitely at 1 mile, if not even 2 miles is like a long time. Let's put 1 mile for now, and then we could still debate it. We'll go back around and debate if 1 mile is okay. Is that acceptable, Commissioner? And Commissioner Bermudez, is that acceptable? 1 mile?
I think that 2 miles is reasonable because.
So 2 miles from where? From the last living resident?
Residential area.
From the last living resident in the county?
No. From a residential area. If you want to define the residential area, that's different. I'm not talking about, in my district, for example, there's a camp out in the west, right by Airport West. So technically, there's more than 100, 200 people that live there. So I think 2 miles is reasonable. If when these companies look at it, there's nothing closer, then I'm willing to revisit it. But I think 2 miles from any resident.
Okay. So can staff get 2 mile from the last? Let's focus if we're going out west, right? Presumably, right? Because nobody wants it. There's NIMBYism being thrown out everywhere here. Let's get the last residential neighborhood in the west portion of the county, presumably west of Doral, right? That's kind of the area that, or maybe it's south, but west of Doral. what's the last residential neighborhood, and what's 2 miles out? Like, does that exclude Opalaca West? Does that exclude, I mean, are we getting to Alligator Alcatraz? Not to stir the pot, but are we getting to, you know, where are we getting to in 2 miles? Are we in the ocean? Are we in the Everglades? Like, where are we 2 miles out from the last neighborhood? Madam Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we can just clarify, measured from
The
where?
last residential, is the way that their amendment reads is the last residential neighborhood.
Is it from the outer boundary or
Yeah.
from the center point? I mean, just so that they could prepare a map. I know that we had maps prepared
From
previously.
the outer boundary or the center point of the neighborhood? That's, I mean, we're talking a block, 2 blocks from the potatoes. I mean, center point of the neighborhood. So in that, while you look for that, while staff works on that,
Mr. Chair.
just to make sure we don't,
If maybe one of the recommendations, I don't know what the map's gonna show, because I think 2 miles is reasonable, which was Commissioner Gonzalez proposed. There can be the definition of residential being X amount of residents, for example, 200, 250,
but I think
don't
there's
know.
zones, right? Unless we could change the definition, but I think there's zones. So, all right, let me get Commissioner Gilbert to reiterate, and I know you have some questions. you wanna
Yeah,
come
Mr. Chairman, I do. Thank you. So when we say 2 miles, 2 miles doesn't work if we do it from the center of any residential neighborhood. It would have to be the edge probably, because the center would become more problematic. That's one thing. Also, a lot of people can live on our ag land. So we need to make sure when we're defining what a residential area is, that one person on a 30, acre, who owns 30 acres, that doesn't exclude the actual site, because that would, again, unreasonably, you wouldn't be able to build it anywhere, not just in Miami-Dade County, probably in Broward County. So you really couldn't build that way. So those things need to happen. I was interested in, I think Commissioner Bermudez's item would exclude, I guess, the site in Margate, the site in Doral, the site in, any site in Sweetwater. The amendment of 2 miles from a residential area would exclude Opalaca West. It would exclude Opalaca West. And so of the remaining sites that we have, the site that we were going to 4-day rule or defer, I think we need to think about that, because it's a viable site that's actually on the table. So if you combine those concepts with Commissioner Regalado's idea that we need to set actual goals for what we want to do. So they said that this would only handle 50 to 60%, or what was the number, through the chair to the chief?
About 60%.
About 60%. So if we say that it's going to burn, we're going to burn 60%, we need to determine between landfilling, recycling, composting, whether that be, landfilling here and bringing in the service that actually sorts it out. We need to decide exactly what those percentages look like as a part of what we're directing the administration to do, so that any site, includes the things that would be necessary for that. If we combine all of those items and concepts, in theory, we have something to give to the administration to then negotiate with the actual providers on the remaining land that's actually, applicable.
Correct. That's what we need to determine, though. What would be left, if anything? I don't think anything is left, almost. Like, we're playing, guys. We can't play politics. We've got to make decisions here. So,
is the site on your item? Is that? I believe that's 2 miles away. I believe that's 2 miles away from a residential area.
The problem is, I just haven't taken a measure. I don't know what the mileage is. So this is why it's dangerous to put an actual number, because that's one of the few sites that we do have.
Very dangerous.
Okay, so then, Mr. Chairman, if we could.
What if we exclude that site?
Well, we can't keep excluding sites, because if we keep excluding sites, then we.
No. Include that site in what we can.
Correct.
Oh, include that site.
Consider.
Okay, we'll include that.
all right,
site.
guys. Let's not. We're all right. Let's hold on. 1 second. Hold on. Madam Attorney, you said that we have 2 motions on the table. You were starting to say.
It was a motion to amend 11A17, and it would be to authorize a site selection for a new waste-to-energy facility at a site other than the city of Doral, the town of Medley, Northwest 58th Street, or within 1 or 2 miles of a residential area. And I think that's what's being discussed now, the 1, the 2, and how to define residential area. That would be an amendment to 11A17.
Okay, so can we add a friendly amendment, hopefully, based on what I spoke earlier, and I think Commissioner Gilbert alluded to it as well, of if we were to move that forward today, but contingent on the negotiations to continue between City of Doral and the county on a contribution.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on, because I have a queue, Commissioner Bastian. I have a queue of people. So is that Commissioner Bermudez?
The attorney for the city of Doral made reference that apparently they're willing to continue negotiating. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I have my opinion, though. I want to be very clear, and I appreciate Commissioner Higgins' statements about Miami Beach and Miami. But any new facility, all of us have to pay.
Yes.
I want to be clear on that.
Of course.
Unincorporated, non-incorporated, and
We all
just
will
like
pay.
Miami's going to pay more, Miami Beach is going to pay more. Whatever happens with Doral, Sweetwater, Miami, well, we already talked about Miami, but we can talk about Miami Springs is going to pay more because we're building a new facility. So I just want to put that on the record, but I'm fine with that because the attorney has represented today for the city of Doral that they're willing to continue with the discussions. I'll be supportive of that.
Okay, and then one quick question. Thank you, Commissioner. So I would ask for that to be added as a friendly amendment as well. And then one quick question, Madam Attorney. While that mile radius or 2 mile radius is determined, can I move to another motion, or do we need to dispose of the first one?
There's a few things that we want to add.
It's at your discretion, Mr. Chair. We can defer, delay this motion, and the vote on this motion until you continue on to get that information.
Okay, hold on once. No, just the item. We're going to just hold on so that we can move on while they get the information, so we're not just here at a standstill.
Mr. Chair.
The mayor continues to wing me down. You want to say something, Madam Mayor?
Through the chair. Arcadis, our bond engineer, is here. They are the ones that produce the report. They can answer as to the knowledge that they have at this time. They can't go back and reconfigure with a different geographical node just so quickly, but they do have information as to distance to residential for the various sites.
Okay, so that's good to hear from them. Are they here? All right.
Yes.
Can you please come up to the well? And please try to be as direct and precise as possible.
For the record, my name is Chris Tillman. I'm the program manager for Arcadis for the solid waste bond engineer. When we did the original siting analysis, looking at all of the properties within Miami-Dade County, we worked with the department to come up with a setback from residential area. We discussed several different to decide what we would do. We ultimately decided on a half-mile setback because we started at a mile and it basically eliminated virtually everything in the county. The only sites that were still left were ones that were very far out in the west, that were very, very close to the national sanctuary boundary, which is a big part of the air permitting. The closer you are to the air sanctuary, the Everglades National Sanctuary boundary, the harder it is to get it permitted through air permitting with DEP. So by introducing a 1 mile or 2 mile setback, effectively you're eliminating waste to energy from consideration as a technology.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you for that. It's very helpful, actually. So half mile is the metric. Half mile has to be the metric, or every property is essentially excluded. So thank you for that. All right. That said, Commissioner Regalado.
So I just wanted to add something, because I think that there's things that we can do, like, in the moment. And I want to appreciate the consideration of adding goals. But one of the things that I would proffer, having looked through all of this, is directing the administration to put out an RFP in 60 days for trash reduction and or sorting for reuse at transfer stations, mini dumps, and landfills. We can do this right now. We don't have to. We can put goals in whatever you guys decide, but we can start doing
I'll
this.
second that.
We can start doing this now. Like, we can start. we have. If you treat this as an RFI, I
That's
don't want to. We can put something out quickly, because embedded in this are a series of companies that can do this. So we can actually start reducing the amount that we're putting in the landfill within the next few months. And the same thing, we can look at using our transfer station so that we can sort there. And the same thing with the mini dumps. I've talked about them before. There's a lot that can be done with the mini dumps. So I think we should definitely put goals in what's going forward. But I think that's something that we could do now, and I'm happy to work with the administration going through all of these to figure out which are the ones that are most viable and bringing something quickly. And I think, again, that gets us closer to actually doing the zero waste, and it'll help us with our recycling numbers and with our solid waste numbers.
Thank you, Commissioner Regalado. I agree. And I think I have, to kind of consolidate things based on what I kind of said at the beginning, is I have a directive to the mayor that I have the attorneys drafted, that would be a great amendment to that. It could be a standalone, but I think once I present that motion, then we can do another round of what additions, who's met with who, what we can do in the meantime. But yes, I like that idea for sure. Commissioner from District 2 and then Commissioner from District 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I was just going to say one more thing. On the Doral side, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Bastian, on the Doral side, I think there needs to be a negotiation with Doral, but I think this board also has to have a conversation as to what's going to be done with the site. If it's not going to be used for a facility, we can put out an RFP. We can develop that site. That would also generate tax revenue. Turnberry used to be a landfill, folks. So I think that's another component separate and apart from what Doral is going to do, but that's something that should be considered and also put into this pot.
Okay. Commissioner from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the amendment proffered by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by me, Commissioner Bermudez, it included Opaloka Airport West as an exclusion, right?
No.
It didn't, but I don't have a problem with
Okay, all right.
as long as I know Commissioner Gilbert had expressed that was one of his concerns. I don't have a problem with that. And in fact, I think, to be fair, Commissioner Gonzalez made the friendly amendment. I accepted it. If it's a half a mile, or if it's half a mile near urban areas and 1 mile in agricultural areas, I'm open to anything that allows us to look for a site. And on my proposal, I'm open to that amendment also.
Yes, I'm reading it because when Madam Attorney was reading the amendment, she did not include Airport West as an exclusion, and I think it needs to be included, as proffered by us and then agreed by you.
When you say included, means that it will not be considered?
Will not be considered.
Yeah, no, we cannot do that. At some point, guys, we have to be honest with ourselves. I'm sorry, but we have to be honest with ourselves. Where are we going to place this waste-to-energy facility that this county needs? Guys, come on. I have an election this cycle, and I'm willing to make a decision on this today if my entire community comes out and votes against me, because it's the right thing for this community. But we got to be honest with ourselves. Guys, how much more are we going to exclude? I'll put it in the corner of my house, and you can put this on blast on the radio, and my constituents could come out against me. We have to stop playing games and politics and NIMBYism. Guys, we have a real serious situation. This is the most important situation and issue that this county is facing today. If we don't want to build a waste-to-energy facility, to Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point, we can take a vote on that today, and you could proffer your motion that you stated earlier, and we will decide, and we won't do one. But we have to make decisions.
Agreed.
I promise this community The first day that you all voted for me to be chair, that this would be a priority for this commission. I'm 7-8 months into my chairmanship now. We're a lot closer to get there than we were 7-8 months ago, but we're not there yet. If we continue to exclude, I'll recognize you in a minute, Commissioner. If we continue to exclude properties, where's the garbage going to go? We're not a third world country. Where's the garbage going to go? We have to have a real honest conversation. A mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, exclude this property, exclude that property, not next to my house, not in my district, not in my district, well, not in the south, not in the north, not in the east, not in the west. Where are we going to send it? Up to Jesus Christ in heaven? Where are we going to send it? Come on, guys. Like, we've got to make a decision. I mean,
That would eliminate some religions.
Commissioner, that would eliminate some religions too. Clearly, I'm lobbying for them. Commissioner Bastien, please.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Bastien.
I understand your frustration.
It's very frustrating, Commissioner.
I understand what I merely reiterated.
What they said. No, it's not towards you, by the way. It's just at some point.
But you exploded after I spoke. So
No. Do not take it personal. There's no personal feelings here.
Okay.
No, I love you, Commissioner Bastien.
I love you. The love is mutual.
It's just we have to make a decision on something.
I agree. So fair is fair. In the amendment offered by you, seconded by me, and then agreed by Commissioner Bermudez, it included Miami Airport West as an exclusion. But when Madam Attorney was reading it, she didn't mention it, so I raised it. Of course I raised it.
All right,
of course I raised it. So if it's not good for Doral, it's not good for this, it's not good for that. But we cannot say it's good for Airport West. So I just made a correction.
Thank you.
So I understand. I understand your frustration. I understand it.
And I stand corrected. My frustration is not towards you. It's towards doing the right thing for this community and this county. We have a fiduciary duty. We were elected by the people to make these tough choices. And then when we're faced with the tough choices, we talk about deferrals and kicking the can down the road. Guys, we have a responsibility. And not everybody will agree with that decision that we make as a body. But we do have a responsibility to make a decision for the trash and waste of this county before it eats us alive. Because it will. We may be good for the next 10 years. Landfilling. We're under contract and we're good for the next 10 years. We don't have a plan after that. We don't have a plan. We need to decide on a plan. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Chief and to the Mayor, did any one of the 38 companies that submitted information, did they give us the opportunity or the option to upload the trash to the cloud? Was there, I'm just throwing it out there. Everything else is uploaded to the cloud. I was thinking that maybe that technology was somewhat underway. I don't think it exists until we can figure out a way to upload our trash to the cloud. Here we sit, everybody protecting their backyards on where what it sounds like the board wants to do, which is to build a waste-to-energy facility. So, Mr. Chairman, if you agree that now is the appropriate time, I would like to make the motion to at least take step one as a body, which is making a decision regarding our policy as a board to build a extraordinarily efficient and clean waste-to-energy facility that has all of the highest technology that technology has to offer, that has a heavy element of composting and recycling built in. That is my motion.
Okay, so we still have another motion on the table, which we'll get to.
Right.
It's not.
I have no problem with her motion, but our motion is on the table.
Yes, no, it will. And Madam Attorney, again, I'll rephrase. Is it in order for me to take Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' motion at this moment, given that there's another motion and an item being considered? Can I freeze that for a second? I'll circle back to it, but can I take Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' motion at this time?
The 11A17, there is a motion and a second that's on the table. I mean, that's in, before you right now. That
So,
motion.
perfect. Bermudez, would you for a second just take back that motion really quick, withdraw, and then bring it back, and I'll recognize you after we take a vote?
I would if Commissioner Cohen-Higgins is going to be supportive of my motion. Because my concern is, we know we have consensus. By the way, I don't think that Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' comments are necessarily contradictory to my item. But I'm just telling you, I have no problem, but because I don't think they're contradictory per se. As long as I can come back and have a vote on my item right after.
Absolutely, I would absolutely do that. Okay, so you can clarify, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Bermudez. Just to clarify, I am in no way suggesting, in any way referencing a location. I am simply saying, contrary to the current recommendation from the administration, which is to continue hauling into a landfill, which is the current recommendation and policy of this county, that be put to the board for a vote on whether we want that to be the long-term solution for waste management and disposal here in the county. And I think it should be a waste-to-energy facility, the way that I've articulated, with no reference or articulation regarding location. So it is not contradictory to your item at all, just to clarify. Thank you.
And it won't be limited to just waste energy.
No, again, not limited just to waste to energy. Recycling, heavy emphasis on composting. And if we put out an RFP, or if we negotiate, as you recommended at the beginning of this discussion, to speak with the top 2 most qualified bidders, they would have to present us with proposals that were inclusive of this composting and recycling component being built into that waste to energy facility.
Okay. So and I'll go for discussion on the motion, of course, but I have a motion, I have a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. It's her birthday. Okay, Commissioner from District 1.
I appreciate the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the motion, but I actually believe that Commissioner Bermudez's item as amended kind of includes it, because Commissioner Bermudez's item actually does tell us to pick a waste-to-energy site. We're saying that we're going to do a waste-to-energy site because we're saying where we're not going to do it specifically. So I think the item probably is inclusive of that. It's also inclusive from this perspective. When you say it wouldn't just be, hey, we're going to be doing waste energy, but we're going to be doing waste energy and these other things, as we were in the process of amending the item, one of the things that I was saying is we need to also set the goals for the other things. And the only reason I bring that up is because the only way for us to, there are a lot of differing views on this item, on this dais, and in this community. So it may be easier for us to all compromise in one item. It could be my item that we have later, or it could be this one, and I can withdraw my item. But all compromise a little so we get Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' idea of actually selecting that we're going to do a waste energy that captures that. Also setting goals for composting, recycling, that captures Regalado. Eliminating specific sites, that captures some other folks. Setting a distance that's reasonable, that satisfies Senator Garcia. That one item, that one motion actually does everything. We'd also be capturing the chairman's suggestion that now that we know that we're not going to be at Elport West, we're not going to be in Doral, we're not going to be in Sweetwater, we're not going to be in Margate, and we're not going to be within, whether it's a half a mile or 2 miles, where you can actually go. I believe that Commissioner Gonzalez said we could actually intentionally include the site that was a portion that was the subject of the item. So that would still be up to negotiations. That one item as amended is everybody's idea. So let's just try the one item as amended.
If I may, Mr. Chair, before, I know you're on the queue tonight. It's going to be quick, but I think, please, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Is that okay with you, birthday girl? All right, go ahead.
It was my birthday before yours, so come on, give me a break. I turned 51 before you.
Yeah, but hers is today. Like.
I didn't get to celebrate mine with you guys anyway. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Listen, Commissioner Gilbert, I think that encompasses everything that we're trying to accomplish here. I think it should be done one. And I think, Commissioner Bermudez, to your point, I mean, it does satisfy your goals, satisfies everyone's goals here. And it eventually just says we pick a site, we pick a location, and we go down this path and get the mayor the ability to negotiate with the goals that are being implemented when we talk about composting, recycling, and all that. So I think that's a reasonable suggestion and solution to this matter.
All right, I get it. I agree. I just don't know that item. My motion does it by default. but I understand that Commissioner Cohen-Higgins wants clarity, and I agree, at least to step. But I don't actually think 11A17 does it by default. It says, yes, we're not going to build it in X, but it doesn't really say we're going to build it. It just says if we do, it won't be here. Now, we can amend it.
Chair, I would have no problem since the original item included, and Commissioner Gilbert is correct, the choosing of a site. I would have no problem if there was a friendly amendment from Commissioner Cohen-Higgins saying that we will pick a site. Obviously, we're going to have to wait. That may take care of her concerns. I don't know.
Let's do something. Let's do something. I think it's benign to do this. I mean, I'm not sure what the heartache is. Can we take a vote on this motion? I'll recognize the birthday girl, Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Gilbert that it should all be one item because I think different people are on different pages. So, Commissioner Bermudez is saying, I'm going to vote on this item, but then assuming that we do that item, I think it's just better to craft one item that encompasses all of it. The other thing that I think is important that we haven't discussed, we spent a lot of time talking about distance from residents. But one of the reasons that this has been limiting is because of the footprint. So initially, when we started this conversation 2 years ago, we were looking at a campus. And that also eliminates a lot of sites because of the size of it. And if you read some of the responses and you looked at the acreages, that's kind of one of the big issues. So I think we also need to deal with the footprint because I think the footprint also limits the administration and it limits proposers. So when I talk about doing different things at different sites, right? If you could do some of this work at a transfer station, if you're sorting at the landfills, right? If you're doing things in different sites, then you could have some of these goals without having to have it all on one campus. Obviously, from a proposer's side, it's easier to have one campus, but for our purposes, as I've discussed several times, it costs us a lot of money to move trash. And if all the trash is going to one place, right, that's very expensive and that creates more congestion. It actually makes more sense if that's a decentralized situation. And if you're having composting at one site and you're having the recycling, maybe somewhere else. I don't necessarily think it all has to go to one place. I think when we were talking about, building like a campus, then you're talking about so many acres that then we're down to like 1 or 2 sites. But I think that's another thing. We should give people flexibility to do that. And then you add the transfer sites, you can do, different places. You could do the landfill sites. We have space in the landfills to do sorting so that we reduce the stuff that's there. You could also do some sorting of the recycling. You could do some composting near that, or you can do composting on other sites. So I'm putting out there that I think we should have the goals and we should have these different modalities that lead us more towards zero waste, but I don't think we should assume that it all has to be done in one location because that may cost more and that may limit the options that are offered to us.
Correct. I agree. Commissioner from District 5.
Yeah, so, all right. Actually, I'm just sort of processing what Commissioner Gilbert said, but I actually think it all makes sense. I do think we as a board need to affirm yes or say we're not doing it on waste to energy, punto. Right, because all these other mishy-mashy little things that Raquel's talking about, many of which are good ideas, but they're a ton here, 1,000 tons there, 2,000 tons there. But the reality is we got a lot of garbage. And a waste to energy is the most, in the long run, inexpensive and environmentally sensitive thing to do. So if we don't vote yes for that, that means we're landfilling most of our stuff forever, which is fine. I'm against it, but that's a decision. And then we can move on from there. What I think Commissioner Gilbert is saying is, so far nobody's against this Okeechobee site that is in Commissioner Garcia's item. So we could actually pick that as a site. I just went over, and perhaps you could affirm on the record, Roy, this site is buildable.
Yes.
And we don't have to lock into everything at once. You could be smart about it, and if somebody wants to recycle elsewhere, blah, 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 you could figure it out. But this site is buildable, has some environmental issues, but every site does. So we could make this decision, which makes Commissioner Bermuda's happy because it's none of the little properties that are listed in his item and none of the cities in his item. It makes Commissioner Bastien happy because none of her people are in there. It makes Commissioner McGee happy because it's nowhere near the South. And then we killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not that I want to kill birds, anybody. You can put that. I know, but so I didn't think we'd get there, but basically you're saying let's make a decision. He's saying we got a site nobody's against. We got the chief saying you could build there, and then we just say let's get it together and talk to these people and come back to a plan. So anyway. That's my idea, and I know I'm modifying motion after motion after motion, but I think it satisfies everybody. And where's Commissioner Gilbert? The one time I'm actually complimenting him on the dais, he's nowhere to be found. So, well, don't tell him I said anything nice about him. Oh, okay, all right. So that's what I would do. I don't know if anyone's, it's your motion, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, but.
It makes all the sense in the world.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want us to get to the same place. However we get there is immaterial to me. The reason I brought the motion in the form that I did was because our history is indicative of our inability to make a decision. And I simply wanted us to take, instead of taking it in aggregate, because every time somebody throws out something else, hands start flying up regarding whether it's half a mile, 1 mile, 2 miles, whether we're going to exclude this site, this site, this site, and around we go. I'm simply saying there are other ways to get to the same result by piecing it out one decision at a time. Again, if we make a decision today on waste to energy and make a site selection, then the goal has been accomplished. I'm here just to make sure and to reiterate that we need to do that today. And I think it's everybody's policy in support. I think everybody's messaging, as far as the comments that I've heard so far today, is that we need to build a waste to energy facility somewhere in this county. And so again, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues, I don't care how we get there. I just want us to land this plane. And to Commissioner Higgins' point regarding the site that doesn't seem to have objection, my concern is that that site requires a private entity to agree to a land swap with us. That private entity is not here. That was a proposal months ago. I have no idea whether that private entity is still interested in negotiating with us and with the county on whether, so I'm not sure of the viability of that as an option. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, my position earlier was that we use 11A17 as the vehicle to get us there. And the last whereas clause, it talks about, let me just back up first of all and say that 11A17, the premise of 11A17 is that we want a WTE facility. So that's there, expressly stated. That's one. Number two, the last whereas clause discusses 3 different locations. Now that we've heard from Commissioner Higgins that the one location that's not being challenged is Okeechobee, then we can modify again that whereas clause and keep it there. We also have from the commissioners around this dais, we've had amendments that were friendly to this item, which doesn't require a vote on those friendly amendments because they're friendly, which means the sponsor of the item inherited those positions. So it sounds as if everything we've discussed can be had in 11A17, and we can just land this plane now.
Okay, all right. So, yes, let's do this. Let's bring this in for a landing. We're going to, we do have a motion and a second on the table. So, well, we have a few, yeah, but right now we have one, which is Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' motion, which we're going to add that motion, if Commissioner Cohen-Higgins and the second, which is Gonzalez, agrees, we're going to add that motion as a clear amendment, that is the direction that this county is choosing to go in, into a broader item, but it's got to be clear in there that that is the direction. That it's not just an assumption because, but as policy of this board. That said, and I'm.
How much of the trust?
Mr. Chair, I have a point of clarification
On
the item as it is, just to go back to what Commissioner Higgins said.
Your item.
Yeah, my item, which, because I think it satisfies what Commissioner Cohen-Higgins would like to do. I agree with my colleague, Commissioner McGee. If we add to choose a site, the only reason why the item 14A4 that I have a concern is, I did speak to the owners of that land as late yesterday, and I am not sure that they are willing. So I don't want to trying to accomplish the goal that Commissioner Cohen-Higgins has expressed, which is making it clear we're going to choose a site. At the same time, accomplish the goal of the other things we've said. All we would need to do is to add to the 11A17 item language, which I agree with Commissioner McKee is there. There's a blank on it that we will pick a site. And then it gives the opportunity in the next 60, 90 days for the administration to talk to these two entities, right, that have said they want to proffer something and they have potential sites. The reason why I think we can't just say it's going to be fine on the existing site that was proffered before is because I spoke to them as late last night, and they're like, we don't even know about this, and we've already passed that. So Senator Garcia and I are good again, but I don't want to put something in there that we're going to be back at the table again. Then we're going to have to say, okay, consider other sites out west.
All right. So, Madam Attorney, question. You know, based on what I said at the offset of this conversation, and based on the motion that I've asked the attorneys to prepare for me, what my will is to get done today, which, in essence, the commission has not shown that they want to go in a different direction. We're all sort of on the same page, from my understanding. Is the stuff that I brought up something that we can bundle into 11A17 to make it one large item under J.C. Bermudez's sponsorship, and I will gladly co-sponsor with him. So it'll be, from my understanding, it'll be the original item. It will contain language that conversations between the city of Doral and the county will continue to be had on the proper negotiations of contributions. It will have a half-mile per the consultant that did the work. They advise. I'm not a professional in geographic or maps and stuff. They said half a mile is the reasonable thing for many residential neighborhood. So it'll have a half mile, which my colleagues appear to agree. And then it will also include a direct policy that this board is going to direct the administration to enter into negotiations for a WTE amongst other options, but that this board will look to build a waste-to-energy facility for this county based on the data provided and the evidence of what we need. And then in addition to that, we will add a directive, and I think a 90-day, I think 60 is a little aggressive for all of this. I think at least 90, maybe even 120, but 90 to 120 is more realistic. Just not for everything. Maybe some of the smaller things could be 90 days. Some could be depending on what it is. But then let's add, for example, I like the idea. I don't know where we would place it, but I like the idea. I also met with the company you brought up, Commissioner Regalado, Fletch something. I met with them last week or earlier in the week, and I was very impressed as well with the technology that they offer and their system. But that's included in what I'm saying, right? Because I'm not saying, hey, this or that, and you could be more specific if you'd like to, and I'll recognize you in a minute if that's what you wish. But I'm saying to the administration, it's let's negotiate, not explore, not receive bids or not receive letters of interest, but enter into negotiations with the top 2 WTE companies that are national companies. Let's exclude the sites that are already part of 11A17 with a half-mile buffer. And what am I missing out before I go to Commissioner Regalado? Commissioner Gilbert?
Through the chair. We were missing, I guess, the specific goals that were articulated for the other modes.
Okay, we'll go into the modality.
The other goals. and we excluded the I think he accepted Opelika West, and we included, notwithstanding distance, the site that was proffered by, if it's available.
For consideration.
For consideration, yeah. So notwithstanding notwithstanding distance, the site that was proffered in the item that was brought by Senator Garcia is an allowable site that can be negotiated on. So you can't, even if it's half a mile or less than half a mile, it can be negotiated on. We excluded Opelika West, and we excluded every other site that was more than half a mile away from a residential area. I'm not sure whether we ever landed on defining what a residential area was, but I think that we were adopting what the consultant said. So then we're going to accept what the consultant said for a residential area, and we're accepting what the consultant said for the distance at half a mile radius.
So yes, the only thing I would ask Commissioner Gilbert, there's a reason I didn't mention, is that we don't exclude Opelika West today, because there's not much more left. There is another one, the one that Senator Garcia brought, but then that leaves just one. At that point, let's select a site. At that point, let's make a decision today, select that site. But we're closing our options here way too much, and that's the idea. The idea is to start narrowing this down to bring it in for landing. By the way, we can, when this comes back to us in 90 days, 120 days, we can still make a decision as to the land then, right? But I wouldn't close it I wouldn't knock it till you see it, you know? That would be my only request, but with that, Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. But to Commissioner Gilbert's point, I think once you establish parameters regarding distance for residential, you can always ask the proposers if they have a site. We do not, they may have a site, because we're also saying that by breaking it up, we're not asking them to have a campus, which was originally one of the issues. So if you've already created a geographical limitation, they can propose a site. And I wouldn't limit them to proposing a site inside Miami-Dade County. I don't know who said that, but that's another option. We've talked about a million sites, you know, here, but we also know that there's folks looking in Broward and there's folks looking in other places, and there's some folks that own properties that could be used. So I think you can exclude sites, and then you create a geographic limitation, and then if the proposers want to propose another site, like that's on them. It comes back to us anyway. So that's always a possibility, and if it makes financial sense for them, fantastic, right? So that's number one. The other thing that I think is important is when we establish A, the modalities, and B, the percentage. So the other problem that we have when you look at what folks submitted to us is how many tons they were going to be disposing of. So when we talk about setting goals, what we're going to say is we want the administration to come up with solutions for a certain percent of the trash. We're not going to give them all of our trash. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't take trash from other people. For example, Monroe is looking for a place to burn their trash, right? Broward is also looking at incinerators. So if they come up with something, they could take trash from other places. That is always available to them, and that's for them to figure out on their financials. So to Roy, I know Roy, we've talked about this in terms of the waste that we want to recycle and compost and sort. You know, when we look at the numbers, we talk about the how much tonnage these folks can actually do in comparison for how much we receive. Even if we say that 40% is not going to be burned, that we want another alternative for that 40%, and that alternative could include landfilling, right? Are we going to say of the total or of the part that we receive?
Roy, you can answer it, but Commissioner, what I'm trying to do is, can you just add to the amendment, like the things you would like done?
Right, but I'm looking at what is the goal, right? So are we, when we're putting this information out there, are we telling them, we talked about the site, we talked about the geographic, we talked about giving them the flexibility to propose their own sites. Now we're looking at the amount of trash. Because if you look at the pricing and what they're telling us, the amount of trash is indicative, and the size of the facility is dependent on the amount of trash. So we need to figure out what the amount of trash is that is going to be the baseline. We can do more, but we can't do less, is the way that this works.
Chief, you can answer that, and that's a fair question. I think the baseline should be no less than 1 million tons.
Commissioner, this is what we have asked our Zero Waste Master Plan consultant to help us develop those numbers, as well as implement as we go every solution we can come up with, even if it's small today, and not wait, as Commissioner Regalado directed, don't wait till this is finished to begin implementing. We're implementing as we go, but all of those numbers are the consultant's responsibility to come back and suggest to us as what they think is reasonable and doable.
Commissioner.
But when are we going to get that?
We have our Zero Waste Master Plan consultant here. If you want to ask them specifically,
down.
they're
Come on
here and prepared for those questions.
Come on down. We're paying them.
WSP is the outside experts developing that.
Chair.
All right, so
Mr. Chairman, could I answer that question?
Mr. Chairman.
hold on. I need to bring this in for landing. I know, but we have the we have the expert here, right?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Prince. I'm the principal with WSP, leading the Zero Waste Master Plan for the county. There's a question on when the plan will be ready. So we kicked off the project in March of this year. We are expecting to give the final deliverable by August of next year.
Okay, that doesn't work for me. Right now what we're looking
Thank
at
you
is
so
the
much.
baseline.
Thank you.
That doesn't work. So thank you very much, but that doesn't work.
Chair.
So we're talking about how much trash could we find alternatives for, and what should be the baseline, right? So when we negotiated the trash on trains, for example, we looked at their capacity. How much could they move, because we didn't have other options. So now, as we look at creating a portfolio, the question is, what would be the minimum for an incinerator should the board decide to choose an incinerator? And then there would be another percentage of the trash, which we would recycle, compost, and sort.
I do not have the numbers with me at this moment, but we can get back to you on that.
All right. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so.
Doesn't work for me.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, hold on, guys, hold on. Let me clarify, maybe this helps too with Commissioner Gilbert's exclusion, right? I wouldn't want to exclude, I'm just going to circle back to the land, right? Because I think it's important. I don't want to end up back at square one. And everybody here wants to talk on this side, but I have patient commissioner from District 6 waiting. So what if we start, and in the directive, we start with the property proffered in Senator Garcia's item, which is the Okeechobee property, and prioritize if that's a private owner land. So they'd have to agree, they'd have to negotiate, you'd have to, but perhaps start with that property as a priority, not as the exclusive one, but within the motion, we start with that one, and then trickle down from there to what Commissioner Regalado said. Some of the proposers might own their own land and can propose that, but to give some directive and not shoot blanks and not shoot in the dark, let's start with that property as a first option, not necessarily set in stone. It has to come back to us. We have to approve it, and then it can move to Opalaca West, and then it can move to any other property that the owners might, or we can determine, but kind of to start narrowing this down.
I can answer that question.
Commissioner,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to Commissioner Regalado's question about specific goals that were being set, we could do that now, but I understand her frustration about not doing it now, and I also understand her frustration about how long it's going to take to get the master plan. But in reality, we don't have to, because of the solution that you've come up with, Mr. Chairman. So when you direct the mayor with all of these parameters to negotiate with someone, part of their submittal needs to be how much they're going to be burning and how much they're going to be recycling and how much they're going to be. So that's part of their submittal. So we get to judge them based on those criteria. So whether we actually set a goal or not, when they submit, if you submit and you say, well, we're only going to really recycle a 5%, then the answer is no, we want the other person. The answer becomes no, we want the other person. We get to choose based on the criteria that the private sector is going to come to us with in their bid submittals. That's one thing. Also, I'm not inherently against ranking the sites as we ask people to bid, but I would caution us not to do that for this reason. If you rank one site number 1 and one site number 2 and one site number 3, you exponentially increase the value of the property if it's private. So if we say we're going to go with that piece of property goes from being valued at $200 million to $2 billion. Like it's because we've essentially told them that we prefer this. So just how supply and demand works, if we say we want something and they know that they're the only person who has that something, then that something becomes more expensive. So I wouldn't necessarily formally rank anything, but I would judge when you said, and I thought it was a brilliant idea, when you said, hey, come back and limit it to the people who actually do the service, who actually run the facilities. You all give us your best proposal. Then we let the private sector do their business. Like, give us the business proposal. We've limited these sites that we think are inappropriate because of their proximity to residential neighborhoods. You give us, within the context, whether you own it or whether we own it, you give us what you think is appropriate. And the only reason I was insistent on removing Opelika West is because Opelika West, if factored into any site, is going to be the best site because we own it. So if we do that, then we're essentially, if we don't factor that out, then we're essentially saying they're going to choose Opelika West. It is the cheapest site. I appreciate my colleagues that say let's do that. The reason why I don't want to just do that is because I took very seriously that provision in the Bible that said, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. And I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me. And so if I can avoid doing that, I would like to avoid doing that. So I appreciate how easy it is to pick Opelika West. It's easy to pick Opelika West because we own the site, but that doesn't make it the right thing. We wouldn't want somebody to do that to us. And so if we can protect the residents of Doral and Margate and Sweetwater and not overly burden the residents of Miramar, I think it's incumbent on us to at least give that our best efforts. And so, and I know that no one's mentioned this, but the training facility, I mean, I don't know the formal name of the training facility. You know, the one out there that they're, yeah, that one.
You say it?
You go ahead and you say it.
Alligator Alcatraz?
Alligator Alcatraz, okay. If we're just going to be using decommissioned airports, there's one that's a little farther from everything that we actually own also. If we're just going to be using, I mean, I know it's in use now, but it's my expectation that won't last forever. I mean, so I don't think that should necessarily be off the table. But if we cannot burden residents, not just ours, but residents generally, I don't want to do that. And that's my preference, Mr. Chairman. Right. Thank you.
And I understand. I'm willing to not move forward on the part of prioritizing one specific. I understand your thought process behind that. My intent is just to start narrowing this down. I don't think that it gives them the upper hand because we do have other options. It's not just that option. We're just saying, hey, let's start somewhere for purposes of conversation. But I'm happy either way. I just kind of, again, want to try to narrow this down. With that, Senator Garcia.
Mr. Chairman, and to your point, that property, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was appraisals already done as part of the initial negotiation. So I don't think they will be able to jack up the price that much. And first of all, I think it's important for us to identify if it's available or not. So this is why I like the idea of saying, let's go with this site. We know what the appraisals have been. Let the administration say yay or nay and come back when we're back whether or not it's available. Because I think everyone feels comfortable with that site. And let's just move forward with it. And then if not, then we'll figure it out at that point. But I think this is why I like your amendment or what you're trying to proffer as not even, I don't like the ranking, but let's just pick that one and then make sure that all of our amendments, and especially the ones that Commissioner Regalado and Commissioner Bermudez have proffered, and Commissioner Gonzalez and everyone else, and we can just pick that side and move forward. And I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. And again, I don't know that I want to go as far as saying that we're picking. That will come back to us, but conditioning to start there, for the administration to start there. Private sector needs to speak to each other because it'll be a land swap. It'll be, so the private sector has to get involved and have to still say if they want to go through with this. So there's a lot of kinks to kind of go through, but it'll come back to us either way. With that, I have Commissioner from District 6 patiently waiting. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simple comment. Just as you're considering your motions, I know that we have settlement money that's tied up in this, and there's a deadline on it. So considering when you're considering 90 days, 120 days to come back to us, to make sure that we don't get into a rush, because I believe, and maybe the administration can speak to this, that there's a February 2026 deadline. Is that correct?
David.
The administration, can we answer if that's a February 2026 is for the settlement money? Insurance money?
February 11th, sir.
February of what year, though?
2026.
2026.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
All right, so let's definitely keep that in mind. Commissioner, are you still on queue? I know I had you out after Orbis, but do you still need to?
Yeah, I just have one quick thing. As we're talking about the sites, you know, Doral and whatnot, this item says very specifically, I just want to confirm on the record, a waste to energy facility. But that does not mean that we're excluding these sites from something like composting, right? And, you know, I visited basically every composting facility in you know, most of them anyway that we have here, and they're nice and they're quiet and they're clean, because these communities may want a community composting facility. So I just want to make sure that it specifies waste to energy facility, and that definition, can the attorneys confirm that waste to energy, composting is a different thing. We could still use our own land and our own sites for composting. Yes or no?
Yes, and my amendment is that. My amendment is all options, not
Okay.
just waste energy. Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bermudez.
Let me just one last thing, because like you're saying, we've been trying to land this plane now. This is like coming back to Miami and there's a thunderstorm. We're flying around for a long time, but
Exactly right.
so again, I want to reiterate, and I appreciate Senator Garcia and I are on good terms again here, but the proposal of August 27, 2024, which has already been submitted, which was sent by me at the request, and it does require a land swap. So the reason why I don't think we should pick that as the only specific site is because it's a complicated thing. It doesn't take away from the fact that we are satisfying Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' concern that there will be a site selection. And I totally agree with you. There are two companies here. They specifically have language as to how much they'd be able to take as garbage, okay, on a yearly basis. So we already know this. And you are totally right. Let the private sector talk. And if they come back with a solution, then, and by the way, talk means that they need to also talk about how we're going to finance the building of this. I also want to go back to one other thing, which goes back to what Commissioner Regalado has said. It's going to take 10 years to build this thing wherever it goes. And I think that we need to make sure those other solutions are all considered. And I go back, Roy, I know that Unified Disposal Partners met with you. I would just hope that you talk to all the companies that you can, including them, to get the best price possible. Because even if we were to build this facility, it's going to take 10 years. So we have to do something else in the interim. And that something else is something that Commissioner Regalado has talked about. But it also, and we're satisfying what Commissioner Cohen-Higgins correctly said, which is at least we made a decision. So I hope we can land this plane under that understanding. But I want to make sure, and I'll talk to the owners of these properties, because both properties are in my district, not Senator Garcia's district. Just to be clear,
We've made that
right? And I want to make sure that he understands that. Okay?
I think he understands it. He said it.
And look, I'm all for it, because I got a beautiful old landfill that we can turn into a park, which is at a great race, and it's right by the area we would be doing the land swap on.
Okay. All right. Unless there's questions.
So I'm passing something out.
Okay. So I have a question from Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, and then I imagine that Regalado is not a question, but it's going to be a lot more stuff.
Can we cut our birthday cake and take a vote before we do that? So
Yeah, right. I'm gonna go eat lunch. By the way, there's lunch for everyone if you haven't eaten. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want from the attorneys, if you can clarify for me the motion with all of the amendments that are currently on, because I don't know if there's confusion, but I don't want there to be confusion on what exactly is excluded under this motion. and what exactly is left? And so that's my first question. What exactly is excluded under this motion, and what exactly is remaining?
With your permission, I also want to make sure we get it right, and to clarify, may I read what I believe is a very comprehensive and consolidated motion, and then you all can tell me if I missed anything. So my understanding is, first, it's 11A17 as amended to do the following things. Number one, establish county policy that the county will construct a waste-to-energy facility in Miami-Dade County, and that it include, at a minimum, a strong composting and recycling component. Number two would be to consider the Okeechobee site as a site for a new waste-to-energy facility, and to direct the mayor or her designee to consult with the relevant parties to gauge interest, to gauge whether they still have interest in moving forward with that site. Number three, to approve a site selection for a new waste-to-energy facility at a site other than the city of Doral, the town of Medley, Northwest 58th Street, or within a half mile of a residential area. And my understanding is that the half mile covers the airport west site, but I would need clarification. Okay, so then we don't need to reference that. Number four, that the negotiations between Miami-Dade County and the city of Doral would continue as set forth in resolution number R82123, which is the resolution that was previously sponsored by Commissioner Gilbert. So those would, negotiations would continue, and at the appropriate time, an interlocal would move forward. Number five, Mr. Chair, is your motion, which I understand it to be that the county mayor or mayor's designee shall negotiate all necessary terms and conditions for an agreement to, at a minimum, design, build, operate, and maintain a waste-to-energy facility on either public or private land that is more than a half mile from any residential area, with the two waste-to-energy technology respondents that provided a campus concept that included multiple solid waste solutions to manage over 1.5 million tons of solid waste annually, and those were the consortiums that were led by FPL and FCC, to bring that back to this board, to bring back to this board a recommendation, and include with the recommendation such proposed terms and conditions, the proposed location of the waste-to-energy facility, and any other pertinent information, including a negotiated agreement. The county mayor and her designee shall place for this board's approval such recommendation, agreement, and related information on an agenda of the full board without committee review within the 90 days of the effective date of this item. In addition, the mayor or her designee shall explore all landfill options. And lastly, we have the director from Commissioner Regalado to direct the administration to put out an RFP for, maybe I'm saying this wrong, Commissioner Regalado, trash sorting at transfer stations and other locations in an effort to reduce the amount of trash deposited at landfills.
It's trash reduction and sorting for reuse at transfer station, mini dumps, and landfills.
Okay, Commissioner, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Jerry, for clearly outlining all the terms of the motion that's currently sitting before the body. So my question is, after reading all of that, what sites are remaining? And no, because we've already done the exercise of identifying potential sites within Miami-Dade County where a waste-to-energy facility can be built. And so what is left as an option of the sites that were previously articulated after the motion that was just read and that's currently up for a vote before the body?
Can the consultant come and answer that question?
I would love anyone to answer the question that has an actual answer.
Through the chair, the consultant with Arcadis, and we also do have a comment to the motion.
Thank you.
What's the half mile? It's the commissioner's question. What's that? The buffer of everything you just heard. What lands are available?
No, not what lands are available. Of the designated sites that I think it was your company or another consulting company that we did a year ago, you all put together a list of 7 sites within Miami-Dade County that were options for building a waste-to-energy facility. A number of those sites have been excluded or are on the dais for us potentially to be excluded with this vote, I'm asking what sites are remaining should this item pass?
You would have, let's see, you would have Airport West, you would have Okeechobee. Now, two of the sites, the existing RRF site is within that range anyway. That was put on, that was basically an override of the siting criteria because it's the existing site. So that was put in by default. The Medley site,
No, the Medley site was excluded. Doral and Medley were excluded by the motion.
Okay.
I'm asking what is left of our options, because this has already been researched. We've already spent money to have experts tell us where within the limits of Miami-Dade County we can build a waste-to-energy facility. There's currently a motion backing out certain of those sites. I'm asking from a practical perspective, when we direct the administration to negotiate with the top two companies, FCC and FPL, what are the sites that they are going to be considering for a potential build of a waste-to-energy? What's left?
okay, the two sites that would practically be left is Airport West and Okeechobee.
Airport West and Okeechobee. So Airport West is not
And what about
excluded.
Idle George?
Idle George is on my list as not being part of this.
Idle George, we would have to look, we would have to run a map and see if it's within half a mile of residential.
Okay, so Idle George is in question, Okeechobee is definitely included, and Airport West is definitely included.
Correct.
Yes? Okay,
Through the chairman.
Hold on. You still have the floor. Are you?
I do. And Madam Mayor, I know that you had,
I'll recognize her in a second, but
that's fine, I yield.
all right. The mayor did have something to say, so before we go back, Mayor.
You ready?
Thank you. Through the chair, our chief wants to make a comment about the motion.
Chief.
Chairman Rodriguez, what we would request is that it not be designated that it has to be totally design, build, operate, and maintain, and all that be optional to give us more negotiating flexibility.
We did not, I don't think my amendment required that, did it? Okay, so, no. I want you to enter into negotiations as to a full thing, like not, it's not set just one. No, that's not my intent. Okay, so Jerry, just work with the chief for the right language. Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, when you ask which sites are available, you're asking which sites are available from the sites that we were previously looking at, but based on the broadness of the motion by the chair, it opens up, it just by its nature opens up more sites. No, it does, because we were only actually limiting our sites to sites that we knew of or people had made proposals on. So if you say it has to be a half mile from any residential area, there's stuff out west that's a half mile from any residential area, including Alligator Alcatraz. And so those things but we weren't thinking about those sites before, so they would have never run the analysis on those sites. And I only say that to say that you brought up Idle George, and I believe Idle George is farther away than some of the other sites that we have included. But we know that if we give people the opportunity, and then we get to actually look at the proposals, the things that they come up with, how they can best present. My concern, Mr. Chairman, was still with Opelika West. It's going to be challenging for me to support an item that does not support the exclusion of Opelika West.
So, but Commissioner, is it? I'm just trying to understand what the hesitation is, and I understand that you're making it clear you don't want Opelika West included, but I guess if it's within half a mile of any residential neighborhood, what's the, like, there's no neighborhood there. It's a half a mile. That's a long,
to the chair, through the chair, I think Opelika West is, I think we say half a mile, and Opelika West is like 0.6. It's like 0.6. And so I think that we'd be drawing the line just far enough to include them. I don't think that's necessarily fair, but it also is a pre-existing housing community. And so, and this is not to make the people and the residents and my colleagues and friends in public service in Opelika feel good or bad. It is my preference not to do that to my neighbors. If we were left with no other choice, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to reevaluate, but I think that we have other choices, especially since we're not saying that we're going to limit it based on the cheapest version. And the reason why I don't really want to include Opelika West on the list is because I place myself in the place of a business owner. The two entities that run waste energy facilities. If I did that and I said, hey, I can make a proposal, and I know that part of my proposal is maybe having a campus, and part of my proposal may be how cost efficient it is, you almost have to base your proposal on Opelika West. You would have to if they're on the list. So if we put Opelika West on the list, we've essentially eliminated the incentive for anybody to be creative, because they're going to pick the land that we wholly own and is unused and is outside of the UDB right now. They're going to pick that land. That's going to be the business decision from the private industry. The private industry doesn't necessarily concern itself with the things that we do, like, hey, it's how we're treating our neighbors. Hey, what is this? No, they're bottom lining it. When they bottom line it, their proposals are going to be based on Opelika West. And so we'll be back here in, I guess, 90 days or 120 days, whatever you decide, and I'll be having the conversation about, hey, I told you all that they were going to come back and say Opelika West, because they're not going to try anything else. They're not going to try it because Commissioner Bermudez is right. The private land is more complicated. Why would you choose a land swap with something that's more complicated versus something that's wholly owned? You take the easy way out. And that's why I don't want to expressly include Opelika West on the list, because if we include Opelika West on the list, that's going to be the land that they propose on.
Okay, Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I had my staff passed out some information so you can all see the breakdown of our residential and commercial trash. I think to Commissioner Gilbert's point, when these properties were first considered, the administration was asking for a campus. So the footprint is very, very large. I think now that what we're focusing on is not a solid waste campus, but something that is the distance from residential areas, I think that changes the conversation. And there's other county properties that are available, not just Opelika West, when you start doing the math. Now, that being said, people may be for or against that, but if you don't focus on a campus, and I don't think we should limit this to Miami-Dade County. I think if these folks own property somewhere else and it makes financial sense for them, let's hear it. I don't say why we limit this to Miami-Dade County. The limitation is a certain distance from residential areas, whatever that limitation may be. I think full stop, full stop. And whether they say that they're interested in a county property or whether they say that they own their own property, I think Commissioner's right in that, if there is a county property, they're obviously going to bring that because it financially makes more sense. But the way that you get around that is you tell them to propose 2 sites, right? So let them both come back with 2 sites, and only one of them could be a county property. But we're also, if we're open to the decentralization of this work, which I think that we should do because it makes financial sense for us. Because the other thing is, like I've said, it costs us so much money to pick up and move this trash. Forget what it costs them to dispose of it. What it costs us to pick it up and get it there is a separate thing that we pay for. So if these sites are decentralized and they're smaller, we have more opportunities. We don't have to pay so much in transportation. We don't add to congestion, and we can actually sort. Now, when I passed out, I just want you all to look at the trash that we're looking at. So the composition of residential trash, organics is 33.8%. Recycling, 37.6%. That's a total of 71.4%. So when we talk about what you have to incinerate and zero waste, I just want you all to be cognizant of that. The commercial numbers are very similar. The recycling, 49.2%. The organics, 21.99%. The total, 74.1%. So this is we could be doing this now. I understand that it's difficult. I understand that it takes a lot of different steps, but I don't think that we should just discard it. I think that we should make a real attempt. And when we look at the tonnage, we should focus not just on what they're going to burn, but we should also have other companies that are doing this work. Again, back to the portfolio. We cannot rely on just one company to do all of this. We could be doing part of this in different places, and we can start now and move towards a goal. So when I say, 50%, should be somehow reused or compost, that's actually not a lot when you look at what the trash is made up of. Because 74.1 and 71.4 are all materials that you can do that with. Now, is it easier to haul it and burn it? Yes. Have we been doing that for 20 years? Yes. Actually, we've been doing that for like 50 years. But I think that we can do better. And I don't think we have to wait for a master plan to use the data that we have to work on something that has some common sense solution to the problem that we know that we have. So I think that also will save us money because we don't necessarily need a Rolls Royce of an incinerator. We don't need to have something that's that enormous. And that's something that I think folks should consider. It doesn't need to be that big. They could do other things. Some of the proposals had different components of it. So that would be, I would say, at least set some preliminary goals, because obviously what we're going to get is they're going to want to build the biggest thing to burn as much as possible, and we've already been there and done that.
So are you
So I'm proposing that a percentage that what we say is that when Roy negotiates with them and the tonnage, that part of what they're taking from us, that a part of that has to be recycled and composted, right? But that also on the other end, whatever that baseline is, on the other end, the garbage that we're taking care of, that we're also making an effort for a percentage of that to be recycled and compost. And we should have an incremental growth in that, not an incremental decline, right, as we get to it. Because I think we can do it. But in order for us to do it, we have to make it a priority. And the more we talk about building an incinerator, the more it sounds like we're not interested in these other modalities. And my point is, I think we have to send the message that we want both, and that both can be done, and that we're going to start this sooner rather than later.
Okay, so I just think that within the amendments I know that I proffered, it kind of indirectly speaks to that, right? It says, like, let's continue the path of everything. I mean, I even threw in there the example that you use that I met with Fletch. That's one option. So I don't think it prevents that. Guys, I need to take a vote on this. I need to call a vote. I see hands up, but one of the hands up is my vice chair, who's been telling me, bring it in for a landing, but he keeps raising his hand.
So
either we bring it in for a landing or we continue conversation, one of the two. But here, I'm going to recognize you. Don't worry. I'm joking because I'm going to recognize you. But if we don't agree with it, let's vote it down, right? But I think we need to take a vote, and then if we vote it down, then we kind of move on to the next motion or the next item or whatnot. With that, Vice Chair, you had, and then I'm going to go to Bastien, and then I'm closing. So everyone, all my colleagues, if something that either of them says triggers you, hold it in.
Just don't shoot.
Hold it in.
Just don't shoot.
Because we're going to take a vote after this. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, listen, and I too want to bring this in for a landing, but I'll just put my positions and make them very succinct and to the point. The decentralization argument that we're hearing from Commissioner Regalado is one that should not be shunned away from. It is actually a real viable position that should be entertained. Number two, Opelika West. I don't think I can support an item that does not expressly exclude Opelika West inside of the language. Number three, I do believe we should start composting in different areas now. The composting argument should not be one that stops and or is voided due to the arguments that we're having now. And lastly, I don't think we should incorporate a prioritized list of locations into this into 11817, and let me tell you why. Listen, I think the free market can determine and dictate exactly where these locations can be upheld and/or the cost. I think the moment we give leverage to a particular location, what it ended up saying to those private owners is that they can now dictate the price to the county inside of a year that we're already having a difficult time interpreting and/or implementing our budget. So I'll close by simply saying this. Again, I said earlier I would support it, but I was supportive under the impression that Opelika West was implicitly excluded from it based upon the mileage, not the mileage. The mileage. But listening to the conversation now and doing my own research while I was sitting here listening, Opelika West will still be in harm's way unless now we go from the implicit to the expressly stated. And finally, we joked about it, and this is one of those conversations that we try to shy away from. But if the federal government and the state government have already decided that they're going to take an airport and do what is going and do what it's doing now at that location without having any county input, then it's almost as if the federal government and the state government have basically put on the record that it's okay to use and look at that particular site for some form of activity outside of that what we know that the Everglades is known for. So I just also want to make sure that that location is not lost in a discussion that once this this is dealt with as it relates to the immigration issue in that particular location, maybe that is a site that we should have inside of the equation.
All right, Commissioner Bastian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I basically am seconding Commissioner Gilbert's and Commissioner McGee's position on the Opelika West site. When I seconded the motion made by Commissioner Gonzalez, accepted by our dear commissioner, who's still in agreement of excluding Opelika West, I thought that it was being excluded. But now that is not, I would be hard pressed to support it, because if we are, I cannot justify, I don't see how we can justify removing Doral, which we agreed to do, Medley, which we agreed to do, 58th Street, the 58th Street location, which we agreed to do, and then we are resisting excluding Opelika West. What message are we saying here? That Black lives are expendable? This is the message? So I think that we have to be cognizant of the fact that if we are excluding these sites because we are concerned about the impact, the health, environmental impact, and so many others that may befall these communities if an FTE is built there, why are we resisting excluding Opelika West? Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. It does not make any sense to me. So I second the motion made by Commissioner Gilbert to exclude it, and to be clear, why we are excluding it. Are some lives important and other lives are expendable? Is that what we're saying? I hope that's not what we're saying. I hope not.
Okay, so we're gonna take a vote on what's on the table right now, and we're gonna do a roll call. We're gonna do other things separately. We're gonna take everything that Jerry, our county attorney, read into the record is what we're gonna vote on right now. I think I'm missing something. I don't understand why. I'm not gonna get into the race of it or politics of it. I'm not sure what this Black Lives thing is, I mean, we're half a mile from any neighborhood. White, black, brown, Hispanic, Chinese, Japanese, like we're half a mile from any neighborhood at this point, which limits us a lot. And we're not prioritizing, to Commissioner Gilbert's point, we're not going to prioritize specifically the Okeechobee property, but it is going to be considered and it is to be negotiated. With that, and this could be voted down and we could start all over, but let's go through processes here. With that, clerk, please call the roll.
Are we saying two sides?
Commissioner Bastien.
No.
Commissioner Bermudez.
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
No.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
No.
Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
No.
Commissioner Steinberg. Vice Chairman McGee. Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion fails 5-7.
Okay, all right, so question. I'm struggling from some of the no votes to understand what part of this item, because Gilbert has made it clear why he voted no. Bastien made it clear why she was voting no. And the vice chair has made it clear. I'm struggling to understand, Commissioner Higgins, why you voted no. You're very vocal in everything in this.
I'm happy.
Commissioner Regalado, I'm not sure why you voted no. I mean, we need to get somewhere, because I'm happy to not do anything. We got a 10-year contract, guys. Let's pass this on to the next person.
So I can't explain why I voted no.
What part of this did not sit
I
with you?
feel as if we have limited ourselves to nothing. To know, we basically have one piece of property passively from the private sector, which every one of us has received a text from the developer saying that they knew nothing about this, and they said they're not interested. Maybe they will be after this meeting, but so now we've just eliminated everything. The half a mile seemed okay to me. We are now eliminating this thing from basically every community, right? The only community we're forcing to pay for that privilege is Doral. Everybody else that we're moving it away from. So I feel as if it's very imbalanced. I mean, I think we should go back to Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' original item.
That's what we're about to do.
Do we want a waste-to-energy facility, or if we don't?
Yeah.
If we vote,
this is what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do.
if we vote for that, great. Then we gotta fuss over a site, right? And to Commissioner Regalado's point, could be multiple sites, because different things could happen in different places. So I'm not saying that, but nonetheless, a waste-to-energy facility is gonna go anywhere, and recycling could be here, and composting could be there, and whatever. Tire recycling can be wherever else. But at the end of the day, if we vote yes to waste-to-energy facility, we need to have options. And we want to minimize the distance to residents. But we can't, if we pick half a mile, we can't say, oh, it's 0.6 of a mile, and then it's 0.7 of a mile.
But Commissioner Higgins, just to be clear, what you just voted on now included Opelika West as a site, a possible site.
No, I don't think so.
No, it did. It did. So you were confused, and either way, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. But it did include it. Just to be clear, because the point you're making is.
Okay, so it is.
It was. It's dead now.
It is.
It's dead now. With that, I'm going to recognize. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do what you all said you didn't want to do, right? But apparently, because we're not making decisions, we're going to do it in pieces. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized for your original motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to set the policy of this county that in response to the fire of 2023, that we will build a waste-to-energy facility somewhere within the geographic boundaries of Miami-Dade County with a heavy concentration on composting as a very real and viable option, and recycling, which we've been doing for years.
Okay, and we already debated this, so we don't have to do this again. We have a motion. We have a second.
No.
The item, but I had a
second by
question.
Commissioner Gilbert.
I had a question. Are you in love with the idea of inside the county? Like if someone's private could build it outside of the county?
That's a great point. If we find a location that's outside of the county that's somehow agreeable to everyone, I just think we need to set the policy to build a waste-to-energy facility,
I
right? If
second.
Broward and Palm Beach, we all, you know, if that, which has been discussed, I am completely agreeable to that. So not within the boundaries of Miami-Dade County, but just to build a waste-to-energy facility.
I'll
with
second the
heavy
item.
concentration
And
of composting.
and the
recycling.
motion also does not go into the size or how many or the different types. It's just the policy of building one. Can we agree on that? I know this could be a voice vote, but let's do, Commissioner.
What?
This is just the policy of building a waste energy facility.
Exactly, because it's a policy, I think it needs to have percentage. What is heavy composting and recycling? Like, what does that mean? We go back to, can we just say that we're gonna build a waste-to-energy plant, but that 40% of it has to be disposed of in another modality? That would be recycling or composting or something else. Like, why can't we say that?
Because I don't know that we need to, I don't know what we need to discuss that in this. This is just the policy that the board wants to do a waste energy facility. Then we can, that doesn't even, that's not even outlined here. This is just to move forward with a waste energy facility. We're not saying it has to take 100% of it. We're not saying it all has to be disposed of in that fashion. We're just saying that we are going to build a waste energy facility somewhere in this universe. It may even be out of the state. We may haul it to Canada. I don't know. We may fly it over. But if we could upload it to the cloud, we'll upload it to the cloud. But that we're going to build a waste energy facility. We need to like use process of elimination, because we tried to do a bundle, which is what
But it
you
includes-
suggested and Commissioner Gilbert suggested,
But it
and the bundle didn't work.
But it does include composting. It just doesn't say, it just says with a heavy emphasis on, what does that mean?
What,
What does that mean?
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, do you want to clarify your motion? If
I'll
not,
second your motion as it is. I'm not
it's
sure.
been seconded already, but
And Commissioner Regalado, to your point, I am trying to accomplish the same thing that you are. I'm just cautious on putting a precise percentage, because what if it's 37%? What if it's 38%?
It comes back to us, but at least that's the baseline.
I don't feel comfortable with that simply because I am not an expert in that area to identify at this juncture whether 40% can be diverted into composting.
But 74% can be to recycling and composting. And these are the stats. I'm not making it up. I provided you with the
Right.
data from our staff.
Let's-
So if 74% could be compost or recycled, why is 40% saying that there's 40% that we're
let's
gonna
bring
find
your
alternative?
motion next. Let's bring your let's use process of elimination here, because if not, we're going to be at this for another hour. All in favor? All in favor? No, that's it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
But it's under readiness, though.
All opposed, let's vote it down.
No, it's
Vote no. All opposed, no.
I can't vote if I don't have the proper information in front of us. I'm just trying to.
You guys are, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Vice Chair. Everyone now wants to get into the weeds. This is very simple. I mean, this is very simple. We're just opting to build a waste-to-energy facility. It could carry, we're not saying it'll carry 1 million tons, 2 million tons, 5 million tons. It may carry a half a ton. It may carry a little garbage bag from my backyard. We're just saying we're going to build one. The weeds of this, we're not picking a location yet. Like, can we just agree that we're going to build a waste-to-energy facility? What are all the questions about? You could bring a separate motion. You could bring another motion now on the percentages. You could bring another motion on the properties you want to exclude. Do we want to build a waste energy facility or we don't?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect and just for clarity and information, it's giving us a false position to make and a false position to take, right? Because if we're just going to limit it to the words waste facility, right? And there is no clarity as to the definition and the inclusion or exclusion of the percentages that we're looking for, then it gives the impression that some of us are against, what the motion is entailing, when in fact we're saying that we want something, but we want clarity as to what the motion is actually portraying to say and do. That's the only position I have. So if I vote yes, then it's saying, okay, I'm going to take it exactly like it is, which I don't know what it is. But if I vote no, then the impression is I don't want this and I don't want something. So that's why I thought when Commissioner Regalado put a position on the record, it made sense so that we can now birth this baby that we've been so long talking about. And she said stuck in the canal it is. But that's all, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted clarity on that.
I don't understand. Maybe my mind is not that intelligent. Maybe I didn't go to the right schools. But I don't understand how difficult it is for anyone to say yes, we want to do waste to energy, or no, we don't want to do waste to energy. We can then, when the baby is born, we can decide if we want to dress it in pink clothes or blue clothes or yellow clothes. It could be gender neutral. It could be anything we want it to be when the baby is born.
Let's get off the baby analogy, please.
But can we at least agree that we want to birth the baby? We're not having an abortion.
No.
We want to birth the baby.
No abortion.
Can we agree? Can we agree on having a baby? All right? I didn't start the baby birth conversation. I didn't start it. With that, all in favor of a version of a waste energy facility. All in favor of a waste energy facility signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, show that motion pass. Congratulations, guys. We did something. We did something. All right, with that said,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Regalado,
Thank you. So
would you like to make a motion?
yes, I would like to make a motion.
right,
So
let's do this.
My motion has two parts. Number one, I want to establish that at a minimum, 40% of the trash of Miami-Dade County is going to be dispensed of in a different way, not burned. So I think that that is a good baseline, and that 40%. And we will start moving towards that goal, right? Now, listen, if they want to come back and tell us that that's not feasible, that it doesn't work out for them, that's fine. And another thing that they can contract with other people. They can burn
I'll
other
second
people's
it.
trash.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
good with that.
Okay, and then the second part of that motion is what Jerry had read earlier when we were talking about, starting now to do that diversion, not waiting. We're going to start now. So we're asking the administration to put out an RFP in 60 days where we start this diversion, and we're looking at landfills, mini dumps, and transfer stations where we're sorting through trash, and we're finding, reuse and recycling right now. And I think that can make a dramatic difference. Yeah. So it has two parts. So we're saying, as part of our policy, because my issue with the item was like the policy, as part of our policy, 40% at a minimum cannot be burned. It has to be recycled or composted or reused. And then at the same time, we want an RFP to go out where we're doing that stuff in real time now.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second by Commissioner Steinberg. Is that ready? Commissioner Gilbert, do you have questions on this, or?
I do.
Okay.
I do have a question. When I was raising my hand to make a motion after her, I would just say you said something in the very first part, Commissioner Regalado. You said that if they can't do it, they come back to us. I just want to make sure that we don't direct them to do something. I'm okay with that as a goal, but I also understand our limitations right now, and so there needs to be an administrative out for the administration to come back, report saying, hey, we can't get there right now. We need something there. So that's the only thing I would add.
Agree. So the RFP is to start doing that work now. I think right now we're setting it as a policy, right? But like we said, the building of this plant is 10 years out. By 10 years out, I want the folks that are responding to this to come up with that number, because 10 years from now we could do 40, right? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, real quick.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Commissioner Senator Garcia, you recognize.
Just real quick, the numbers, the 40% mark threshold that you're using, where is that coming from? Is it scientifics from the reports?
So what I passed out shows you that 71, right? 71 to 74%, you could do that. Now, how you do that, you have to sort through trash. It's complicated, but that is what you.
Where did this come from?
Well, this is our figures on the summary. Roy, what report is this? The report's at the bottom.
Yeah, this is our solid waste consultant, Atkins, who did a
Atkins,
waste
right.
composition study on all of our waste.
So it has the report at the bottom from Atkins.
So it's an actual study that could actually maybe be.
This is our actual trash.
That's fair.
Through the chair.
Madam Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Obviously, we share those goals. We've already, under my administration, gone to yard trash separate pickup. We're looking at all of the suggestions that you made, mini dumps, cardboard, all of those things are underway. And To the extent that we can move quickly on any procurements you've already directed at the airport, that's already under review. So everything that you bring that we can do, we do. So I would respectfully ask that we come back to you in 60 days and say, or 30 days, basically in September, what are the things that we think we can move quickest on?
That's fine.
All right, so it's amended. All right, so it's amended after. Okay, so, all right, guys, we're about to name the baby. We're about to name the baby. All right, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that amendment. I can certainly support the motion with that amendment, so we can look into it and have it come back. Regarding the RFP, my concern is regarding the finances of the RFP. We're going to put out an RFP to add an additional service to our solid waste, which we don't want to raise the rates on, but we're going to add an unfunded mandate right now. I need to understand, how do we contemplate for the costs associated with this RFP? And are we prepared to pay? Right, we don't have any money right now, right? So I love it. It's an amazing idea, but who's paying for it? That's my question.
So a lot of these companies were offering a joint venture. So one of the ones that I mentioned, they would sort through the trash that goes into the landfill, and it would be a joint venture. The startup, they were putting the startup money, and then they were going to sift through and pull out the metals and the plastic and the recycling. So some of it is at no financial cost to us and actual financial benefit. And that's why I think this is a very useful tool, because there's lots of different options. Other ones, like the Sargassum one that I mentioned, does have a startup cost, but that's one of the most expensive things that we do in the Parks Department. The same thing with the sludge. There's two here that could be used with the sludge. As you know, we're paying a fortune for the sludge, and I'm actually working on a pilot, and there's another one coming. So there are things here that are cost neutral that would just help us to sort through the trash better. The part that's going to be interesting is the like where we do it, which is why the transfer stations, where we get hung up is where we do it. So the transfer stations, the landfills, and the mini dumps, I think that will allow them to now go back to some of these folks and give them a location and do several pilots where we can prove these concepts.
Thank you for that explanation. I'm certainly supportive of the item if it comes back to us, for us to be able to see a financial implication. If it's cost neutral, then certainly I support it. What I don't want is it to affect our ratepayers and the fees that they have to be charged for the new service that would come in this RFP. So to our administration, the way that the motion is framed, does it come back to us?
Yes.
Yes, it's
It does. It comes back to us as an RFP. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, we have a motion, we have a second. All discussion has been had.
It comes back to us as an award of an RFP, right?
Comes back to us as an award.
Right, we can decide, right.
All right, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, congratulations on picking the name. All right, do we have? Now we're going to go to Commissioner Gilbert. Now it's the baby shower. Now it's the
I'm going to move away from the baby analogy, because if not, I would have to say my body, my choice. But so.
Oh, you had a choice, and you birthed the baby.
I would have to say that if I were doing this. So that's. I'm going to make a motion to direct the administration to negotiate with the two entities that are, I guess, the providers. I guess it's FCC and
Yes.
Florida Power and Light, to negotiate with them on building, but not necessarily. It doesn't have to be build, operate. It doesn't have to be all that stuff. But coming back with us, with plans to actually do a waste energy facility. Those plans have to be predicated on sites that are not in, and you're going to have to help me with this. Doral, Medley, Sweetwater.
Medley, Doral.
4th Street.
The 58th Street.
58th Street. And it excludes Opelika West. They have to be 0.5 miles away from any residential area. Residential area is to be defined as the consultant-defined residential area. In support of this motion, I offer this. One of the things that Commissioner Regalado said was, and I don't think we paid enough attention to it, or even, and you're in a very you're going to love that I'm saying this. I don't know that we gave it as much weight as we should have. When we initially, we predicated the amount of land that was needed based on the mayor's plan of having an exhaustive campus. One place, one-stop shop for everything. So I understand that we're saying that this is going to limit the number of places. I don't think we've actually run that analysis, because we ran the analysis based on a larger campus. When you fragment it and break it down, you need a lot less space, and there's a lot more eligible areas. So I don't know that we actually are seeing the limitations. We're seeing an exhaustive list, because even the list that we got were people who actually made proposals based on what was initially suggested by the administration. As we've made the decision to build a waste energy facility, and we accepted that we can actually fragment those things out, we won't need that much land, which will actually give them more opportunities. That is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. But I think but in your motion, to clarify, in your motion, that provision that I keep emphasizing, and I know you agree with, but you didn't bring it up this time, that we're excluding these sites, but the conversation will continue between the county and City of Doral.
Oh, yes, excuse me, Mr. Yes. So, and just so we're clear as to where I'm at.
Subject to that.
Subject to that, with the understanding that, and the attorneys can correct me, even though I know them right about this, the resolution, the only standing policy of this board before now was that if we moved it someplace other than Doral, they had to contribute financially. Now, I think that I've had conversations with them that it's something that they're willing to do, and that's within a range that's reasonable. It's not everything I wanted, but we need to move we need to get past this moment. And so understanding all of the different realities, I know that we're not going to get the actual difference. We're not going to get a $200 million difference out of Doral, and I never wanted a $200 million difference out of Doral. We're not going to get that. But we're going to get what we can, and so it definitely is subject to that item, which is still the current policy of this board. So until we say that's not our policy, that is our policy. So yes, it's baked into that automatically.
All right, and then of course this is that negotiation is provided on that we build a waste energy facility.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Regalado.
Yes, I would add something, a friendly amendment to Commissioner Gilbert's item. And I think, and I've said this when we talk about solid waste, we have a tendency to look at these things in silos. So yes, one of the main problems we had is that when we first started this conversation, we were looking at 20, 30, 40, 50 acre parcels. How many of those are really available? And we were only looking at Miami-Dade County. Now we're looking at any area, any owner. And if we're looking at smaller sites and a decentralization, I think that opens a lot of possibilities. The only thing that I would add to that is for the administration also to consider the cost of delivering the garbage to those sites, because that's another issue, right? That's another issue that we don't factor in, that then we end up paying for at the back end. Because right now we pick up the garbage and we have a contract that does that. But if you decentralize it and you have different things happening in different areas, it may not be optimal for the operator, right? Because the operator is always going to want to concentrate everything in one space because that's easy for them. We already did that. Thank you very much. But for us, it might make more financial sense to have different pieces of this in different parts of the county, because it'll be cheaper in terms of picking up the garbage and taking it to different places. And it'll also lessen the congestion. There's a tremendous amount of traffic congestion that comes from picking up garbage and taking it all to one location. So another thing the only thing that I would add is that the administration be able to consider when they look at all of this, to provide these folks with the contracts that we have on what it costs for us to pick up in certain areas, and if there's a cost savings there, that based on the location of the sites, where we could potentially save some money if those sites are in areas where it costs us more to pick up that trash.
I'll accept that amendment. Madam Attorney, you have it.
That's fine. Mr. Chair, can I call the question?
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll come to you, Senator. Just for the record, Commissioner Gilbert, you accepted the friend.
I accept the amendment, yes.
Okay. I know Roy wanted to put something on the record really quickly, if that's okay.
A quick question,
Yes.
sir. The half-a-mile exclusion is exclusively to waste to energy. Other facilities such as a compost yard or whatnot wouldn't have that same criteria?
Ding, 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 ding.
That's correct.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's correct.
They're all going to go in their districts.
That's
That'll be
correct.
my
And
friendly
that's my understanding of the consensus that we had built on around the dais. Yes. And so, okay, so we have a motion. It was seconded also.
Right. All right. So we're still in discussion, and so with your friendly amendment to Commissioner Gilbert's motion, we're good with that. I know, Senator, you had a question or a concern you wanted to put on the record.
It's not a concern. It was just to add, if you guys feel comfortable with this, is just to make sure that we open the conversation to find out if that Okeechobee property is still available or not, finding out the interest of that.
Yes.
Now, would that be part of amending his item, or that's directed to the administration you would like?
I'm included with the caveat to the motion, Madam Attorney, to inquire about the Okeechobee property. That was the subject of the item that was added onto the agenda by Senator Garcia.
Think you received that, Madam Attorney?
I did. May I ask a question, Commissioner Gilbert? The prior motion that directed the mayor to negotiate had, I believe, a requirement that she come back to the board within 90 days with respect to the results of those negotiations. Do you want to address the time period?
We can do the 90 days. That's comfortable with the board. 90 days. It's fine.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
Can we restate the motion?
yeah. Okay. Thank you. Madam Attorney, can you repeat the motion with the amendments for clarity?
I'm going to try.
Thank you.
So the motion would be to direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee to negotiate all necessary terms and conditions for an agreement to with the two waste-to-energy technology respondents that provided the campus concept that included multiple solid waste solutions to manage over the 1.5 million tons of solid waste annually, and to bring back to this board a recommendation and include with the recommendation such proposed terms and conditions and proposed location of the waste-to-energy facility and any other pertinent information, including the negotiated agreement, and that's to come back within 90 days. In addition, the motion for purposes of site would not include Doral, Medley, Sweetwater, 58th Street, Opelika West, and 0.5 miles away from any residential area as defined by the consultant. And that limitation, the half-mile limitation, is solely as to the waste-to-energy facility, not of the any additional modalities. I believe Commissioner Gilbert also said that the proposals could include a smaller campus with the service delivery options could be among more than one site for the board's consideration. Is that correct? Did I formulate that correctly?
I believe that it can be fragmented. It does not have to be one campus. So we're moving away from the idea that it has to be one campus at this point. So we're making it smaller. So we're actually giving ourselves more options and more flexibility.
Okay. And then with that, Commissioner Regalado asked that the mayor also, in evaluating this, consider costs associated with the transfer of the trash between the various sites. And the motion also includes the language regarding the negotiations between Miami-Dade County and the city of Doral would continue as set forth in resolution number R 82123. And it would also include consideration of the Okeechobee site for the new waste-to-energy facility and to explore that option as well.
That is the motion, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilbert. Do we have a second, the motion as amended?
I had a second. I have a second, and I call the question. But now we're never going to vote on this.
Got it. All right. All in favor of the motion as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
All against? 1, 2. Showing the chairman and Commissioner Higgins. Nays. Item passes. Thank you. What's next, Madam Attorney? Are there?
I believe we need to accept 2B3.
And we rise.
Wait, one more thing. Mr. Vice Chair. So the other thing is, if now that we're disqualifying the Doral site and we're going to be considering, we're going to be negotiating with them, are we going to put out an RFP on that site? What are we going to do with that site? Is it going to be open for another modality, or are we going to put out an RFP?
That's
Mr. Chair, if I may, since it's in my district,
sure.
I'm open to putting out an RFP, but this is not the moment to make that decision. I think we need to talk with the administration and see what the options, and maybe we should go out and figure out what the value of the land is, which would be step number one.
Agree.
Then consider the RFP. I'm all with you on it, but I would, you know, if your motion is to put out, to get some sort of assessment of what the value of the property is, that's fine. But I think at this point,
I just want it to be considered when it comes back to us as one of the things that we're adding to the financing of all of this. So if you're comfortable with evaluation, then that's fine.
I'm comfortable, Commissioner, by the way, because I think it's not a bad idea. If we could direct the administration to begin doing an appraisal on the value of the property, I'm fine with that motion also.
All right, so let me, before we, so it's going to be in the form of a motion, correct?
Yep.
And you're okay with that as the district commissioner. But before we get to the second in discussion, I know Commissioner Cohen-Higgins has something she wants to put on the record also.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to ask the attorneys and to the administration, again, for me to be clearer on making sure that I understand where we are right now on the votes that were just taken. We passed a policy that we are going to build a waste-to-energy facility somewhere, and then we just passed motions that exclude certain locations but direct the administration to negotiate with the top two and bring back either a negotiated contract or something for us to review and consider within the next 90 days in order to accomplish that policy of building a waste-to-energy facility. Am I correct so far to the attorneys? Yes, they're nodding yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Again, I could be wrong, and I know we're saying a narrow campus, smaller in scale, potentially more than one campus. I understand that we're considering a broader scope of options, which I support. Is it entirely possible that they come back and say that there are no sites that are available or that we need to revisit the sites that were previously excluded? Here's the reason I'm asking. Because the way that we just did that says bring us back something in 90 days. We are not these two companies, and the proposals that they previously gave us that's in the 228 pages that's on our agenda today doesn't discuss a site, permitting, EPA approvals, all of the stuff that is required to build a waste-to-energy facility. That's currently the policy of the board. So if in 90 days they come back and they say, I got nothing, I got nothing. I got nothing because we've already paid consultants hundreds of thousands of dollars to find viable sites that were narrowed down to 7. We excluded the vast majority of them. We could be sitting here in 90 days with a policy to build a waste-to-energy facility and yet still no location. That's my question to the attorneys.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, Commissioner? Commissioner? DCH? Oh, no, that's good. Thank you. Let me ask this question to, maybe this is to the administration, because 2 questions were just asked that open up the door to possibilities of other entity to negotiate with. Considering now that we've decentralized our original proposal and our footprint is now smaller, wouldn't that allow for now more industry folk to want to be involved? Is that something that's a possibility, Roy? And if it is, then should we open it up to others, or are we just going to limit it to those 2 based on previous footprint positions?
Mr. Vice Chairman, considering the information that we received today from a consultant, it's my interpretation that there's really only 2 companies that has the capability of building a waste-to-energy the size with the experience that we need, and that is the ones that we were directed to negotiate with. The only caveat I would add to that, of course, we're going to follow this body's direction and negotiate, but the question that Commissioner Cohen-Higgins asked is also a point. We are not putting out an RFP. For us to place an RFP in the record, we would have to have a design criteria package, and we would have to have a lot more that's not going to be done in 90 days. So we're going to...
Hold on, Roy. Let me make sure everybody has you and their attention. Thank you.
So we will ask the two companies as directed to come in and meet with us and make offers. However, we are not putting out an official RFP. An official RFP, whether we're going by a P3 statute in state law or whether we're going by CCNA for design build, requires certain specifications that we have not developed. It requires a design criteria package and a number of things that we do not have for any specific property. So yes, to answer the question, they could come back and say, we don't have enough information to give you a definitive price, and then we're back here in 90 days. So we're going to ask them for that price and push on it.
Or they can come back and say to you, when we originally came to the table as part of the discussion, it's because we thought we were going to have a larger footprint as part of this campus, and now you reduce the size of the campus, that it may not be financially beneficial for them to now move forward with that original agreement.
They could say that, but I think the legislation that Commissioner Gilbert just proffered doesn't limit them to the smaller site. It opens the door if they want to use smaller sites. I don't think we're forcing them to a smaller site unless I misinterpreted what Commissioner Gilbert said.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you, and clarify for me if I've got this wrong, Chief, but when Arcadis did the review of sites, we didn't tell them come up with a waste campus.
Got it.
So it was a waste-to-energy facility. That's what they were evaluating, as I understand it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe the motion by Commissioner Regalado and was on the floor. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes. The only thing that I would say is I think we should have evaluation of that site. It is currently being used as a transfer site, so it could also be used in part for a transfer site or for some other of these modalities. So just so that we have the administration consider all those options.
All right, Commissioner, can the attorney read the motion so that I can have clarity as well? I was trying to swallow some lunch back there, so.
Me too. I'm trying to, I believe what Commissioner Regalado said was to direct evaluation of the RRF site that's now, to determine what the proposed, what proposed uses would be available on that site, whether it's a transfer station or for any other solid waste use. Is that correct?
Right, or a development of that site, to look at all the different options.
Yeah, let me, because I seconded the motion, Mr. Chair, if I may
So we have a motion, we have a second by Commissioner Bermudez.
Yeah, but my question was to support that item because I just said before that Medley has a transfer station site that they're offering, and that'll be on our next agenda. But I understood that what you wanted also was to direct the administration to do an appraisal of the value of the property and its highest and best use, correct?
Well, I want them to look at what all their options are. So yes, we want to appraise a site, and maybe what we want to do is put it out to RFP, but also if we could use it for composting, if we could use it for something else, we want to be able to use it for that. So as they look at their portfolio, what the options are for that site. We've excluded it for an incinerator, right? So now the question is, what can it be?
Yeah, I'll support it. If not, I'll withdraw my second if it includes an appraisal of the value of the property for the highest and best use. You used an example originally a little bit earlier. I'm getting lost in today because your birthday's taking a long day for me. But if I remember correctly,
Nothing with me is easy.
I know, but I remember correctly. If I remember correctly,
That's the whole point, is for you to get dizzy with it. That's kind of her point.
One of the things that you mentioned, up north, there was a former site that now has been developed. And that's why I would like to figure out, it's our land. In fact, I agreed with you that if we sell that land, we could take all those dollars and put it back into garbage.
We don't have to sell all of it.
Not
We
all
can
of
sell
it,
part of it.
Well, part of it, of course,
So-
but what I'm trying to say
not-
is,
right.
because for me, I'd like to find out the value of the property, because that's what, right now, what's being there, by the way, it is not being used as a transfer station because it can't be used at this point because it burned. What is happening there, and Roy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is shredding of tires was being done there. I don't know if it's still being done there. Is that correct?
Yep.
I know Jimmy used to know, but he doesn't want to talk garbage
She's
anymore.
Still got that operation going there. I don't know if she's still shredding tires there or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but to me, what's important is for us to know, I'm fine as long as we get an appraisal of that site for highest and best use.
Again, I think I want to be respectful of the fact that it's in your district, but I'm also concerned about the Department of Solid Waste. So I think that if I just want them to look at the site now that we've excluded it. So we're not going to put an incinerator there. That's what you wanted. That's what we did. But to the other commissioner's point, that also comes at a cost to us. So I just want them to be able to look at the site and see if there's other components of the work that we do that can be done there. And if maybe one of the things that they could do is lease a portion of it, right? If they're not using the other portion of it. Or maybe they come back and they say that the best thing is to lease all of it. I want to give them as much flexibility as possible. So I don't want to use the language highest and best use, because as you and I both know, that'll lead us to a lease and a development of that property. Now, granted, I think they should consider that, because that could provide us with revenue that could then be used for solid waste. As long as that revenue would be used for solid waste, I just want to give them the flexibility so that we can decide what to do with that parcel. So let's say that part of it could be used for composting, right? And part of it could be developed, and then whatever that's developed for, that would go into solid waste. I'm just trying to make the department as whole as possible.
I don't mind the evaluation. I want to be clear that I am not as in love with composting as you and Commissioner Higgins. I'm very open to helping you guys increase the composting in your districts. I would be 1,000 times.
It doesn't smell.
I'm all for it.
It doesn't smell.
That's what you say, but that's okay. You know,
And we
so,
could
all
also-
right, that's fine.
Lawn waste, there's like a million things. There's a million things that we could do. I just want to give them flexibility to consider what to do with that parcel moving forward.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second by Commissioner Bermudez.
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item passed. All right. We are back on item 2B3, which is the report. It's been moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. Keep in mind, this is just a report, guys. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the report accepted. And we disposed of the rest. Madam Attorney, is there anything we actually need to dispose of, since I know we covered all the items, but
Can we do the plats and get them out of the way?
you like, okay, so Commissioner Gilbert defers 11A16. The deferral is seconded by Commissioner Bermudez. All in favor of the deferral signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, show 11A16 deferred, and that's indefinitely. And then the 14A4, did that need to be deferred officially? Okay, so Senator Garcia defers 14A4 officially. For the record, it's seconded by Commissioner Bermudez. All in favor of that deferral signify by saying aye. It's also indefinitely. All opposed, nay. Show that item deferred. All right. With that, we are.
Here, can we take up 11A14?
Hold on.
We have a lot on it.
Hold on. 11A14. What?
Yeah, we haven't done anything.
No. Let's go. Hold on. Let me go in order here. Well, I mean, we're all gonna be here. Like we're not losing quorum.
A lot of chairman's here.
So I need to do the first reading items. Or item. Is that in order, Madam Attorney?
Yes, I can read that title. And also, I do have some releases whenever you're ready for those.
We're gonna do that right after the first reading.
Yes. 4A is an ordinance relating to water and sewer regulation, amending Section 32-4 of the code, creating Section 32-56 of the code, establishing minimum standards for municipal public utilities operating outside of the boundaries of such municipality, providing for enforcement of such minimum standards, amending Section 8CC10 of the code, providing for civil penalties, requiring county mayor or mayor's designee to provide report concerning repeat violators, and providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. I have a request to discuss this item by Senator Garcia.
All right. So we have a motion by. I mean, you can't discuss it. It's a first reading item.
I meant bifurcate.
Okay. So and there's no other item, so we don't need to bifurcate. But it's been a long birthday. It's been a long birthday. To Commissioner Bermudez's point. But Commissioner Gilbert moves the item. It's seconded by Commissioner Higgins. And then we will call the roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bermudez.
He's having lunch.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
4.
Senator Garcia.
For now.
Commissioner Gilbert.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Emiliano Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes, and we'll work on it in committee.
Commissioner Steinberg,
No.
Commissioner Bastien,
No.
Vice Chairman McGee,
Yes, for now.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 9-2.
Okay, all right. Madam Attorney, can you read the releases that you have?
Yes, I had, Commissioner Regalado is releasing 11A12 and 11A18. And she may be the only polling commissioner on both, if you give me a minute. She's the only polling commissioner on both of those, and that's
So moved.
11A12 and 18.
11A12.
I'll move those items.
Or the both of them, 11A12 and 1118 are moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show those two disposed of and passed. All right. We
Chairman,
have,
I had 2B1 that had I pulled, but you can release that as well.
okay, so 2B1 and you'll move it? All right, 2B1 is moved by Commissioner
Second.
Garcia, seconded by Commissioner
think-
Regalado.
Commissioner Gilbert had also pulled this item.
Commissioner Gilbert, you had pulled
This was
2B1.
Yeah, I'll release that item. I was unclear about, to the mayor, I understood the pre-employment physical stuff, but I didn't understand why we were waiving drug tests.
All right, so are we releasing it though? or-
No, but I'll release it, it's just a report, so I'll move the item, yeah.
All right, so it's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right, show that item also dispensed of. All right, we are now going to go into public hearing items. Madam Attorney, can you read all of our public hearing items?
Yes, 5A, substitute is an ordinance relating to advice and policy recommendations made by county advisory boards, creating section 2-11.39.4 of the code, requiring approval by Board of County Commissioners of advice and policy recommendations made by county advisory boards, task forces, and citizens advisory groups prior to implementation thereof, and providing severability, inclusion in, and exclusion from the code, and an effective date. That's 5A and 5A substitute. 5B is a resolution code designating that portion of Southwest 146 Terrace between Southwest 103rd Avenue and Buchanan Street as Judge Melvia Bailey Green Terrace, and its supplement. 5C is a resolution approving the plat of Century Trillion. 5D is a resolution approving the plat of Wildwood Groves. 5E is a resolution approving the plat of South Day Transit Operations Center. 5F is a resolution approving the plat of VF Long Point. 5G is a resolution approving the plat of Shanara Estates. 5H is a resolution approving the plat of SS9 subdivision. 5I is a resolution approving the plat of Modern at Coconut Palm 2. 5J is a resolution approving the plat of FNF Developer Site. 5K is a resolution approving the plat of QRT South Residences. 5L is a resolution approving the plat of Solstice. 5M is a resolution amending resolution number R31325 to change the code designation of that portion of Northwest 66th Street between Northwest 18th Avenue and the jurisdictional boundary of the city of Miami from being Tunnel Vision Street to Can't Live Without You Street, and its supplement. Those are your public hearing items.
All right, guys, I have no public speakers on any of the public hearing items. Any bifurcation, I know I'm going to bifurcate 5B.
And Senator Garcia, 5G.
And Senator Garcia, 5G. All right, so 5B and 5G. Where's 5G?
Should I move 5G then? I'll move 5G.
Well, we'll move the remainder, actually. Move the remainder first. All right, so Commissioner Higgins moves all except for 5B and 5G, seconded by Commissioner Bastien. Seeing no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Milian Orbis, Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Commissioner Bermudez, Vice Chairman McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, show 5B moved by the Vice Chairman, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. All right, show the item passed. 5G, show it moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show the item passed with 1 no. All right. So, I got you.
Thank you.
Let's hold on a second. Let me just. Okay, what item is that?
11A15 to vote no.
11A15. Is there other pool? Okay, so there's two. So we'll keep it on the pool list. All right. Before we do move into the pool list, I want to recognize the vice chair for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, present with us today is former Commissioner Barbara Jordan, who's here, is also the founder of the Greater Miami Service Corps. I do believe we've had conversations with the administration, along with the Greater Miami Service Corps, and we've come to a resolution that I believe would be fitting for both the county and the Greater Miami Service Corps. And I do believe the county attorney is here to read a motion that will get us to that position that the conversation has been based upon.
Vice Chairman McGee moves to direct the county mayor's designee, to negotiate an agreement with Greater Miami Service Corps for handyman services to the county for a minimum 5-year term, with 4 5-year renewal options to extend for annual payments up to $1.5 million or a greater amount, excuse me, as recommended by the county mayor's designee, using funds budgeted for such purposes, and to present such agreement to the board along with any recommendations regarding the same at the September 3rd, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Said recommendations shall be placed on an agenda of the full board without committee review pursuant to Rule 5.06J of the board's rules of procedures. Vice Chair McGee further moves to waive implementing order 3-38 to authorize the county mayor's designee to negotiate, execute, and administer an agreement with Greater Miami Service Corps for the county to conduct payroll services and background screenings for Greater Miami Service Corps and Greater Miami Service Corps to provide handyman services to the county in amount up to $250,000 using funds budgeted for said purposes in the fiscal year 24-25 county budget.
All right, so I imagine that the vice chair moves the motion, obviously, but I just have a friendly amendment if you would accept it as a friendly amendment. The only thing, because I recognize this has to come back to us anyway, and I understand it's a good thing that the county's actually saving money on, but I would like to not waive it out of committee, bypass committee. I would like it to go to committee when the item comes back to me, to my desk. So that's the only, if that's a friendly amendment, Vice Chairman, it's still the same thing. It's just going to have a stop in a committee to be discussed, and then it'll go to the full board. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Commissioner Jordan, is that something you support?
We have time. I don't know that.
Yes. Thank you.
As far as our policies and our timelines, it will, but it's of course up to the administration to negotiate with you all. But yes, to answer your question, we will have meetings prior to that. So
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we accept the amendment.
And through the chair,
Thank you.
Mr.
I'll
Chair?
simply say, if I may, that because we've been really having this discussion for quite a while now, I hope that the negotiations will be very swift and we can start working on them in anticipation of the item.
Thank you. So so it's been moved. There's a motion as amended that it will go to committee, won't bypass committee. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. My only concern, and again, it comes back to us, is, multi-year commitments, right? So, one thing is what's allocated there and what has been allocated that's coming out of this year, assuming, I don't know where that is in the budget right now. I guess the mayor could tell us. But multi-year commitments are very concerning because we need to find a funding source. So again, we're having a lot of CBOs that we're turning away, and I understand this has been negotiated for a long time. But it's very difficult for us to choose in this moment. So I understand it's been negotiated for a long time, but I'm also concerned about the fiscal impact because it starts adding up.
And look, I have some of the same concerns, and that's why. So I will say this. I'll recognize you in just a second, Barbara Jordan. Just give me 1 second. I had a lot of concerns when this landed on my desk originally, but this is a complete different motion / item today than what originally landed. It is a much more improved motion to that point that you're making, but this comes back to us. The way it's written, it comes back to the board, and it is my intent to send this, of course, because there's a fiscal of sorts. This will go to appropriations, which is your committee. So you have an opportunity to discuss it there, and I'm sure that the vice chair will be present to answer those questions.
Thank you.
But Madam Mayor, you needed to add something to that?
Yes, just to say these are services that are already being utilized by departments, so it's not an additional expense. They do necessary repairs, and so this is the organization that for many years has provided those repairs at a very cost-effective rate. So while it is a nonprofit, it is actually part of doing business for the various departments that utilize the services.
All right, Commissioner, it's been moved, but Commissioner Jordan, you want to say something?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that basically for 35 years, the Corps basically has saved the county money because you use young people who otherwise have nothing to do, have dropped out of school.
Mr. Chairman, point of order for a second. If we could just have the people who are talking off to the side stop talking. Quiet, please. To the side.
Young people who may have dropped out of school, who have no skills, they come to the Corps, and work that you would ordinarily have to pay skilled workers to do, they learn through the union, and they do it cheaper, and that's why departments utilize them. So basically, you're not funding the Corps and giving them money. They are earning the money based on saving the county money for services that they're providing. They have been painting and providing landscaping and things that you would ordinarily have to pay high wages for other workers to do. You're saving the county money because these young people are able to do that work and get paid, and then they also go to school and get their diploma. And I like to say, you're creating taxpayers instead of tax users. But they're using funds from the county that you would have to spend a higher amount to get, to pay in order to provide the services.
It makes
and
sense.
saving the county money.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Jordan, for being here and for your many years of service to our county. I'm not sure that I understand what the motion is doing. If the organization has been providing service for many years, it doesn't have a fiscal impact, then why is it going to Appropriations Committee? Why does it need to go into committee review? Maybe I can just have, and I don't have the motion printed in front of me, so I don't have anything to read. I'm not sure that I understand what it is that the motion is accomplishing.
The motion is directing the administration to negotiate and execute a contract with Greater Miami Service Corps for these services. So the one is for a long-term contract, and then the other is for a short-term contract through the end of this fiscal year.
With no financial outlay associated with the negotiation of that contract, just to continue utilizing the services that they already provide to the county?
Well, the financial outlay is for funds that have already been budgeted. For instance, housing department, the properties that the county owns, it has to maintain. And so some of that maintenance would be painting or landscaping, and they would pay the Corps to do that work instead of paying vendors to do that work.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. I'm happy to support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, there's a motion by the Vice Chair. There's a second by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor of the motion, signify. Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, now that there's been clarification as to the fiscal, do we still need the committee review to go to appropriations?
I would like it to go just because in that negotiation is where they're going to set the rates for each services provided and all that. So that's why I would just like it to go there and not discuss this at the full board.
Right,
would be my preference.
I think we only have one meeting.
You don't have to agree to it, though, by the way.
I think we only have one meeting in September.
We have 2 meetings, no? We have 2 meetings in September.
We have 2? Don't worry. All right, we're fine.
When do we do the budget? Oh.
I think we only have one.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. Let's split the baby. No pun intended. Here we go. Let's just remove the committee portion of it from it and leave it blank, and it'll be up to the chair discretion whether we send it to committee or straight to the board. If we don't have another meeting, it could go straight to the board and we'll discuss it at the board.
The only thing that I would say, and listen, I understand the point, but as we go through our budgetary process, if we decide that moving forward for next year, we're going to cut some of those fees, right? Where we're assuming that the next budget is going to look like this one. And the whole point of what we've been discussing is that it may not. So we cannot automatically say that because there's money in housing to do this particular maintenance this year, that we're going to have that money next year. So I don't want to enter into a long-term contract that then ties us up in terms of the budget for those allocations, whether it's at a cost savings or not. I understand the point, but we have not decided as a board. Unless you want to decide as a board, then those line items stay the same.
Let me suggest this. Maybe this is another way to, no pun intended, split the baby. And I would ask Commissioner Jordan if what the deadline of October 1st means to her. But what I would say is there's two phases to this motion. There's a long term, as the attorney described, and a current term of $250,000 worth of work that is already budgeted for. Can you do two motions? One is the portion of the short term, the 250 of work, with still comes back to us negotiated, but that one will go straight to September 3rd because it's already budgeted and it's this fiscal year that we're in. And then the long-term contract, which is the 4 or 5 years with options to renew, that one will have to go through committee process and then to the board. Is that a fair splitting of the motion?
Yeah, but I think Gilbert, you want to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, I was comfortable with the item initially where we were. I was just saying that I want to stop using the baby analogy.
Duly noted. Commissioner, hold on. Is that a fair, Commissioner Jordan, is that a fair?
Can I make some clarification, please?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may?
Absolutely.
I think there's a misunderstanding about whether or not you have things budgeted in terms of whether it's housing. Greater Miami Service Corps for the last 35 years, as a matter of fact, this year, have worked with solid waste, public works department. They've worked with housing, parks, even water and sewer, doing septic to sewer. Budgeted based on each of those departments and their budgets of what they have. And based on projects that they have used core and energy, as a matter of fact. They have used core members to go in and do projects that have been budgeted that they would have to hire other people to do. So it's not like they're creating a budget for Greater Miami Service Corps. Greater Miami Service Corps becomes a source for them to be able to expand their budgets and do more because they're able to use these young people as far as the program is concerned. The only reason that we had the October 1 date is because it's the end of the fiscal year. And you guys are going to be making decisions in terms of layoffs. And we want to try and make sure that the young people, the employees, some of the employees are county employees. And we want to make sure that they're placed appropriately, whether it's with the county or somewhere else. That was the only reason for the deadline for October 1.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan, and I appreciate that, but understand, a lot of the departments that you mentioned are departments that we're looking at reducing. So this budget dramatically reduces parks, right? This budget dramatically, we're looking at water and sewer, and we're looking at their capital programs and what they're doing. So my point is, I'm fine with this year, but moving forward, I just want to make sure that if whatever we're committing to fits within the budget that we're approving. So I understand your point, but understand our point in that I don't want to commit to something that then we're gonna change. So that's all. I don't want to give you, I don't want to enter into a contractual contract that then ties us up in terms of what we can do.
Understood. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I think there's some confusion here, and I don't want to speak out of turn, and Commissioner Jordan, I welcome you if I'm speaking out of turn. I see this as a housekeeping item. I believe that these services have been provided for, like she says, the better part of 35 years. I think there was some confusion regarding where it was housed within our county, and this contract is simply necessary in order for them to continue providing the services that they always have, with a savings to the county by using these young people instead of having a fiscal impact. So I am crystal clear on that. I remember now sitting here that Commissioner Jordan, you came and visited me and spoke to me about this issue. And so I'm glad that I remembered that. This to me seems like it's a housekeeping issue to clarify an important service that's been provided by our county that we need to continue providing in our county that doesn't have a fiscal impact on our budget. And this is exactly the sort of thing that I think we should be supporting right now for the long term, so that this sort of confusion doesn't happen in the future. And I understand that that's exactly what Commissioner Jordan and the sponsor is trying to accomplish. So I will support it, and if you'll have me Vice Chairman, I'm happy to co-sponsor it. Thank you.
All right, so show the item co-sponsored. With that, can we do it so that it goes to, we're doing it as amended, right? That it goes to committee?
As amended, but I just wanted to make one clarification. The short-term contract is can be done under the mayor's delegated authority.
Perfect.
and does not need to come back.
Perfect.
So
So it doesn't even need to be part of the motion. It could be done under the mayor's delegated authority. So the longer contract will come through the process.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All in favor? Commissioner
I also would
Bastian.
like to co-sponsor.
Commissioner Bastian would like to be shown as a co-sponsor. Any other co-sponsors? Commissioner Higgins and Gilbert. All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show that motion passed. Congratulations, Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service to this community. All right. We are now going to move into the pool list. All right. We're going to go through this as quickly as possible. 8 and 10, is that the first one on my list? Commissioner from District 4.
Thank you. Really quickly, Commissioner Higgins and I share boundary, and it gets a little confusing with the boundaries because this project happens to be partially in her district and partially in mine. So I wanted to update the item to reflect the correct district numbers, number one, because it says District 5, District 4, and 5. And number two, if it's okay with Commissioner Higgins, I would like to be added as a sponsor to this item because we're doing other work on Dade Boulevard that I might be able to save money now that we're going to have this.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'll move the item as amended.
Thank you.
All right. It's been moved. It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right. Show 8 and 10 pass. All right. 11A11. 11A11. Commissioner from District 7. Regalado. Commissioner from District 7 on 11A11.
I just had a quick question on 11A element. I think it's a good item. I know that historically we've talked about how we don't get money. We don't get the money that we're supposed to from 95. One of the things that we're dealing with right now is the Tri-Rail funding. So I would just, and anything that can help, right? Because that money is collected and it sort of goes poof, it disappears. So I'm happy to create more programming. I drive an electric vehicle, so that would be great. But we might at some point also want to look at where that toll money is going, because my understanding is that we don't see it. So something to consider.
All right, move my item.
Thank you. Commissioner from District 4, Steinberg moves her item. It's been seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show 11A11 dispensed of. 11A, passed, dispensed of. All right, you want the word pass? Show it pass. Congratulations, Commissioner. 11A14, Commissioner of District 7. You're recognized. You're up for the next two, so just stay with me
What
here.
are we on?
11A14.
11A14. Okay.
I know it's been a long birthday, but
I know. Oh, so 11A14, we asked for a list. It does include a list, and I appreciate that. But the list also includes the coastal link, which, like I said, my concern with including that at this point is that we still haven't solidified the funding. So again, I would ask the department to please hold off on that until we solidify the funding. I had the opportunity to speak to our state folks. And again, they're trying their best, but I got no firm commitments on what's happening over there. So I don't want to prove the state's point. And, you know, because one of their complaints about us is that we spend money on things that are not there yet. So as long as we don't start doing those projects until we have figured out the funding for the coastal link. I mean, I don't.
All right, I move the item, thank you.
But that doesn't respond to the issue. I mean,
Through the chair, we went through this at committee, particularly with Commissioner Gonzalez and also Commissioner Regalado. We asked for a list of projects, some of which are obviously the PTP, some of which are the Northeast Corridor. The committee gave very specific instructions to the department that they should not start construction on any of these projects on the Northeast Corridor until we resolve the funding issue with the state. So I feel as if that's clear. Perhaps we could get the director or Josiel to say that that was clear on the record. Yes or no? I felt like we did that at committee. Yes or no?
You're recognized, Director.
Thank you. Stacy Miller, Director of Department of Transportation and Public Works. Yes, Commissioner Higgins, that was clear. Yes, Commissioner Regalado, we will not move forward. These are projects obviously in the proposed budget. We will not move forward on elements of the North Corridor until we have an understanding regarding the resources available.
Thank you.
All right, with that, the item is moved by
The item.
Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Steinberg. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, so the item passed and dispensed of. 11A15. 11A15, Commissioner from District 4.
Yeah, I was voting no.
You were voting no. Commissioner from District 2. Commissioner from District 2 on 11A15.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do understand the identity of the item, Commissioner Gilbert. I understand that municipalities should communicate and collaborate to ensure that decisions, especially decisions that directly impact the livelihood of residents, are effective and considerate. In that same light, we should ensure that this policy effectively addresses the issues and is considerate to all parties. I've received a lot of calls on this issue, and it is my understanding that municipalities have not had the opportunity to give meaningful feedback about this item. So for that reason, I'm voting no to protect the autonomy of the municipalities and the trust that we must work to maintain with each and every single one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then Commissioner from District 7, you're recognized.
Yes, I also got calls, and I want to talk to the maker about the fiscal impact. I know that we want to coordinate, and I'm for coordination. And my request is that we put some time on it and that we're not holding them up. I think they're concerned that we could hold them up, and then that would somehow impact their contracts. So the question is, are there any guardrails or anything that we can do so that they have more comfort with it? And I understand your point. I mean, at committee, we talked about it at length. You know, obviously, we want to know what they're doing and how they're doing it. But I don't want to prevent them from doing the work.
And then Commissioner Gilbert on the same thing. No, I received similar calls, but I understand what you're trying to do, so I get it. Just is there like a transition period? Is there a fiscal? Is there a not a grandfathered in, but is there some version of or is it just automatic? Like, how do you, you're the maker of the item, so what's the intent and how's the?
Well, whether it's grandfathered in or not, everything that's in the process that has gotten a permit thus far wouldn't be eligible to be preempted. That's one thing. I was speaking over here with some folks, and there was some language. This isn't meant to stop people from doing work. That's the first thing. So I appreciate all of my colleagues in their comments, and Commissioner Bastian, I appreciate you, and I can see you're a friend. But in the real world, I'll speak directly to what happened. The city of North Miami Beach started a water project right in front of Hard Rock Stadium 2 hours before a soccer match, which caused cascading traffic delays throughout the entire north part of the county. So it completely paralyzed the entire city of Miami Gardens, outside of the entire city of Miami Gardens. I'm not asking them and cities not to do the work. I'm saying you ought to at least let folks know. Let folks know. So to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, if something's in the process right now, no, it's automatically grandfathered in. To answer your question, Commissioner Regalado, and I think to address the concern, I'm not interested in punishing anyone. I want them to be made aware. Commissioner Steinberg indicated that it said consented. I'm willing to amend the item to inform. Okay. I'm willing to amend the item because they need to know. If they had actually called somebody and told them, they would have told them, hey, you know, you're going to start this construction right now. We're going to have 60,000 people at the stadium, and you're going to destroy traffic in the entire north part of the county. So I can change consent to inform. And then on the portion of the item that says create a standard form that shall serve as written proof from municipalities affected, as a part of that, the administration's doing that. So as a part of that, the administration can actually build out the timelines. I'm okay with whatever the guardrails are, but this incident brought to light a gaping hole in the system where you could start significant road work in another city and the other city not know anything about it. And that, from my perspective, is completely inappropriate.
I understand, but I think that the concern is they plan these things way in advance. And who would they be contacting at the county, and when would that person get back to them? I think those are the things that they want to know. I mean, and we've talked about this before. A lot of these municipalities don't even have interlocals with us, right? So, and sometimes it's incumbent on us to be informing them about different things. So who?
That's. I appreciate the comment, but I want you to focus on the idea that probably isn't applicable in this instance, because this instance only applies when they're actually getting a permit from us. So what happens is, for instance, if somebody wants to do a work project in Sunny Isles Beach, but it's not the city of Sunny Isles Beach, and it's on a state road or a county road, they never actually go to the city of Sunny Isles Beach. They never tell them anything. They come to our Department of Transportation, or our Department of Public Works, or our Department of Water and Sewer, and they ask us. We issue a permit. We issue the permit. No one informs Sunny Isles Beach. And so now you have someone completely stopping traffic. In this instance, it was a major event at the stadium, but generally speaking, that's not something we ought to be promoting anyway. Generally speaking, we should be promoting the type of communication that says, hey, listen, if you're going to be doing this work, you got to let them know. So if the problem is slowing them down or stopping them, then we change the word consent to inform. If the problem is building out time constraints, then our Department of Transportation, our administration, whoever they're getting the permit, they can issue a time. Hey, you have to let them know. I don't want to slow anybody down, but I don't see why anybody would not want to be informed. And so, and to the folks that have water utilities and for people who do this work in their city and they represent them, I want you to ask yourself this question. What if it were your city? What if it were your district and somebody else was actually doing work and they could come and they could shut down a major thoroughfare with no notice to your police department, no notice to your residents, with no notice to your businesses? What if it were your city? Would you want it done? Would you want that type of traffic and problems in your city? So if we're thinking that this is going to be punitive, it doesn't have to be punitive. We can make it informational, but we need to develop a mechanism that lets the people in one city know that another city is going to be tearing up their roads at a specific time. Because otherwise, we can say what we want to. All the platitudes are, I understand we need to be neighborly, but in the real world, people aren't neighborly. In the real world, the county did not facilitate Miami Gardens knowing. In the real world, they were just able to do it, and we were just flooded with calls, not just from the business owners, from the stadium, but the residents. The residents who couldn't get home, it became a serious problem, and it's a problem that's created by the fact that we have a dearth of policy in this area. And we let people we assume that people are going to do the right thing. We assume that folks are going to send a letter saying, hey, you know what, we're starting work on this day. They aren't doing that. By amending the item, I'm saying they have to do that. They have to inform people. They have to inform them that they are actually going to be performing work in their city. That's the first thing I'm doing. And by allowing the administration discretion in number 2 of the item to say you can build out the time limits. I don't have a preference of the time limits. If you want the time limits to be, hey, they got to get back to you in 5 days, 5 days, I don't care what the time limits are. What I know is that we shouldn't be putting cities in a situation where people can just do work within their borders without any knowledge that people are tearing up the roads. That's what actually happened. And so I can appreciate that, and I don't hide from the fact that there's an ongoing tension between Miami Gardens and North Miami Beach. I don't hide from that. But I also don't hide from the fact that when the people from the stadium called North Miami Beach to say, hey, what are you doing? We got this big game here. What are you doing? We need you all to stop construction. The people from North Miami Beach said, well, yeah, you want us to stop construction, but why did you support that legislation in Tallahassee? Those things are completely unrelated. They were completely unrelated, and it left the stadium and it left the people in Miami Gardens thinking that they were being vindictive. We should never place a city at the whim of another city like that. We shouldn't do that. And so if we can stop that by making them give information, changing the consent, making them give information, they used to let us know. So then we get to plan around it. Because if Miami Gardens or any other city had known, then they would be able to participate and come to our Department of Transportation and Public Works and say, hey, before you actually issue this permit, there is a soccer match that's going to be, so when you say you're going to be doing this construction, it's a large span. Can you not start here on this day? You can sequence things. You don't have to start in that place. And just for the record, as I spoke to the stadium about this, they in fact did communicate with the city of North Miami Beach the days that there will be soccer matches at the stadium. And they started the work anyway. And so that's a policy hole that exists in our policy. That's not, we allowed them to do that. And so we divorce ourselves from these things sometimes, but when we don't act, we allow folks to be taken advantage of. What happened was inappropriate. It shouldn't happen in Miami Gardens, but it shouldn't happen in any city. And so because it shouldn't, I'm willing to change it to inform and not consent, because I don't think that one city should be able to hold another city hostage either. I think if the work needs to get done, the work needs to get done. But clearly, if folks have a problem with telling somebody that they're going to be doing the work, how could anyone really have a problem with that? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so I think moving it to informational, I think is much better. And listen, right now our office is doing work on, with the Department of Public Transportation on Main Highway, and we told the city of Miami, and we're doing it now because schools are closed. So that was all by design. So I understand completely what you're saying because we do it. The only thing that I would say is, if we can make it so that we also do it. So you're saying that the cities have to provide information, right? The cities have to provide information when they do work, right? Then the county also has to provide information to the cities when we do work. So, right, we're the ones that give the permit, right?
I have absolutely no problem with that. And I kind of assumed that in this item that because we were issuing the permit, because that was actually one of the questions that I asked our staff. Like, why didn't we tell somebody? Like, nobody caught this? So when it took somebody literally, and I don't know if you're familiar with the geography of Miami Gardens, but when it took 4 hours to get from the turnpike to 37th Avenue, there was a serious problem because nobody thought to speak up. No one thought to do it. And so I hear everybody with, oh, this is, and I love the fact that in your district, folks actually do the information. You're like, because when we're doing stuff in Miami Gardens, what we do is, and the county does this, well, I guess Miami Gardens also, we put up, they tell us, and we put up signs, hey, this road will be closed from this time to this time. There'll be construction this night, and this night.
We
That's
do
the type of stuff that,
informational
yeah,
Zooms.
that's supposed to happen. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. And this not happening had an extraordinarily bad effect. And let me just say this. Look, you all know that I'm a supporter of things at the stadium. I support World Cup. I support the concerts. Because I understand it drives our economy. But we can never be in a position where we unreasonably burden the residents of the city that hosts that stadium. And so we know that there has to be traffic. We should never be doing construction on that road when we know that we have FIFA coming. We should never be doing that. And if we have to do it, it has to be something that we have to avoid. We can create that process with very, very, very limited imposition on anyone else. This is not meant to be punitive. I just need it to be informational. And I need the county to be, if there's a problem, to be the grown-ups in the room. Because we're the people who are issuing the permit. And so if someone comes back and says, hey, we provided them notice. Okay, you provided us notice. All right, they disagree with it. Let the county decide whether to issue the permit or not. I got no problem with that. Issue the permit, do the work, but stage it in a way that doesn't inconvenience the residents of our communities.
All right, Commissioner from District 4, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm a big believer in notice. When I was on the City Commission in Miami Beach, I actually created the Text Alert program to make sure that people are constantly notified because I think communication is very important. I've been working with DTPW actually on an item because our UMSA area, you have AT&T ripping up roads. You have all these different people coming and ripping up roads. The residents don't get any notice, and so we're working on a way to make sure they have that notice. So I'm with you on the spirit of wanting to make sure that there is notice. So if that's the case and we apply it to the county, because I think the county does a lot of work in all sorts of areas in our wonderful 305, 786, whatever other area codes we have now, then, we have 6, okay. Then I think, it should apply to us as well. And then I would also ask, so I think if you change consent, because we don't want to give veto power to anybody to stop work from being done, because this is vital infrastructure work that needs to happen. However, we want to make sure that we're being cognizant and being good neighbors, right? Okay, so that's number one. So that takes care of A. And B, you do put in there, and we're going to have to change the language because it says between municipalities and that conditions have to be agreed upon in writing. So that gets a little gray area. So maybe they can help us. We can eliminate that?
This item specifically, I just need to put something in place that immediately makes people start giving notice, talking to each other. Yes, I need that to happen because we have a lot of stuff going on and we have a lot of work that has to be done. And I want the work to be done, but that work has to be staged in a way that does not overly disrupt the community. Otherwise, the conversations that we have to start having about events at the stadium, which actually help drive our economy, is whether it's appropriate to inconvenience one community like that.
So with that, then, we'll amend it with your permission to strike out consent, just inform and strike B.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. So with that, show with those
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Bermudez was also waiting, though. Did you get your...
I'll be very brief. With those changes, I think I'll support it. I had concerns because I had, in the city of North Miami Beach in particular, some have expressed concerns to me. And based on what Commissioner Gilbert says, having been in that position, you always want to have notice, including when the county's trying to do work in your city or your district. If it's a matter of informing, that's a little bit different than the perception that I had. The perception I had was a little bit more onerous, but with those changes, I don't think it'll impact, well, actually it should improve the communication between municipalities and the county and municipalities. So I'm not, I'm going to support it based on that. I had a little bit, and you know, Commissioner Gilbert's known me a long time. He knows I'm not shy to say when there's a municipality that has an issue that has reached out to me, and but in this case, his explanation of the changes suffice.
All right, sounds good. So we have, and then Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want some clarification because I do agree with the informative aspect of it. Definitely want to make sure that folks are informed, but to Commissioner Steinberg's point, with if the county is issuing the permit, why are we not informing the cities? Because I mean, my only hesitation here is to pin, and I know this is not your intent at all. My only hesitation here is to not pin cities against each other. So perhaps that's the clarification I wanted. I don't know if perhaps if the county can act as the informer, I don't know if that's going to be better.
So, through the chairman.
It's clearly 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I believe, I apologize, I believe it's an informer.
Okay, informant.
There you go.
It's the informant. It's the informant. It's a former prosecutor's informant. But
Not informant.
So it's. I thought about that, right? And so, but I think it would actually slow it down more. So, because most of this work isn't actually done by a city. Most of this work is done on behalf of cities by private contractors. And what the private contractors do is they go and they apply for permits. Now it's easy for them to actually go and if we develop a form to get somebody to sign off saying from City Hall in Miami Gardens, hey, they've given us this information. Even if the staff says they want to do it by certified mail to I don't care, whatever it is, however you want to inform them, you inform them. That allows them to do it. If you put the onus on the county, that means there's a time after you actually submit your permit application that the county has to go to the city, communicate with the city, wait for the city. I think it would make it longer. But if you all think that that's fine, that's fine. I thought it would make it longer when I processed it. So I thought that it would be easier to allow the private contractors to do this before they submit it, because if they do it before they submit, then it's easy. Then you can better stage how you're going to actually do your work. Yeah. So that's why I came to it.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
And so, you know, the reason I proffer that is because, you know, earlier you had said that, and I don't know if this is true, but it seems like there was a mess out there with the stadium. Now, earlier you said that the city of North Miami did in fact inform the other city, and that they did it anyways.
No.
That's kind of my hesitation. That's kind of why I want to see if the county can be in the middle.
No, the city of North Miami Beach didn't inform the city of Miami Gardens. The city of North Miami Beach was informed by the stadium that those were dates that they would be doing, that they'd be having events at the stadium.
Got it.
Yeah, but Miami Gardens wasn't informed at all. To my understanding, Miami Gardens wasn't informed at all.
All right. Commissioner Higgins.
If I may, just to follow up, I think on the city-to-city stuff, just because the county issues a permit, we don't tell them the date that the contract's going to get the notice to proceed. That is all done through the municipalities. They need to talk to each other.
Yep, agreed.
I think if we're monitoring every little contract that's going on in all the municipalities, that would be rough. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I see him waving.
Okay.
Shaking his head. All right, guys. So we have a motion as amended. Commissioner Bastian, you're recognized.
Yes, so thank you, Commissioner Gilbert. Communication from the city of Miami Beach does indicate that they always follow the county's lead, always. So I'm not discounting, I'm not gonna go back and he says, she said, or they say. So suffice to say that the city of North Miami Beach clearly indicates that they always follow the county's lead, always. Always. With that, because of the amendment and the change in the item, 1 second. Yeah. So that's what I wanted. I wanted to make sure that I clarify what the communication that I've gotten from the city of North Miami Beach.
Okay.
And then I believe that I'm always in favor of engaging before legislating. Always engage, Commissioner Gilbert, always. And I'm open to discuss things and then to make sure that cities' responsibilities are held to the max. I am open to that, and I think that in every situation, and then I learned that even from children. In every situation, there is always room to engage. It is always better to engage. Engage before legislating. And the city of North Miami is clear that they've always followed the county's lead. And then they don't even acquiesced to this incident that you're talking about. But let me see. And then yes. So and then they've always open to sit down and talk. Always engage. Always better to engage.
Mr. Chairman.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and lastly, she keeps talking. And then I think Commissioner Gilbert knows that. I'm always open to facilitate any meeting with any of the cities in my district. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. With that, I'm going to call a vote on this item. All in favor, as amended, all in favor of 11A15 as amended, signify
Wait,
by
I have a
saying
question.
aye.
I have a question.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show this item passed. Mr. Attorney, are there any additional items on the pull list?
No.
Okay, so real quick, I need no. Wait, we're gonna get there. I know we all want garbage talk, but we're gonna get there. I promise. But there's other business that I want to complete. Do I need an official motion to cancel the August BCC meeting? That is like an extra meeting or whatnot.
Before we do that,
But that's like August. Nobody's here. There's no quorum for it.
well, just
It's like August 1st. Like,
I know.
Literally, no. I'm not even here.
I know. I just want us to revisit. I know that Commissioner Gonzalez had a motion,
I have that next.
but before we cancel the meeting, it might be relevant to that.
It won't. Here's why. You want me to get to that one first and then get to the meeting? All right. Okay. So there's no quorum, period, either way. So that's why it's a formality to cancel the meeting on the record because there's just no quorum. So people will show up and there won't be quorum to have a meeting. But I'll get to that first, to what you're saying, and I'll recognize Commissioner Gonzalez if he still does have a motion. I'm not obviously I don't know, but I did want to bring up the healthcare, not the item. Obviously, that's been 4-day ruled, but I want to bring up the topic again because it's obviously extremely important that this board and this body makes a decision. I'd say ideally it would have been today, but in the absence of it being today, I think no later in my conversations with the administration, with Chief Carla Denise, I think the September 3rd meeting is extremely close to that deadline and it's very challenging. But from my understanding, while it will require a lot of overtime and work from our HR department, et cetera, it's something that's doable. To meet that mid-October open enrollment date, and keep me honest, Chief, if I'm wrong. And I know it's not ideal. I'm not asking if it's ideal. I'm asking because none of the scenario is ideal at this point. But I'll recognize you in a minute to kind of give your input, Chief. But here's my fear. My fear is that it be that August date that we don't have quorum for, that it be that September 3rd date that presumably we will all be here for, but that we'll be back at the same place that we were today, right, with uneasiness. I know that several had uneasiness on this, even though it was 4-day ruled, and I'm speaking for myself. I expressed it to everyone that has spoken to me about it, from the administration to the parties involved. So my fear is that when it comes back to us that we have the proper information to make a decision. So my proposal, because I understand what the easy proposal is, right? The easy proposal would be and I'm talking outside of voting on a company today, right? Or the next meeting, outside of making a decision on one or the other. The one easy option would be to extend the current contract. I don't think that is, personally, I don't think that is the appropriate route because we may be saving a lot of money by going in a different direction, right? So we don't want to commit to another 12 months, especially entering a budget year as challenging as it is. But for me, at least, and my discomfort and uneasiness on this, and just kind of as rushed as it's been on from the moment it was brought to my desk, is if doable, and I'd like to hear from the chief, something that would give me comfort for before the next meeting, and I know it's in a very aggressive timeline, is if we can, and if I need to make it as a motion, I will, if we can bring in an additional consultant, a third-party consultant such as Gallagher, who was the original one, but to bring in an additional consultant to give us their opinion on this very complex decision and RFP that we have to make a decision on. I don't know if that's doable from now through September 3rd or any earlier date that we can all decide to have a quorum. I am willing and open to call a special meeting for this. I understand how important it is, but I want to give enough time for an additional consultant to give their opinion, because what I don't want is to come back here and still have unreadiness by some of my colleagues, as I felt today. And I throw myself in that bunch. I still have unreadiness. So, Chief, would you, I'm sure my colleagues will have comments on this, but would you comment on what I said? And let's leave with respectfully, like, ideally we all know what the perfect timeline would have been, but we're not there. So is it doable, and can we engage with an additional consultant to bring us back an opinion?
Through the chair, Carla Denise Edwards, Chief Administrative Officer. It would put the county at extreme risk if we were unable to make a decision today. The time that is required in order for us to implement the program to ensure that all of our employees, our retirees, and their families don't miss one gap in their healthcare coverage is pretty profound.
Chief, let me interrupt you. Chief, let me
So it would put the county at risk.
Chief,
Your
let me
second
interrupt you.
question.
Chief, let me interrupt you. Your comments are not welcomed. Respectfully, your comments are not welcomed. This body is not making a decision today. That has been made clear. So for you to put that on the record, you are now causing chaos unnecessarily, because I will personally guarantee all 2.8 million residents of this county, not just our employees, that we will have insurance every single day. We will not lapse in coverage. This body, and I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say that this body would not allow that to happen. So please, I was very clear and very nice the way I said, speak on realistic stuff, not on ideas. The item has been 4-day ruled. A decision will not be taking place today. So when you start your statement with saying that we are putting the county and the residents and the families of these employees at extreme risk, that I do not accept that idea. That is just not true. We're not putting them at risk. We're not putting them at risk. That is not true. That is a false statement and a false narrative. You may continue, Chief.
Your second question is, it is possible to have a second company come in and do an analysis of the claims to validate or confirm or either overturn the claims analysis that was done by Gallagher. That is possible.
Thank you, Chief. And it's not necessarily an overturn, colleagues. It's just a second opinion, right? Like we often get, this is a very, very, very expensive decision for this county. It may save us a lot of money, or it may cost us a lot of additional money. So it's not, the second opinion is not to overturn the opinion of the first choice. It's just getting a second opinion. That second opinion may concur with it. It may disagree with it. And whether it concurs or disagrees, this body could still make the decision that they're going to make, right? We could still vote for one or the other. I'm just saying I'm trying to come up with options so that when this does come before the board again, within the next 30 to 40 days, that we have more information and feel more comfortable taking a vote on it. With that, I know that there's some hands up. I'll start with Commissioner Gilbert. I'll start with Commissioner Higgins, work my way this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and your understanding about how important it is to, one, make sure we reassure all of our employees that we will have health insurance and that our administration has found a way to basically expand the number of providers available. But I'm worried about the September 3rd meeting, not because there'll be a lapse in service. You're absolutely right about that. But these kinds of changes are worrisome to people because they actually affect our bodies and your children and your family members. And having the time to communicate that there's no risk to these sorts of changes are very, very important. My understanding is that 99% of the doctors we have in AvMed are also in Aetna, and that the Aetna proposal will add every doctor that we currently have, but it would triple the number of medical providers we have access to. I have several that I have to pay cash for because they're not part of the network. I would suggest we have a special meeting to do this sooner rather than later. Not because I'm worried about the computer systems, but I'm worried about the people that need to have time to ask questions. Happy to do what you guys aren't. I'm happy to do a special meeting next week. We are also meeting on that August 20th date, but I'm very disappointed that we're at least, we weren't talking about this today, but we just have to remember that this is change. It needs to be communicated to our employees. We need to do this properly, and then quite frankly, it gives the mayor time to revise her budget and her budget memo to accommodate for this nearly $50 million. Because obviously there's a lot of parks things and transit things that have been taken away from us in the budget crisis that might be able to be returned to us. So my thoughts are a special meeting sooner rather than later. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your understanding of the urgency.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'm willing to make myself available for a special meeting since the item was 4-day ruled. Again, I'd like that special meeting to be spaced out so that where that other consultant has enough time. I don't know what that timeline is, if it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
That's why I suggested August 20th. We've all said most of us can be here, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll be here August 20th. I don't know that we'll have quorum August 20th, quite frankly. But with that, Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we do need to do a special meeting. If we're not going to, and we can't address this today, I think we do in a special meeting. And I was looking at the date of July 31st. August 20th is still pretty far down the road. That will give them a week to get a consultant and to review the claims. This is all reviewed via algorithm and a computer and AI, mostly anyway. But that's what's going to do most of the work. July 31st, which is a Thursday, which I'm actually not in town, but I'll be in town. I'll make myself available. Yeah, I'll make myself available on July 31st. But my concern about waiting is it's not that the world will end. So let me just recategorize this for folks. The sun is going to rise. We're going to have health coverage. It may cost more, and there may be some hiccups. The mayor's budget is predicated on a certain level of savings that, in part, was predicated on Aetna's proposal. So we know that if whatever we do, whatever decision we make, if we don't reach that level of savings, our $400 million deficit is exacerbated. So it behooves us to actually make the decision sooner to give ourselves more of a runway. This item has been 4-day ruled. It was my item. It will naturally come to the next meeting. I would suggest a special meeting in the next couple of weeks to actually deal with this sooner. The first part of August, the end of July. The administration and some folks have said that we could make a motion to award now, I feel like there's still too much discomfort on the dais for that. So we don't want to do that. But waiting is a problem. When I say waiting is a problem, that's the information that I get from our folks, the auditor. I mean, waiting is a problem on this. And so we need to probably be more deliberate than August 20th and definitely earlier than September if we're going to do this. So July 31st, if we could do a special meeting around that time.
Can we do the 30th?
Commissioner, guys. I'm not here July 31st through like July, the first, I'm gone for a week.
Are you here on the 30th?
So yeah, we're not going. But here's what I would like, if possible, if we have at least quorum, at least 7 for the August 20th. I think that's a happy middle. It's not September 3rd. I think, and it gives enough time for the third party for a second opinion. The problem is the second opinion won't be done by July 31st either. Like, what's going to change from today through July 31st if we don't have a second opinion? The unreadiness will be the same.
Well, it was my motion for a special meeting was actually predicated on them being able to get the second opinion by that time. If we didn't, the chair's office would always have the ability to cancel the meeting. Yeah, so if they can't, but they were nodding when I said, when I said the 31st, that you all could get the opinion, the second opinion by then, analysis of the rates and the rate check by then. If you can do it by then.
Chief?
Through the chair, we have already started looking for a firm, and we were told it will take approximately 2 weeks. So if I could leave here and get somebody contracted, we will try our best to move heaven and earth.
Okay. So again, we can do a raise of the hands, Commissioner Gilbert. I don't think we'll have quorum on July 31st or whatnot. I'm not here as the chair, so I mean.
Are you in the 30th? I want a time when you're going to be here. So I was saying the 30th, or I can be.
So I do want to clarify one thing and either clarify or be corrected myself. But if David from Finance is here, is David here? Budget? Is David here or no?
Clodfelter.
Madam Mayor, Clodfelter?
He just left shortly ago.
Okay. So I was in a meeting with, I think, the chief and your chief of staff, Joanna, and I want to say you were on Zoom, Madam Mayor, and I asked a very specific question, just to Commissioner Gilbert's point. I asked a very specific question. Is the savings of this deal, this insurance deal, predicated on this year's budget? And the response that David gave me in a call with all of us is that it was not. He said the fees for this year are already embedded into the budget, but it will be savings for, I guess, 26, 27. That is the response that David gave us, because this goes into a trust and the per employee allocation is already determined. That's a code that we follow. So this year's budget is not predicated on that being said, we still need to make a decision now, because we're running like a year behind, and then it'll be 2 years instead of 1 year behind. But I want to just be clear that for this new fiscal year's budget, either I was misled but Chief?
Through the chair, you are correct. We created a formula that would determine how much each department would pay per employee, and we did that so that we could achieve some savings to the general fund. It was predicated on us having lower healthcare rates. When we start the new contract on January 1st, our presumption is by having a new vendor, the amount we have to pay in claims will be reduced. If we fail to have those savings, the amount we pay in claims will increase, which will have an impact on our budget and how much money we spend per employee. So you are correct. We built our budget based on achieving savings and increasing the amount each department pays per employee. However, not having a claims administrator in place on January 1st would result in unanticipated expenses. Expenses that are not budgeted.
So it's a hybrid of the both. Like it's not, but it is. So it's a hybrid. Okay. All right. So continuing the thing. Are you on cue, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, or no? I'm going in order here. Commissioner Gonzalez, while she makes up her mind. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify to all of my colleagues that I am not in the spirit of using the 4-day rule. I'm not. I try not to, and I don't want to. But all of this uneasiness that we're talking about and exactly what Commissioner Gilbert has alluded to is the reason that I 4-day ruled this. I'm sick and tired of this board having to make decisions from one day to another, from crisis to crisis to crisis. It seems like many times, and by the way, this is a multi-million-dollar contract that affects tens of thousands of lives to our county employees, some of which might be going through cancer treatment, some like my wife who were pregnant, has an OBGYN and wants that OBGYN to deliver her baby. And the reason I say that is because I don't have time to trust one person to tell me all the doctors are going to be transferred and covered by Aetna. All these savings are going to be the savings that we're telling you. As a matter of fact, I have a legal opinion here that says that the savings that the administration is talking about have a $60 million shortfall. Now, I'm not saying that's true, and I'm not saying I believe this. I'm not for Aetna. I'm not for AvMed. I'm for whatever is best for the employees of Miami-Dade County. But in order for us to make a proper decision, it takes time. You don't just change your insurance from one day to another. I do know that Namida, who, by the way, is a stellar employee for Miami-Dade County, I know she's been working on this for a long time. I know that she's very passionate about this. And I know that she did a great job negotiating this deal. But my uneasiness, and I don't speak for the rest of my colleagues, but my uneasiness comes in the administration bringing this in the last hour and basically saying that our hair's on fire. If we don't vote for this, there is no insurance, without us being able to verify or have any conversation whatsoever in a timely manner to settle the uneasiness before we make a decision on a multi-million-dollar contract that is going to affect tens of thousands of families. I don't want to 4-day rule things, but I can't vote for this today. I want to be there. And by the way, full disclosure, I have had Aetna in the past, and they are fantastic. They are incredible. But I can't trust these numbers right now. I will make myself available for a special session, whatever it is that we need in order to have that vote, Mr. Chair. But I concur with your suggestion that, one, I would like to see a presentation from both AvMed and Aetna. And two, I love your suggestion of having an outside source look through these numbers and tell us, because I literally have an opinion here saying there's a $60 million shortfall and that these numbers are not true. I'm not saying that this is true. I'm not saying I believe it. But what I'm saying is I don't have time to verify this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner from District 4, you're recognized.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just trying to put everything into a posture. So we're going to get another consultant. So we had a consultant that came in to tell us A, B, C, D. We have bidders who gave us their, I don't know, okay, this is very confusing. So now we're going to get another consultant to maybe agree or disagree, but we actually have the bidders who gave us their actual numbers, but then consultants are disagreeing, and now we're going to get another consultant. But if we're going to do that, which I'm fine with, can we please make sure that they speak with both parties so that, you know, we have some sort of like, you didn't just speak to one, you spoke to both, you didn't just speak to another, you didn't just speak to the administration, so that there's communication. Is that okay?
No,
Okay.
I agree with you, Commissioner. Vice Chair?
Oh, and I can't be here until after August 10th.
Yes, I don't think this, the chief just explained, we need at least 2 weeks for a proposal, for another opinion, so, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my remarks are going to echo District 4's Commissioner. I'm not going to be present the latter part of July. Secondly, I do believe there is a lawsuit that has been filed by AvMed in this particular case. So I'm going to be, I'm sorry? Okay, I'm going to be very careful in what I want to put on the record, so I'll just mute myself as it relates to this particular issue. But as soon as you want to have this meeting, I'm okay with it. Just cannot do it at the end of July.
All right, thank you, Vice
Chairman, if I may.
I'm going to have my office reach out, again, through the proper course, whether it's the clerk or the administration or the attorneys or directly, but I'm gonna have my office of the chair reach out to each commission office and see what date we have at least 7 to establish quorum. If it's August 20th that we already are convening, then it'll be August 20th, but if we could do it sooner, I'm happy to make myself available, similar to the vice chair, and that's a problem, right? Because the chair and the vice chair are not here that end of July, week of August, so like someone needs to chair the meeting. But we'll circle that around and make sure that to the best that we can establish quorum, we will make that happen. We understand this is a priority. With that, Commissioner from District 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the administration, I need to understand how we got here. I mean, I don't want to spend 20 minutes, but I do need to, and I'm asking you, not how did we get here because my colleague 40 ruled it, and I don't think that was a bad idea, frankly. I think it shows the import of the decision and the unreadiness. But understanding with your opening statement, as it was made, that you were saying a failure to make a decision today would place an extreme risk. How did we get here? How did we get here? I really, I'm authentically, I'm looking at the dates. This went out in January. This is a $550 million healthcare contract that covers 30,000 employees in Miami-Dade County. How did we get here? Walk me through that as expeditiously as possible, because I have a series of other questions that I'd like to ask.
And, through the chair, and I may want to defer to Namada if you want exact dates. We got here because we thought it was in the county's best interest to try to get lower rates for our healthcare carrier. One of the things I want to clarify the record is this is not necessarily an insurance product. The county is self-funded. So we pay $1.1 billion in claims on those 30,000 employees, their families, and the retirees on an annual basis. What we're doing is we're contracting for a health carrier or an administrator who will ensure we get the best pricing from the providers that we use when we seek care. And so we got here because we were not getting the best pricing based on industry standard. We attempted to negotiate with the current or the incumbent. We're unsuccessful in those negotiations and decided that the best way to get the best price was to go to the market and have competition. That's how we got here.
How long, the current contract holder, how long have we been in and under contract with the current contract holder?
It is my understanding, I might need to call on Nambre, but we've had them for 10 years under the current terms. And I'll,
That's
yeah,
fine. A rough
did say
estimate
that.
is fine. I'm not, we've had them for 10 years, understanding that their contract to administer expires when?
Sorry. December 31st, 2025.
Okay, and so again, a 10-year term. We have legislation that has been passed recently that says when we are 2 years before the expiration of a contract, we need to put it out to avoid situations like the one that we're in today. But that helps me understand how it is that we're here today.
Oh.
Go ahead.
We did start the negotiations approximately 2 years ago. That would have been in 2023. It is now 2025.
Okay, but was this ready to be placed on an agenda previous to today? Was it held up by the chairman's office, or is this now just becoming ripe to be placed on an agenda? It's really the bottom. I need to understand, No, I do. No, I do. I think it's an authentic question.
No, Commissioner, I received I received this item on Friday.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
I did not
want to
hold
know
this up.
because when you open with statements like if we fail to make a decision today, we're placing an extreme risk, it needs to be made clear how and who contributed to what brings us here today. Now that that has been established, I also...
I'm so sorry to
Yes.
just clarify.
Yes.
If I could. This has been under negotiation, as was said, for a long time. Over the summer, when some of you were away, we had the final terms. We were reaching out to you. NAMADA reached out to everybody, and I don't know that everybody took the briefing, but I think most of you did, to keep you in the loop. It was at my advice, so even though it wasn't on the agenda, I told her this is going to come down to the wire. Please meet with every commissioner to let them know that it's coming, and because it is obviously such a big decision.
Yeah.
And I do also want to be clear, I know Chief Edwards said this, but we also tried really hard to negotiate with AvMed to allow them to meet better terms. So that was definitely, nobody likes change. We wanted to come up with better terms, and that was part of the effort that we made. And that did lead to some delays because we tried to get from them information, and that took a while. But nonetheless, this has been, I would say, we've known for, 6 weeks or so that we were going to be proposing, and so we did reach out to you, and then the final numbers and the Gallagher write-up and so on was available later.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I appreciate the effort to negotiate the best price, and I think everybody understands why and supports that effort. It just, again, places us in a very, very difficult position because there is a lawsuit. And without getting into the details of the lawsuit, it's not just a lawsuit, it's a motion for an injunction, an emergency injunction. And our decision determines how that case moves forward. And I think I'm getting nods of the head. So they're waiting for us to make a decision. As a result of the outcome of this board's decision will determine how that case proceeds and how that injunction moves forward. That tells me that we need to move quickly on this and make a decision sooner rather than later. I think August 20th is too late in time and pushes too close to that open enrollment period. And I certainly will make myself available, but I do think it needs to be far earlier than August 20th, and I see this as being a core function as commissioners to make a decision like this. And so I know we're in summer, I know we have travel obligations, but I do think that we should make a decision today on a date that is sooner rather than later.
If I could just add, I'm not here the 13th, but I would defer to others to hold that meeting without me, because I am not the expert, and my input at that meeting would not be as important as the others who are working on it.
Okay, all right, Madam Mayor, thank you. Commissioner from District 7, let me finish this side, first rounds of this side. Commissioner from District 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along the points that Commissioner Gonzalez raised, this is not the first time this happens to this board. We constantly get backed into a corner, and then we say we take it or leave it. And this is an insurance product, and I understand the work that has been done on your side, and the frustrations you hear from Gonzalez, from Commissioner Gonzalez, the same frustrations that we have. And it's not just this issue, it's one after the next that we come back and we say, it's either a take it or leave it scenario. We'll go into a death spiral if this doesn't happen, whether it's transportation, whether it's healthcare, whatever the issue may be. And I think that I don't know what else this board needs to do, what message we need to send to say, please get this information to us on a timely matter. And yes, Madam Mayor, appreciate the fact that we were reaching out to the commissioners, but the public had no idea until today, until this was placed on an agenda. And in the eyes of transparency, I think it's important for people to digest information, to figure out where it's coming from, because now we're going to spend more money on having someone else come in and evaluate this. So I think it's time, as we move forward, the message is clear from this board: get things to us on time. Give us at least a week to digest this information. Don't force our hand and say, this is the ultimatum. It's not right, it's not good government, and we need more transparency as it relates to this information, these contracts that come before us.
Thank you, Senator. And look, I would say, and I'm going to continue now on my right side, I would say I completely agree with you, Senator, but look, I realize, and even in private business and government, I recognize that things sometimes move quickly and they're time sensitive and they need to happen in a rushed manner. And I understand that part. That's not the problem that I'm arguing. While I do agree that we need to stop this habit of last minute, I do trust that the administration, the chief, the mayor, and everyone that's worked on this and NAMIDA has tried to do this for the right reasons. That I trust. That wasn't what upset me. What upset me was obviously the remarks trying to pin it on us as if it's a decision that we're making that's putting the employees at risk. I understand that this was last minute. I understand I just got this on Friday. I tried to get comfortable with it and didn't, but put it on the agenda for a discussion, got 40 ruled. I understand the process. It was late, it was last minute, but it was necessary in order to meet deadlines. It was just a risk. It was just that message that it was on us when it wasn't. That's the only thing that got me worked up of sorts. But with that, Commissioner of District 7.
Thank you. Thank you. And look, I had the briefing. Navida explained her point, and I think that one of the things that has come up is that folks don't agree with the data that Gallagher looked at. I know, but that was a second step from the selection committee. So what I don't want is another like rehashing of that. And I wish we had the opportunity to hear from Namida so she could explain kind of her point, but I understand people are tired and we're not going to vote on this today. So, but that being said, I think it's important to give everyone an opportunity to walk through it. A second, third party, view of it is fine. The question is, how much is that time does that take? If the issue is that Gallagher did not look at the actual information submitted by the parties, I don't understand why we can't just tell them to look at the actual information submitted by the parties, right? But if it's a lack of trust as to their analysis, I understand then, but then we have to go out, get somebody else, they have to look at all the data again, and they're gonna bring us something. And then what happens if what they bring us back looks just like what's being proffered, right? So, just putting it out there. So I'm happy to make myself available for a special meeting. I'm not here on the 31st, but I am here on the 30th. But I just think that if we are gonna get another opinion, or if we are going to request another thing, we should be very precise as to what we want folks to look at, because I don't want to do this again, right? So to the administration's point, we are self-insured. So if we're focusing on that piece, then let's drill down on that piece.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so Commissioner from District 12.
First of all, I guess we've become the definition of beating a dead horse, but I find it ironic that we're going to try to get a second opinion when we're talking about healthcare. Maybe that's just ridiculous. But there were 54 things that dropped last evening. 54 new things. I'm going to be here whichever day we need to be here to vote on this. My concern has always been, and I think, Carla, you answered it, is that this is time sensitive. I don't want to get into, everybody's talking about this lawsuit that I have not seen. It's not really a lawsuit, I guess it's injunctive relief. How it is somebody can seek injunctive relief when we haven't taken a decision to the attorneys. Can you explain that concept to me? Because injunctive relief is somebody telling us we can't make a decision? It's not our right to make a decision?
We had a status conference this morning and we made that point and the judge agreed. So the briefing or the hearings will not occur until the board makes a decision. It was not ripe. We did raise that argument.
Okay, because I was shocked when somebody says somebody's filed injunctive relief without this. That to me is really shocking, without us making a decision. Because if we don't make a decision, what's going to happen is what's already been discussed. We're going to kick the can down the road on insurance again, and we're going to kick it till next year. And then the dilatory efforts of one party will preclude us from making a decision. I'm going to be here. I'm ready to make a decision today. I'm going to be here. I'm willing to hear the second opinion, apparently, you know, whoever the second opinion is going to be. And I hope that the administration talks to each and every one of us so we don't have to get up here and have an opinion from one individual or another, lobbyist, lawyer, intermediary, whatever, that says X and Y and Z. So we have X, Y, and Z, and so we can make that decision. I'll make myself available any day. I'm glad you answered that question. So there is, at this point, apparently no injunctive relief, because there can't be injunctive relief until we make a decision, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you. Just, I guess a couple of things, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would press for the fastest possible date for the special meeting, and I would also caution us that while we're directing the mayor to secure another consultant, we need to be mindful of the mayor's spending limit and how much that might be. So we probably need to go ahead and waive that right now, because if we ask somebody to do this in 2 weeks or even a month, they're probably going to, and they know we have to have it because they're going to watch the meeting, they're going to charge us a lot for it. So let's just be prepared to pay for that. But that's fine. I just wanted to put in context, though, where we are presumptively from a decision-making process. So they couldn't get injunctive relief because we didn't actually make a decision. When we make a decision, 24 hours, if I'm correct, after that decision is final. That means after the mayor's veto period expands or after she signs it, we have to notify them, and then they have the opportunity to go back in and seek injunctive relief. That's the agreement that we've made with them in the court. Now, I bring that up because of this. Waiting until August 20th would place us at just August 30th at the very earliest. Waiting until September would, second or third, would place us September 12th. Just backing out from the time that we need to get this done, we need to get it done much sooner. So today would have been ideal, but the first possible time that we can get 7 commissioners in a room and these numbers analyzed, we need to make the decision. And let me just say, I have currently both AvMed and Aetna. I have AvMed, they work fine through the county. I have Aetna through my insurance in Miami Gardens. When they came to me with this initially years ago when I was the chairman, what I said was, Aetna's going to be cheaper because of scale. It's just scale. AvMed's not a bad company, but scale matters. When you're providing services, you have the purchasing power for 2 million claimants. It's different when you have the purchasing power for $200,000 claimants. It's just scale.
Commissioner, but remember the item has been 40 ruled. The actual.
Well, yeah, and so we're not talking about.
I
We're
want
not
to talk about your
the
two
actual
insurances.
item.
I want two insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
So it's the scale.
Hialeah.
The scale actually just is what makes the difference here. I would be shocked, like real shocked, if we hire whatever this consultant we hire and we pay them $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. If they come back and tell us that scale doesn't matter, we probably need to check their credentials, because everything that I've done from an experience perspective tells me that scale is something that's difficult to overcome. And so I want us just to, if we could just, Mr. Chairman, you said you're going to circulate dates, understanding that they're going to have 10 days from that when you add in the mayor's veto period, and then 24 hours, that day needs to be a lot sooner for all of us than later. So if we can do this in July, that's fine. The early part of August, you aren't here, but the very first day you're back, you get off the plane, you come to the commission chamber. I mean, we need to do this quickly.
What
So,
about the
Chair-
30th?
so
That's 2 weeks from now.
Commissioner, so this is what you're saying. I'm going to just rephrase what you're saying and kind of move forward from this. Is I will again circulate dates as soon as possible. If it's earlier than August 20th, then I will try to make it earlier than August 20th. I will be available earlier than August 20th but we need quorum to make a decision. The July date, no date in July works per what the administration just said. At least 2 weeks, and that's, I imagine, 2 weeks from engaging a company, right? At least 2 weeks from engaging another company. So July just doesn't work. It might be the very first week of August.
Through the chair.
So but again, I will circulate the dates to get from the board, see when the fastest date that everybody's available. I will circle back with the administration after the fact as well to make sure really how much exact time they're going to need. I think they're going to have to ask the consultant that they bring on, and then we will do a special meeting if we have quorum to do. Madam Mayor, that is an official motion, is to engage with a second opinion consultant as soon as possible. You have the delegated authority to do this, Mayor. If you have questions on this, Madam Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So my delegated authority is up to $250,000. So that's why Commissioner Gilbert mentioned the threshold. So while I can enter into a contract, I can't above $250,000. That to be said, I don't know that any of us have any idea what that would cost. I do want to mention that I believe that our chief here is thinking we could do it by the end of July. She's ready to, beat the drum to get it done. But I do want to mention, somebody said that perhaps they did not think that Gallagher had adequately reviewed both claimants, or both applicants, if you will. And certainly we could have Gallagher do a deeper dive and come and speak. I mean, Gallagher is an independent authority. They are not an insurance company.
I get it. But there's uneasiness with I have uneasiness with Gallagher.
Okay.
Even when I asked about the numbers of the proposal, the response, and there was several others there, and I respect the industry. I don't know the industry, but the response is we did not take into account the proposal's number. We have our own methodology, industry norms. I get it. I'm not familiar with healthcare industry norms, but to me, as a blindly from the naked eye, I feel that just not taking into account the proposer's numbers that they proposed based on the data that we gave them. They proposed the numbers. We didn't tell them what to propose. It wasn't an estimate that they gave out of the blue. They gave those numbers based on the raw data that we gave them. And then Gallagher tells me that they don't take those numbers into account. Verbatimly. I'm not putting words in their mouth. I'm not changing it. I'm not. Now, Namita, can you please come up for a second and answer, just for argument's sake? I can't imagine that a consultant that will give a response within 2 weeks will charge anything near or over $250,000. But can you tell us what Gallagher charged us to give this? Because to see if we need to hire the mayor's delegated authority of expenditure, or if we're safe within her delegated authority.
Chair, Namita Upal, Chief Procurement Officer. Chair, I don't have that number, what they charge.
Does someone in the county's administration that engaged with Gallagher have that information to the administration?
Here.
Chief Edwards is looking, and also they're on retainer.
Retainer, yes. An hourly charge. I have to
Through
get
the
that.
chair, we have Gallagher on retainer to help us do actuarial analysis for numerous things. This was one. I will try to find out exactly what the cost of this particular endeavor was, if it was above and beyond their current engaged rate or not. I do think, through the chair, it's really important to share with this board and the community that even if we get a second opinion, they're going to use the same methodology, which is we don't take the information from the two bidders, we give them independent claims, and then we ask them to run the claims through the proposed contracts that have been submitted by the two entities. And so it's the normal customary process. I just want to set realistic expectations that if we get a second company, they're going to use that same process. They're not going to evaluate what was given to us. They're going to evaluate the claims that we've experienced and how much it would cost the county if either party were to administer those claims.
Correct. No, I get that, Chief. That has been made clear to me. And look, here's the thing, right? I think $100,000, $50,000, $150,000, whatever that second opinion costs is well worth it when we're talking about a delta of 40, 60 plus $1 million in savings potentially, right? So, but that said, I understand they're going to use the same data. We want them to use the same data because that is the real raw data that we have to go off of. But what's interesting to me is that, again, both AvMed and Aetna, when they gave us a proposal, so they gave us, let me just walk through those that are listening in, boringly watching our channel here and don't know what's going on. Let me break this down for you. We put out an RFP. We gave all companies, but in this case, 2 companies submitted, AvMed and Aetna. We gave 2 companies all of our information to bid. The same information. Not one company got more than the other. It was very fair and equitable to both companies. Based on that information, they both submitted a proposal. They submitted a number of what they feel it will cost us. They both put a number. There's a line, I think it's Appendix G or Amendment G or something, G of the RFP, and they both put in a number. They did not go to sleep one night, dream about a number, wake up, and plugged it in. That's not how they came up with that number. They got the data we provided them. They analyzed it. They're the experts in their field. And based on the data that we provided them, they placed a number in a certain line item. They placed their number. Their number was not an estimate. I mean, it was somewhat of an estimate because we can't predict what claims we're going to have in the future. But based on the real claims that we had in 2024, 9 months worth of claims, they put a number. Then the consultant came in and said, we're not taking that number into consideration. We're only going to take in the claims and the numbers they put in the claims into consideration. But their number is based on the claims. It's based on the same data. So basically, the way I interpret that is we're saying, hey, AvMed and Aetna, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You guys don't know how to submit a proposal. The number you submitted, you're wrong. All the years in the national companies, you guys don't know how to submit an RFP. Your numbers are wrong. These are the numbers. This is how we do it. That's how I took it. That being said, that's why it gives me unreadiness. Again, and I've said plenty of times, I said this to Gallagher, I said this to the administration, and I've said it today. I'm not an expert in healthcare. Maybe this is the industry norm. But it would give me more comfort to have a second opinion. That's all I'm saying. If the second opinion comes back with the same exact methodology, because that is, in fact, industry norm, then so be it. And then we make a decision based on that. That's all I'm saying. But it just kind of took me by surprise when the consultant, and they might be right, told me we don't consider that number in our evaluation. Commissioner Gilbert.
Mr. Chairman, I understand your discomfort with that, and I think that, I don't know which consultant it was. I'm willing to bet it was an actuary and not someone who actually speaks, explains these things in very practical terms. What they were probably trying to say is something like this: anybody can write anything down on paper. So we appreciate what you put on a piece of paper, but what we're going to do is take these claims and run them through what we know it generally costs in this area. So, and that process probably looks at what you have gotten back and what they have gotten back. That when they say they don't pay attention to what they wrote down, it's because people submit us proposals all the time about what they can do and how much they can do it for, and they might not be lying, but it seems to a lot of times be untrue. So the consultant saying, hey, I appreciate the fact that you all say you're going to have this much in savings, but what we know based on the market and what we know based on your history and what we know based on what we've seen from other competitors, those savings are not realistic. And because so much of what we're talking about is actual savings. So yes, they were very inartful when they explained that. That would have given me substantial pause also. But I understand what they're saying. And when the chief says it's going to be the same methodology, what the chief is saying is that no one can just take what you say at face value and say you're lower, because that would put the county in a position of, first of all, not reasonably budgeting our money. But we be in a position of going with whatever you put on paper is the lower price, and whatever you put on paper is the best benefits, without actually taking advice and assessing what we know to be true generally in the marketplace. The reason why we have Gallagher, and I'm not a Gallagher fan, I'm not a Gallagher hater, I don't know Gallagher. What I know is this: we have an independent consultant on this because everybody's going to say that they can provide more savings. And so we have somebody who comes in and says, hey, yeah, we get that they say they can provide you, $40 million in savings, but based on the market, their purchasing power, and what they've done previously, they really only did $10 million. That's what they're saying, translated into very, very, very direct and simple terms. And Anamada, that is my understanding of it.
Yes, through the chair. Commissioner, you're absolutely right. Appendix G that the chairman mentioned is not one line item. 18 pages are there. There's so many numbers in there. Along with that, both providers were given 1.5 million lines of data for actual claims. 1.5 million records of claims, actual claims from 2023 were given to both providers. Now, what's going on here is somebody is making that one of the numbers in that 18-page plus 1.5 million record, one of the numbers is projections. Hey, Aetna, what do you project the dollar value of the claims would be? Hey, AvMed, what do you project the dollar value of your claims could be? And AvMed projected 444 million. Aetna projected 502 million. Those are just projection, one number. Based on what they projected, AvMed is wrong, because based on how we are going this year, the claims are going to be approximately 452 million.
They're both wrong. They're both wrong.
And we're supposed to make a decision.
Right.
But don't say AvMed was wrong. They're both wrong.
I'm going there. 452 for this year. 2026 is going to be 476 million. So I don't know what the magic wand is to go down the trend. So that's one confusion. So there are no $60 million savings, the letter that you're talking about. Those are just one number that says projection. The actual savings come from 1.5 million record of data that we gave. Both got those actual claims. AvMed took those line items and said, okay, based on their current contracts with the providers here, it's going to cost us this much. And based on, Aetna gave us those numbers based on their current contracts. And what you see is $47 million. When you look at the AvMed's number was 412 million. And Aetna's number was 365 million. And that's where the delta of 47 million comes. Keep in mind, this only includes 9 months of data for medical claims, which means that the savings are going to be more than 47 million. So it's not one line number, it's 1.5 million records that were analyzed by 3 different actuaries from Gallagher. And on top, Commissioner Gilbert said it very clearly. AvMed, the total subscribers today under AvMed are 141,000. In Florida, it's 2.4 million under Aetna. Who has more buying power? Aetna. I can keep going. Aetna has the number of providers in Miami-Dade. Aetna has 25,000. AvMed has 8,000. So by just going to the Aetna, you will have more access, that the staff, the employees and their families will have more access to doctors, which you are not going to get. State of Florida did their ITN process just a year and a half ago. Aetna won, AvMed lost. They had also the same, not Gallagher, their consultant was Aon Consulting. We can reach out to them and see that, but the numbers are numbers. The buying power dictates here who has more buying power.
Thank you, Namita. So here's the thing, though. A lot of that is true, and thank you for your efforts in this, Namita. It always gets me when things are stated, but not all of it is explained. Because you're right. Aetna has a lot larger network. But I asked the question, are we tapping into the larger network? And the answer the administration gave me, and you were present, Namita, was no, we're not. We have the option to. We have the option to. But in the current proposal and what we're currently signing on to, we're not. So it just gets me when things are stated, and yes, we have an option to a larger network, but we're not opting for it right now in the current stuff. No. Here's the thing. Let me be clear as to where I'm at. Let me be clear because we're in a sunshine meeting. This is where my vote is. But don't make me change my mind just based on half the information, not misinformation. It's not misinformation. Everything you said is accurate, but half information. I am wherever the lowest bidder is, because as to Commissioner Gilbert's point and to many's points, they're both very reputable companies. They're both very reputable companies. By the way, everybody wants to talk about AvMed now and say how much Aetna's better, but we've had AvMed for the last several years and we've been pretty okay. I've never had a single employee walk up to me and tell them they have a complaint about AvMed. I've not. I've been here only 2.5 years, but I've not. But that said, I'm not with AvMed or Aetna. As much as you all think differently, I'm wherever the lowest bidder is, because they're both very reputable companies. Lowest bidder by a single dollar. All I'm saying is, today, having this item land on my desk as of Friday, I am not in a position to make an educated, comfortable decision today, which we're not because it was 4-day ruled either way. So all I'm saying, but I don't know that I'm going to feel any different in a week, or 2 weeks, or a month if nothing changes. So that's why I'm proposing the change of an additional second opinion or a second opinion. That's all I'm asking. And if it comes back the same,
So do you need do we need a second? Do you need a second to the motion? Is that?
yes. All right, so it's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. And then I'm going to circulate the dates to get quorum, a special meeting, and then we'll take a vote, and everybody will be happy.
And
Coverage will continue, and we'll save a lot of money.
And let me just ask a question. Do we want, just to be on the safe side, to waive the mayor's authority up to $500,000, just in case?
I don't think that in a 2-week process, any company will charge more than $250.
All right, then I am seconding your original motion.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Commissioner, Senator Garcia.
Okay, so then there's a couple of folks out there that can do this work. Who do we use? You have you have Aon, you have the Gearing Group, have a bunch of folks you can.
I asked around, I had my team ask around. We have one, but it doesn't matter to me. I have one named Aon that does the school board, Miami-Dade Public School Boards right now.
We look at the Gearing Group as well. There's
Gearing Group is another one that you're suggesting. So we have Aon, Gearing Group.
We'll see who's available, Mr. Chair. Thank you for
We can
this.
see who's available to do it within 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Whoever's available to do it. in 2
Yeah.
weeks. Let's just get it done.
I caution us making the decision on who does a second opinion to have a valid decision. If you really want to have a problem with injunctive relief.
So let's put on the
have
record
one
right
of us
now that the
nominate.
first.
That's not the best thing to do.
So firstly, you're saying you want to have it more concrete?
No, I'm fine with the second opinion. I'm just saying that I caution that we direct the administration as to who that should be, because in the end, we're the decisive body, the legislative body. The other thing, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, can we make sure that all of us get access to, in other words, some of us may have questions of this second entity that does this opinion. Once they have their opinion, to be able to ask them before the meeting. I don't want to be asking from the dais if we can talk to them before.
Absolutely. And then the request to Chief is that this second opinion consultant also meet with both companies individually and ask any questions that they have to come up with their final opinion. But I agree. I only mentioned the company because it was asked of one of my colleagues. But the administration can select the second opinion, whoever can do it fastest, to the Commissioner Gilbert's point. All right, with that, there's a motion, there's a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right. All right, now, that said, can I have a motion to cancel the August 1st meeting, or August 1st, right? All right, it's been moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show that BCC scheduled meeting canceled.
Mr. Chairman, just for a moment of silence for a member of our community that passed away when you get a chance.
Yes, let's do it now, because then we want a happy moment afterwards. But let's go ahead and have a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recently, Israel Lapchek, he is the father of Marco Slapchek, who is a 3-time serving chairman of Public Health Trust, and passed away. Israel was a child survivor of the Holocaust and someone who did much work for this community, especially helping a lot of the newly arrived find jobs and so forth. So we just want to take this moment of reflection and honor his memory for the service that he did to this community.
And I, as a District 4 resident, I too echo all the sentiments you said. Thank you.
Join us in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go into motions and appointments or anything like that. Does the clerk, hold on, does the clerk have an announcement to make? I'm told the clerk may have an announcement to make.
Good afternoon, that's correct. With regards to agenda item 15G1, the Veloma Award recognizes parents who have been inspired by the memory of a lost child and have taken action to positively influence the community. Pursuant to the award procedures for the second nomination period for 2025, Vice Chairman McGee nominates Ms. Dorothy Williams. Presentation of the Veloma Awards will take place at the Tuesday, October 7th Commission meeting.
All right. All right.
Yeah, hold on.
All right, now the motions. All right, Senator Garcia, you have any?
Yes, Mr. Chair, an allocation of $67,770 from district designated funds to Sky Home Improvement, Inc. for sidewalk repairs in District 13.
All right, there's a motion.
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the motion pass. Commissioner Higgins, any?
Yes, I have a motion. I passed it out. This is a very strange FTA change. Before, I guess they must have had trouble with the board. They want board approval before an administration negotiates with them on a TOD, which is what we've never done that. We just negotiate our TODs. So what this would do is it would pre-approve that our administration can talk to FTA, and then of course they can't make any decisions. It would still come back to us for full approval.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second by Commissioner Gilbert. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
All opposed, nay.
And I have 2 appointments. Is this the time you want me to do
Let's
those?
go ahead and do your appointment as well.
Amanda Knapp, Human Rights Commission, and then Selma Rabello for the Fire Prevention and Safety Appeals Board. And colleagues, we got a plea for help from the fire chief that we have not been able to get quorum on this. So I actually had a number of people apply for this. I've given all of the people over to the fire chief They have said that they are all fine to serve on the Fire Prevention Safety Appeals Board. So I've picked the first one, Selma. I thought we needed a woman on the board. But the other three are excellent should any of you want to review those items since they have not been able to get quorum in many, many months. Thank you.
All right, so those members appointed, first and seconded by Commissioner Gilbert.
So I just want,
On those
Yes,
appointments?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
so I have an appointment already on the fire board. Can I make a secondary appointment? Is there something that limits us from doing so? Because it's a firefighter that needs to be appointed, like an additional one that I can put right now.
You can have my appointment.
No, I have already an appointment. So, okay, so I also appoint Eric Chirolas, who's a firefighter, for the firefighter seat. To help
The
with
seat of Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Okay.
Just to clarify, we don't have individual commissions. See, so it's an odd board where it's not 13. There's technical
All
requirements.
I know is I did
Yeah.
appoint someone a while ago, but I wanted to make sure I can still appoint someone else just in case. Okay, thank
All right,
you.
so
now that
there's a motion, there's a second by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right, Commissioner Gilbert.
Okay, I have several motions, and I'll go ahead and make an appointment
Several?
here of Henry Kaufman. Henry Kaufman is just off the list. Henry Kaufman. Also, I move to appoint James V. Duke to the Biscayne Bay Shoreline Development Review Committee. Yeah, so that's one. And then two more motions, Mr. Chairman.
Are those appointments though?
Those are appointments, so I'll move those appointments.
Okay, so the appointments have been moved and been seconded by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. Show those members appointed. Commissioner Gilbert.
All right, I'm moving, I had previously allocated money to Universal Medical Institute, which is a clinic that provides free health care in the northern part of the county. They've been unable to draw down the money, so I'm moving to reallocate that money to the Florida Youth Football League United for youth services. It's $50,000. It's a reallocation.
From what? Okay.
It was a part of the adopted. Reallocate $50,000 from the Miami-Dade rescue. It was part of the rescue plan money.
Okay. All right. Yes, there's a motion. There's a second by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Any discussion on this? Because I know it's money, but it's only $50,000.
It was a project that I had.
Okay.
one
All
of my
right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
All right, and then the second one, I move to amend the adopted fiscal 2024-2025 county budget by directing county mayor or the county mayor's designee to identify any legally available funds remaining in the budget that are currently allocated for the Juneteenth and reallocating them to the District 1 designated fund. We partner with Miami Gardens for a Juneteenth program. All the receipts aren't in, but I want to make sure we draw down that money before it gets swept so that I can actually pay my portion. So I move the item.
All right, it's been moved. It's been seconded. The mayor was pretty clear. There's no left money anywhere.
Yeah.
But to the extent that there is, it's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Commissioner Steinberg, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion. This motion deals with Miami Steel Mill. And I do believe Monica is going to read this motion.
The Vice Chairman moves to direct the County Mayor's designee to negotiate a contract with Miami-Dade Steel LLC for the sale of county-owned property identified in Resolution Number R709-23 and to present it to the Board within 90 days of the effective date of this motion.
All right, wait. I was sorry. What was the motion? Vice Chairman.
Yeah, it's what it's basically doing is asking for the administration, along with Miami Steel, to have a conversation and bring back an item as it relates to the sale of the previously discussed parcels that have happened in the past.
All right, there's a motion by the Vice Chairman. There's a second by...
I'm not sure. So is this an extension? I mean, we just keep extending, which is fine if they're having serious conversations, but we're not signing anything or, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so there's a motion by the Vice Chair. There's a second by Commissioner Orbis. Any discussion on the item? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. It might be the hour, but I just don't understand. The motion sounded like it directed the administration to enter into a contract for the sale of a parcel. Is that correct? It's for the sale? I mean, did I not hear that correctly? I'm sorry, do you mind repeating them?
Sure, of course. It's to negotiate a contract for the sale of a parcel, but to bring it back to this board for the board's approval.
Okay, and the need for the sale, this is a property, it's my understanding, that has come extension after extension, and now we're switching from the extension of a lease agreement to a contract for the sale of the parcel. Why are we doing that?
No, it was never a lease. It was always a sale. So essentially, what we're doing is asking the administration and Miami Steel to have a conversation about the same piece of parcel as relates to this particular steel mill they want to put in District 9. So it's a conversation they're going to have, but the item has to come back before this board if there's an item that comes away during the time of a negotiation.
All right, any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Just to clarify, since a couple of commissioners have, through the chair, so this was a deal that was initially negotiated when I was a commissioner. So there was a long delay, and in fact, we did send a termination notice. So this would be a new negotiation.
Okay, so why are we selling property to an entity that received a termination? I mean, I don't remember the steel mill. I know there's a history here. That's why I'm asking the questions, if somebody can give me some context. A motion standing alone saying go negotiate for the sale without giving a contextual background and history, I just know the steel mill has a history. And so why did we send a termination of the lease agreement, and why would we be negotiating contract to sell it to them at this point?
Well, I can bring. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Al Dotson, can you please come up really quickly if you don't mind? Secondly, this goes directly to the question of Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Is that this is why we're asking that they negotiate with the county administration about the history and using the history of this of their relationship to move forward, and that's why we made reference to a previous resolution inside of the motion.
Al Dotson, 1450 Brickell Avenue with Bills and Sunberg. I'll be very brief and direct. There were negotiations ongoing in connection with a purchase and sale agreement, never a lease. The due diligence period has expired. They have lined up all of the necessary investors and the loans that are required to move this project forward, and just need 60 days to close this out. That's why this has come back. We've been working, there's a big history. I don't want to spend all the time on the history, but they're now ready to move forward and just wanted to finalize the negotiations with the county.
Thank you, but it doesn't sound like it's finalizing ongoing and existing negotiations. It's a direction to commence negotiations because a termination notice was sent. So help me understand why we would direct the administration to enter into negotiations for the sale of a parcel to an entity where we previously terminated the contract. That's what I would like to understand.
Sure, I can get into why we don't believe the termination was timely or proper or accurate. We were actually working with the commissioner of the district along with another developer who wanted to develop on that land. We were trying to make sure that we could coexist. Those negotiations resulted in our agreement to coexist, and then that other developer decided to go somewhere else. All during that time, our timeline began to expire. But we were working diligently with the county to try to work out a deal with another developer, and that just did not go through.
And this is county-owned land?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Commissioner Gilbert, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right, Commissioner, myself, the chairman.
Yeah, I have a point of information for the body.
But wait, a point of information for what?
It's not about an item. I just want to announce that